where they just gave it the solution to maximize watch time on the platform. But that's the question: what will maximize watch time on the platform?
They gave it.
Yeah. What?
The Overminds gave it.
Please let me finish. Yes,
dude, you're
that's the point. I'm giving you the feeder.
Saying the Overmind has given him the thing to do, so he's doing that thing.
Yes, it is given it the question. You keep saying it's given it the code, but you're not understanding it. It doesn't give it the code; it gives it the question.
Oh, it still
and it's in charge of the question, so it still is an Overmind. That's the point. I'm giving you the defeater now. This is how your
Overmind has programmed it to.
You still haven't understood it.
Wants to. Yeah, he's giving.
No, he doesn't program how it does it. He doesn't tell it what to do. He just tells it what it wants done.
That's it. Then he tells it what he wants done. There you go. He's telling it something.
From Alpha's side of it, at the end of the day, there is a programmer. From Eggshell's side of it, the program is the end result. That's all.
Yes.
It's up to the bot itself using AI or whatever it uses to then calculate the 4 trillion different possible combinations to get to the end result.
Right. Yeah. So there's a funny
example of this, actually. There's a funny example of this that I learned recently, which is they wanted to do bottom-up programming to get a pancake flip, like to get something that will pancake flip. And so they've got this robotic arm in a lab. And initially it's really shit. So the initial conditions they set it are just going, we'll copy the code that takes the pancake the longest time to hit the ground. That's how we'll initially try and figure out.
Short stories are not interesting.
What's going well, and then what they found out, and this is what you quite often find with bottom-up programs, you get these perverse incentives where it ends up, rather than trying to flip the pancake, just throw the pancake as high as it possibly can. Because
you're gonna laugh at your own
solution.
Yeah, you're laughing at your own just.
Yeah, you know what's the cosmic metaphysical common denominator in both of these instances. And that in order to achieve the goal, it requires the presence of the sentient agent in the first instance.
I never said it didn't.
I know.
I never the fact that an Overmind was there.
Yeah, it was just an answer. It was just an answer to. It was I would never said the Overmind wasn't required.
Well, it is in every instance in life, and that robot
never said it wasn't,
and in every way.
You just said it. It was only to respond to your point, saying the program.
You deny an Overmind. You deny a creator, and that's the reason why you think the way you do. Materialism.
Well, it's just unnecessary. Hold on. Unless you presume its existence.
Then try to reason yourself into
whatever,
a robot, which is a hunk of junk, gonna have any capabilities whatsoever. You can't, because it's gonna sit there like a big pile of junk. All right, to get a big pile of junk to have all the instructions you think it's gonna require to have whatever bottom-up instructions without programming it, without giving it anything, just letting it sit there.
That's not what I think happens. It's just a very silly kind of juvenile comprehension of what it is that other people think. This is where your logic
fails, isn't it?
It's not my logic, though. It's yours.
Oh no, it's yours. No.
When did I say a big hunk of junk is going to self-assemble?
Well, isn't that what evolution is?
Hey, not only
we're talking about evolution. We're talking about the necessity of an Overmind. We're not talking about evolution. We're talking about the necessity of an Overmind. You've jumped to evolution because you've recognized that you can't show the base necessity of an Overmind. You've got to show a symptom.
Hey, bro, I got books written by evolutionists that say the sentient agent is required in the first instance.
Sure. Exactly.
You do not.
No, you don't.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, he's got receipts, guys. Relax.
I bet there are.
Okay, listen.
I would be astounded.
No. This isn't even salacious, dude. It's not even salacious or edgy. Like, this has been around for decades, dude.
Yeah. There are loads of people.
I'll quote you the book. I'll quote you the book right now. And the guy, The Case Against Reality, Donald Kaufman. There you go.
Let me check it out.
People here would be surprised that there aren't.
I know Donald Kaufman. He doesn't say that exactly. He claims conscious agents could be the basis for all of reality.
That's absurd.
Right. That's the same thing. How's that different from that they are necessary?
There may not even be a material existence. It could just be conscious agents interacting with each other. I know this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is exactly what I said. Wow.
Yeah, why is that incompatible with
what you
what
said at all?
said?
No, it would completely deny the Christian God, for example, and it would completely deny objective reality.
What are you talking, dude?
What?
Dude, you're so you're like spazzing out, dude. What is your problem?
Well, no, you're misrepresenting what Donald Kaufman's research is and what he says,
dude. Oh my goodness! Wow.
Why would saying that a conscious agent is necessary debunk the existence of a Christian God?
No, he says all there is conscious agents, right? Interacting. There's no. He doesn't support the idea of a primary conscious agent. He says everything we interact with.
Holy crap,
agent,
right? Dude, you got such a problem with Christianity, dude, that you can't even think straight when people talk. You can't even hear what they're saying.
A problem with people misrepresenting what other people say.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, kind of like you just misrepresented me and the entire ethos of Christianity like a dumbass. Like we don't see exactly your
represented Kaufman. And the problem was saying there has to be a mind.
What did I say? What did I say, dude? I said that some evolutionists, right, think or posit the idea that sentient agents are the base reality or the necessity for any matter, temporal, or energy states. So matter, temporal, and energy states all exist within consciousness as a first order. That's what I said, and that's what he agrees with.
Okay. Number one, you just rephrased what you said to be more specific. Second time, you just said it, right? You said that originally you said the conscious agents are the source of that conscious agents are required for other conscious agents, right? And that's not what Donald Hoffman says.
That's not what I said.
We could rewind it. That was you were supporting.
Yeah. Here you go, dude. I didn't say that conscious agents are required for other conscious agents. I was talking about consciousness or sentience being the source grounding for the material world. That's clearly what I said. That's clearly what everybody else heard, except you. Except you, because you got a butt tickle up your butt about Christianity, bro. That's the only problem we got going on here.
He denies there could even be a material. What we perceive as a material world may be an outcome of conscious agents interacting. There may not be a material world.
Yeah. You know what that? Yeah, you know what that? Yeah. Guess what? You know what that's called?
Wave function collapse.
You ready? Yeah. No. It's called idealism. For goodness sakes.
So but how does that at all support your point about material world existing?
Oh my goodness, dude! Holy crap, dude! Wow, it's painful.
I know.
He just has a beef against the creator, so he's gonna.
Okay, pay attention. If the world is idealistic, then this pencil I'm holding and wrapping against this piece of cement is just a conscious construct of an experience. The cement itself doesn't necessarily need to exist beyond the extent of my conscious construct, but I can't force this pencil through the cement regardless. So the material world is just not as quote unquote concretely separated from the conscious mind. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the traditional thought way.
Right. What Donald Hoffman is saying is that we have no idea what the material world is, right? And it could just be conscious agents constructing something which we have no idea exists in reality, or what the actual material world is.
Sure, but guess what? Guess what though? Fair, but guess what? It still has limits. So even in a conscious idealistic system, right, in which there are no actual external machinations of concrete matter, right, there still are the appearances of limitations as if it was concrete matter. So, for example, I can't put my hand through this cement block.
Yeah. So who put all these laws here for the things to be the way they are? Wasn't us, kind of willing them into existence?
Stop right there, Alpha. Stop right there, Alpha. Stop right there. You hit on the point. If it's the case that the universe is a sentient, idealistic universe, in other words, the entire machinations of the universe are nothing but conscious agents interacting, then that means that the limitation of me being able to put my hand through the cement is imposed by what? A consciousness. That means that the rules of reality are beholden to consciousness, where consciousness is the highest order.
Yeah.
No. You just said that even if all there is consciousness, there's some limiting reality that limits the consciousness interaction, right?
No, I didn't say that at all. Not even close.
Okay.
I
What
said
limits
that
what the consciousness can do?
if it's the case that consciousness is all there is, and there are limits to what I can do with my present sentient consciousness, then the limits I'm being imposed on are being imposed by a consciousness.
Do you get it,
Is
Mark
it your
G?
consciousness that's imposing them, or somebody else's, or some other consciousness?
The overmind.
Yeah,
The overmind.
So you could take the overmind. See, there's two ways you could go with this, and this is fair. Some people could say the overmind is the aggregate collection of consciousnesses that are, quote unquote, either more powerful, more in charge, whatever that means in that view, or a single one. It could either be a single sentient consciousness among the myriad of consciousnesses, or it could be an aggregate, let's just call it a synod or a senate of consciousnesses that make the decisions. And because there's more of them, or they've been around longer, or they took steroids, and so they're just tougher than us.
I think Hoffman would say that it's just the interaction between the consciousnesses that exist with no hierarchy that limit what we experience or provide what we experience.
No, that would mean that we could manifest or will things into existence. That's just not the case.
No, Hoffman is totally open. Hoffman is totally open to the idea of a hierarchy of abilities within the consciousnesses. That some are more powerful, some are less powerful. But it's not an equal stack.
I don't think it's part of his. It's not a requirement for the system.
No, it doesn't have to be. But he said with his own mouth, with his own face, sitting across from other people, that he is completely open to that, and that is probable. In much the way of typical pantheistic systems, or kind of like the Greek gods, where they're different beings that had different ranges of powers and abilities, something like that.
Sure, right.
Or even Lovecraft.
It could be that way, right? But the question is, what Alpha's trying to say is it's necessary, and I just don't think that's it's provable, right?
Yeah, what is, because try to say that if you're going to prove that all of us could will something into existence because we all thought about it together, that's never going to be the case. There's laws by which we are beholden to. So if you try to think that you're going to negate these laws, then you're going to find out really quickly that there's something there that's going to prevent you. Like AI's pencil going through that cement. It can't do that just because he says, well, you know what, I'm going to think really hard. Let's all gather together in this call right now, and let's will his pencil to go straight into that concrete block, and it'll materialize on the other side. That's not going to happen. There's something preventing that from being the case. So what is that? The laws by which the material world were constructed from.
So what you're saying is, we know that consciousness has limitations, and we don't know of any examples, or verifiable or testable examples of it being able to manifest or affect reality, consciousness itself, right? We don't know of anybody who can, bring a baby into existence, or
that's a whole nother topic, though.
make a pencil. Well, no, it is. It's part of this topic. What you're necessarily saying is consciousness. I conceive of this consciousness, this overmind, that is nigh on omnipotent, right? Has no limits to its power. And I'm reasoning there from consciousness I do know that does have limits to its power.
Right. Now you're getting it, which is why there's a separation in the Berkeleyan system and other systems between the agents that are subordinate and the agents that are extraordinary. That's why he just delineates between the overmind, which must sustain the base reality for all the minds that are under the overmind. Mm-hmm. So all the individual agents like us, who are lesser, which is informed and semiotically understood by us within our advent into the realm, that we have limits.
Right. But we're using that recognition that we have limits to presume the existence of a limitless consciousness. That's my point.
No, right? To understand,
it's like we're saying all dogs are mammals. But that necessitates the existence of a reptilian dog.
You couldn't perceive the limitlessness of the creator or the overmind.
And why can you?
You couldn't. Because I'm not.
Why are you telling me what it's? So how do you know it's limitless?
Listen, did I say it was limitless? The only thing I'm
you did.
telling
You just used the word limitless. You said this limitless overmind.
Yeah, no, I said that people will say that there's limitless overmind, but you gotta realize that when we're talking about the creator, that because his ways are higher than our ways, there's no way for us.
How do you know that? You're describing it again.
Because the laws by which you and I abide by would have to be perceived by something greater than us. Okay, so for example, you know
why?
Hold on a second.
You're just presuming the answer rather than asking a question.
No. Could you understand the fabric of reality right now? Could you tell me what it's made of?
No.
The fabric of our existence.
No, I do not think such a mind exists.
Well, then, if you can't perceive it and yet it's still there, like as in how you and I are here in this realm, right? We have the material and the immaterial, right? Thoughts and emotions, and we got trucks and cement blocks. So there's two things, right? There's things that we understand from the materialistic world, and then there's the immaterial world, which are things that are constructed from our thoughts, imaginations, stuff like that. Like, so you're trying.
When are you going to get to the bit where you're answering the challenge to you? You're just saying words. But the challenge is what I'm saying. The challenge you need to answer is your reasoning from the existence of a limited thing, right? Our consciousness, and you're using that to go. Therefore, there is this other thing that is also consciousness that doesn't have those same limits. And I'm saying, where's your working to get to that?
What do you mean? The existence of us being here?
So that's it. It's a circular argument.
No. Think about the construct of the human body. Just look at creation itself, because in creation you could find out the fingerprint of the overmind, right? That's the fingerprint right there. Knowing creation.
Again, you're just presuming the existence of this overmind in order to. You're meant to be proving it, not presuming it.
You can't have all the things in creation exist the way they do, and the ecosystems the way they work, to just some random ones and zeros just bouncing off each other. You can't.
Do you not see that that's just an argument from incredulity? This is just a viciously circular argument. Where I'm saying you're meant to be showing your working to get to this conclusion that there is an overmind, and you're like, but it'd be weird if there wasn't.
No. Check this out, man. Information has to come from somewhere, right? So if information,
I don't think I'm not too clear on the physics definition of information, but I certainly don't have any leaning that it has to come from somewhere.
Really?
Does it every time I've seen it? Sure, but that doesn't mean that would just be an argument.
So then in one instance that you say the information does not come from somewhere, what would you point to say to give it merit?
I'm just saying your argument for it is an argument from ignorance.
It's a antecedent. It's necessary.
Why?
Because you can't have. It's like a law of nature. It's a law of nature. Information comes. So
you're just defining it into existence.
Information comes from intelligence.
It's just if you don't see how circular. The argument is circular.
No, it's
even
not.
the very smart people who make it accept that it's circular. They just claim that it is virtuously circular, not viciously.
But there's a first cause, right?
You're making the same argument. You're like, it's not circular.
There's a first cause. So the will of the overmind has to have been the first cause in order for everything to be put into motion, because that's where it all begins. It begins with the
you not see how circular that is? Because that's where it all begins. The question is, where did it begin? And you're like, but it began, therefore intelligence.
Eggshells, or it's special pleading, that's all.
It is. It's special pleading, and it's a self-defeating argument, because if you're saying that it must have come from somewhere, and then this is the most busted argument, but it's
no, it's not.
I mean, it's the only ones I've heard in favor of.
You know what it is? It's because you're rebelling against the information because you don't want it to be true. In your worldview, as long as you can reject the fact that there's an overmind.
It may be true, but you're not making an argument for it being true.
Well, it is.
You're making a terrible special pleading argument.
So if all of the things that we see in nature, right, as far as information is concerned, like how things are made, cells dividing, life beginning, how does one cell know to divide and become like a bird, and the other cells know how to divide and become
Is that the best argument you've got? An argument for ignorance is your argument for the existence of an overmind.
Think about this, man. From a seed to a tree, all information that's input into all of creation gives the thing that's going to be made to something that is unique in and of itself. Everything's unique.
It's a circular argument.
How is it circular? If I'm showing you that the fingerprint of the creator has been given to all the information,
you're not showing me. You're just asserting your conclusion as your premise.
I'm showing you eggshells. You can look at creation. can look at all of creation. You don't have to.
What is a
hear what I'm
circular
saying.
argument?
So everything that you see that is being, put forth into creation, all of it is made from a first cause, of a primary mover, right? The very beginning. So if
I
all
get
of
that you
these,
believe that.
well,
You're just preaching what you believe at me. You're
Yeah,
not
but
showing me
see-
why it's probably true.
it's true, because how can you have that without information being given to the thing that? So
It's true because
think
how
about it.
can you have that without information being given to it? So
Yeah.
what is an argument
Yep.
from ignorance and
So,
why isn't
so
that?
if you can't have information given to something that's going to be created, then how would that thing that was supposed to be,
Then how would
like
that
a
thing...
bird or a dog or whatever, right? Doesn't matter what
Do you know
it is. I'm giving
the
it something.
easiest way to spot an
I'm giving
argument
it
from
something.
ignorance?
I'm giving it. Why do you like interrupting me, eggshells? I don't get it. Are you
Ugh.
upset? Are you upset?
I'm just, it's just you
I think
keep
you're
going back
upset.
to the same
I think
argument
you're
from
upset
ignorance.
because you don't like me talking about the overmind, because you get in your feelings. So just check it out, man.
Well,
People
make your
that
argument a lot.
yeah, I know, Mark. So people that are thinking of
It's-
how things. You want to say something, eggshells, for God's sakes?
That was me dragging a bag. I didn't say anything.
All right. So if you're thinking about like how things were made from the very beginning, then you have to actually talk about like why would things be the way they are unless they were not made from the very first instance. Things aren't just like
Why would-
perpetually in motion. So like if
Say that again. Why would
yeah,
things
so-
be the way they are?
Yeah. So the dichotomy of creation was that either you have nature just making itself, replicating itself, and turning it into dead matter to living matter, and then you have the idea of the overmind putting forth into action all the things that we see in the physical and natural world. So you have two.
I'm not
options.
unclear on what you think an overmind is. What
The
I'm
creator.
saying is these
The
are
creator.
not good arguments for
The
it.
creator.
No, I get that. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. I'm not unclear on what your
Why are
argument is.
you
What I'm
saying
saying
you
is
don't know? If you're just being
it's
a
an
jackass
argument.
about it.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not
He's
saying
upset
I
'cause
don't
he
know.
doesn't
I'm
like
trying
when
to
we
point
talk about
out.
this topic.
Are you upset, or do you want to let me finish?
No, you're upset. You don't like talking
Okay.
about this topic.
So
because
what is an
it
argument
refutes
from
your idea.
ignorance? Alpha, what is an argument from ignorance?
So I'm telling you from the very beginning, if there was
Answer the question, Alpha.
Listen, dude, I'm telling you from the very beginning, if both sides are saying that something started, whether it was a big bang or nature making everything the way it is, or we're saying that the creator made everything, either way something had a beginning. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
No, I don't have enough information.
So everything
to
doesn't
make
have a
that.
beginning then?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
no.
So there is no
Do you want to
beginning.
try again? No. Do you want to try a third time?
Okay, so what is your epistemology about how everything came into existence?
I can't test it, so I don't have an opinion on it.
So it's just nothing.
It could be eternal. It could be cyclical. It could have started.
Could be eternal. Really?
Sure.
So there's
Sure.
really no.
I don't have any.
You'd hold to no.
I've heard compelling arguments for why it can't be, but I can't test them.
Just real quick, let me just check the room here. Mark G, do you agree with that? Are you of the same mind?
Infinities are not incoherent.
So no. Eternal, something that doesn't have a beginning or end.
Eternal is infinite.
On that, affinities are not incoherent. There's no reason they can't exist.
So you're saying that you agree with eggshells that whatever it is just eternal. There's no beginning or end.
No, Alpha.
I agree with them that it could be. It could be eternal.
Okay.
Exactly.
It might have had a starting point.
There's a difference.
I don't know.
Exactly. There's a difference between something could be the case. I can't disprove it from being the case, and saying therefore it is the case. Now, back to the question I asked you. Give me an example or a definition of what an argument from ignorance is.
What do you mean? You want me to tell you what an argument from
Oh my
ignorance is?
goodness, dude.
Yeah.
Don't
My next question is going to be, in what way is your argument from an overmind not an argument from ignorance? So first, what is an argument from ignorance?
Yeah, you could see all of creation, everything that has been.
No. What?
Oh my God! Eggshells from
ignorance. What is it?
Stop being stupid. Hey, eggshells, stop being stupid. Just state what an argument from ignorance is. Then ask your question, because he's not going to answer that first part, and you're never going to make progress.
Okay, so an argument from ignorance is saying it must be this way because I cannot conceive of it being another way. And all four times when you're given, well,
that's not even what an argument from ignorance is, dude.
Plus, I didn't even say that.
Okay, here's how we're going to play this. Here's how we're going to play this, eggshells. Go look up what an argument from ignorance is and come back with the receipt. How about that? I'm so glad I made you
something
say
is
it
the
first.
case because I don't have evidence for it being not the case.
There's two forms of it.
That's two different things.
They both
argument,
distill down to one another. Both essentially the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
So when given the challenge of describing why an overmind was necessary, all 4 times Alpha deferred to saying, "How could you blah 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 blah? How can you get
that's
matter
all
from
you
non-matter?
hear.
How
Blah,
can you
blah, blah,
have
blah,
cells
blah.
suddenly divide?" No. But the point is the
I'm gonna
easiest
have to
way to
halt
spot.
you.
Let me finish.
No, I'm gonna have to halt
Alpha.
you. I didn't say blah blah blah. You need to repeat what I said, or else I'm not gonna let you continue. You're not gonna misrepresent me and then say blah that I just said blah 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 blah. What did I say?
Say that you said blah blah blah.
What did I say?
All 4 times.
What did I say? Eggshells.
So one of the questions was about cells dividing. So how did that first cell divide was one of the questions. So the point is, the easiest way to spot an argument from ignorance.
Okay, and what did I say? How did that happen?
You're being in bad faith. You're being in bad faith.
Yeah, he realizes I've made a point now. He doesn't want me to finish.
No, I want you to
So the point is, the easiest way to spot.
You're going to keep getting halted until you said what I said, because
it is a premise.
Me. You're going to keep misrepresenting me. I don't like it. Would you like me to misrepresent you? I could do it.
Okay, I've stopped representing what you're saying. So
right,
what were your arguments then from an overmind?
What did I say about?
You said, how did that first cell divide?
Yeah.
Right. So I did represent you, but you kept interrupting me because you're scared.
And how did it happen? What did I say of how it happened?
So what did I just say about asking this question?
You're not going to answer, are you? So I'm going to have to hold you here until you answer. What did I say was the answer to how cells divided? One being a bird, the other being a dog, or whatever else.
I don't know how it happened. Why can't you listen?
Well, yeah, that's the problem. You don't know how it happened. So who's arguing from ignorance here? Me or you? You don't know how it happened. I'm telling you how it happened. There's a difference, right?
Well, you're not. You're making an argument.
No, I'm telling you straightforward. That information has to be given to something that's going to be able to have the ability to receive it. Now, if it's a thing that receives it cannot comprehend what that is, it will not be able to divide and then produce other cells. So an overmind has to give that instructions to the thing receiving it in order for it to understand the language and then make it another cell. You can't have that happen. Things don't just replicate on their own. Intelligence needs to beget intelligence. So in order for that to occur, it needs to have
hang on, what do you mean intelligence?
So it has to have a first cause, a mover, a will. Something has to will that thing to give it the ability to be able to divide. If there is no ability to do so, it will not do anything. Just like you, if you pick up a rock and say, hey, I'm going to turn this into, I don't know, a walking, animal or whatever. Is that going to happen? No, because you're not an overmind. You can't do that. You have limited capabilities. But a creator can split cells and give the thing the ability to do what it's going to do because it gave it that ability to do so. So in order for that thing to be able to do what it does and become, an animal, a bird, or a cat, or a dog, or whatever, it has to have the information and it has to have the ability to do so. Now, that's the only thing that can happen. Now, you're saying that nothing is going to make that possible, and I'm telling you, yes. The overmind has to give the thing ability to do so.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your argument is an argument from ignorance, which is about 90. I haven't.
You keep saying that, but I told you if I'm giving you the direct evidence that if the thing that's receiving the information and has the ability to split their cells and then create more cells, if it didn't have the ability to do so, then how is it possible that it's going to do so? That's what I'm asking you. How do you figure that's going to happen if it doesn't have the ability to do so? I'm sorry.
This is pretty transparent. This is you running from the actual point.
No, it's not running. I'm pointing to you how you're not understanding. The thing needs to have the ability to split the cells and also the information to do so. So all things given to that thing. It has to have the ability to have the cell split, and it has to have the information to split.
There's a name for that. I can't. I'm going to try to structure it off my memory. It's called functional.
Oh, I know this one.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Irreducibility. Irreducible complexity.
Oh my goodness, dude. Let me think of my own ideas. How about that? No, it's called functional sequence specified complexity. That's what it's called.
Oh, that one. Yep. It's a nice one. It's big words.
That's a really complicated way to explain stupidity.
Dude, Bing, put yourself on mute. You're not equipped.
Yeah, you can just go on server mute because you're dumb as a box of rocks.
Yeah, you can't be in this conversation.
Okay, so there's functional complexity, there's specific complexity, there's sequence complexity, all these types of things. But when you put them all together, that one that I said, the 4 in a row, that one is considered the one that can only be arising from intelligent agency. Mm-hmm. And there's various reasons why that's posited that's the case, and it's more rational to conclude that if that type of functional specified sequence complexity is present, then it must have, or at least is most likely, or at least is Occam's razor, or at least is highly probable that it was intended by an agent.
Well, that seems, but that's my point. Is again that comes back. That sounds to me like an argument from ignorance, which says, if I don't know or don't have evidence for another cause for cells dividing in such a way, right? It's not saying I've found it. I've managed to locate it. I've managed to locate the hand of.
That's not even the type of reasoning that's used, dude.
What? Can I?
It's not even the same field. It's not, no, because it's not even the same field.
Let your dissonance speak. Let your dissonance speak instead of you.
Oh yeah, let my dissonance speak, dude. Go fuck yourself. You can just go on server mute. You're a dumb fuck.
Yep.
Hey, you little fucking asshole ass, dude. You pissed me off. I don't mind you fighting back for the mic, but with your little snide, let your dissonance speak. Yeah, go fuck your faggot self. Sorry, you could ban me now. I just fucked up. All right, put me on ban, Alpha.
All right. Yeah, but this is the way it is, though. He does this because he thinks that he knows better than anybody else, and he doesn't. Tries to lure people into these meta conversations, and he thinks that he's so philosophical, some type of Rhodes Scholar. He doesn't know. He's broken because he has an interpretation of reality, or his epistemology is just screwy. That's all.
Yeah, before I self-punish for my indiscretion of violating the server ethos of language, the only reason that I got pissed at him is because he wanted to do that little snide connotative comments, which I lost my cool. So I apologize to the room. I'm sorry.
All right, you're fine. The other night, the other day, Crypto did that. He slipped in that word, and then who was it? One of the regulars, knuckleheads. It was Chief Squatting Dog. He's like, I'm gonna send it to Doobie. I'm gonna clip this, and I'm gonna send it to Doobie. And then Crypto's all, I don't give a fuck. You can do what you want to do. He's not gonna do nothing because he likes us, and he never did anything. It was funny.
Yeah, Eggshells does that though. He gets in his feelings, and this guy, and it's not that he disagrees that he doesn't think that there is a creator. There possibly could be one. He just rejects the fact, like with every fiber of his being. My guess is some moral reason, something happened in his life that he's rejecting a creator for sure. Could be something that traumatic or something. I don't know, but it's deep rooted, I would say.
No, a lot of people it is. I found that to be true too. A lot of people, they have I don't know, in their upbringing something happened, and then I don't know if it's because of it was parents or somebody around them, or maybe they fell in love with someone and then they felt betrayed by this person they believed to be God, creator, helping them, loving them. They're like, where were you? I know my cousin personally. My cousin, he cursed God in the hospital the night that my aunt, she became paralyzed in a car accident. And he was like, "Fuck God! There's no God. Why would he do this to my mom?" He was really angry about it. But so he had a personal, like, he was if there was a God, he wanted to meet him and punch him, type of thing, right? So there's people that are just traumatized, I think.
Eggshells being one of them, and most of the atheist globers that come in here, they're pretty upset about the creator.
Yeah, like something happened.
There's nothing else I can think of. I mean, it has to be that.
But it's weird to me, like, how can they deny a creator, being that you just look around and there's creation? Like, there has to be a like designer conscience being, like, things fitting so perfectly. Like, I mean, there's just no way. There's no way that there can't be one. I mean, in my opinion, I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, all we got is that he. That's because he didn't want to talk about his gyroscopes, because he knows where he'll go with that when he talks about that. But
Maybe.
he's just, I don't know, man. He's always just picking on people in here, just his comments and everything.
Perhaps.
Shit, what are you up to, man?
I'm just chilling, man. I've been waiting to see what's up with the streams, but
Yeah.
I figure you're busy or you're just not, whatever reasons. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, I got caught up with a whole bunch of stuff.
It'll be when it be. Yeah, and I'm not one to like push, or you'll find that out. I'm not like, hey, what's up? We're gonna do it. Like, I just said, hey, ready when you are. I'm here.
Yeah,
so no worries.
We've been chilling in here, and kind of like the rest of the people are here, but
yeah. What's
I
new?
would unmute Bean Dealer, but that guy is not very intelligent. Not one to have a conversation. Let's see, watch. Bean Dealer, are you there? See if you can prove me wrong.
Never know.
Oh, I was given permission.
Hello.
All right.
Oh,
what's up, B2?
So what?
Yeah, we're talking about in this channel. Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
How long do I have before I rustle
I don't
the
know,
bait?
but if you don't let B2 finish, I'm gonna probably sit you back down. Go ahead, B2.
So what do you want? What is the point subject?
So the subject is we're saying that people on Earth believe that the Earth is a globe with no evidence. Now, do you think there's evidence for that? The Earth being a globe?
There is evidence for the globe, but it's from it's a model, and it's from people. But it's just that. It's not the world, right?
All right. So, do you have evidence of this model that you're speaking of, B2?
I got a globe in my room, but that doesn't mean it's the world is a globe, you know.
Okay. So people believe that it's a globe. So how is it proven that it's a globe? What's the evidence?
If you believe hard enough in anything, it will be that thing. So if you believe in a table, the world will be a table. But
oh wow!
in actual awareness, it's flat.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm saying, because awareness is something else. Observation shows that the world is flat.
Okay.
You need more?
No, not really. You pretty much agree with reality, so why should we take it to the next level? But maybe we could still talk. If there's nobody else in here that would chime in that thinks that the Earth is a globe.
What about the concept of thinking that? What about the concept of thinking that the world is a prison?
Well, that's a globe. It's a prison.
No, I don't mean like a globe. I mean like our sense perception shows us, and it has a limit of showing us things. So we need to move to see the other things. That's what I'm saying. So it's like right now I'm in a house. I'm in a kind of a prison house, it's not a prison, but I can make it a prison, right? Because, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So wherever I am, it can be a prison.
Yeah, it's your perception.
Yeah.
But let me just hear from Bean Dealer, because I think he had some evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead, Bean Dealer. Give us your best shot, man. If you want to do it.
Let's let BT finish, because he sounded kind of anxious to
So
maybe say something
if
more.
it's a prison and you need things and people, you're gonna have to like do a lot of things that are next level to reach these things and people and plants and whatever, animals, you know. So if you're traveling as well to a far place, it's like a prison, definitely. So yeah, that's my point.
All right. Guess he reached the end of that. So go ahead, Bean.
Okay. So for me, we're gonna need some sophistication. Okay. Because I remember back when Alpha Veritas was Miggy, and you spoke endlessly about how, oh, you're just looking for the one thing that will prove you wrong so you'll become a Glober. Where did that attitude go? I don't know. Anyway.
Still waiting, by the way. Still waiting.
I'm just saying that Alpha has really changed his tone over the years.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thanks for catching the rest of the audience up. I'm glad that they could.
Anyway, yeah. So anyway, my points I want to make. Where should I go? First of all, the Globe Earth and the Flat Earth are actually both positive claims, because they are both universal claims.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prison is too.
So here's the thing: if you think the Earth is universally globular or universally, you know, flat, if you think it's universally we could call planar or universally non-planar, I think everyone here who has any understanding of math, if you've heard of Gaussian curvature analysis, anyone here?
God. I don't think you know what that means, but continue.
Oh, you know, Alpha, I'm going to turn you up so I can hear you better, because you really mumbled that.
Dude,
Say that again.
don't turn me down, because I'm gonna just boot you from.
I turned you up. I have you at 150. Say that again, because you like really mumbled.
I said you probably don't even know what that means.
Oh, I do.
Really? Finish what you were saying, and then I'm gonna ask you what it means, because I don't think you. I'm gonna prove my point.
You think I don't know what Gaussian curvature means?
Yeah. What is it? Let's just talk about it.
You think I know what Gaussian curvature means?
What is it?
Okay, first of all, I need to.
You don't know what it is? APOC, high
Well,
five.
he wants to talk about it so bad, but he doesn't.
His chat GPT.
He's not doing it.
His chat GPT is running a little slow tonight. Come on, give him a couple seconds.
Chat GPT will never give a good definition. So, Gaussian curvature basically relies on using a bunch of straight lines to define a bunch of curves. Let's be real.
All right. But I'm just asking for evidence.
Alpha Veritas, please tell me, like, you practically being like, oh, you know what it is. Please tell me you know what it is. Bearing in mind,
this Gaussian guy, he's the guy that went crazy. He went in the loony bin, right? This Gaussian guy.
So what? So
like,
what?
he literally went crazy.
Okay, so if
I mean, not to say what he's saying, but
if Gauss says that a squared,
if your identity violated,
that because he was loony, shut up.
He's violating logic.
This is math we're talking about. This is math.
So how can straight lines be curved, Bean?
Straight lines can't be curved. But here's the thing, Alpha Veritas.
Then. There goes
Alpha Veritas. No, stop. Do you deny all of calculus?
Do I deny all of calculus?
Do you deny calculus?
What? You've identified it. You've
What the hell would I
You've
deny
identified
calculus?
it as a specific separate identity. So calculus
strange.
is what you would say. What
Calculus
we agree it is.
mathematically valid. Is calculus true? Yes or no?
Dude, where are you
Okay.
going with this? I don't even know. Like, why are you asking all these weird
Gaussian
questions?
curvature relies on calculus.
Okay. Yeah. Good for you.
At what point does this turn into globe curve measurement?
Yeah, I guess it
No
kind of
idea.
relies on curvature. I guess like what?
I think he's really out there, to be honest. To be fair.
I'm not.
When does it turn into the globe curve?
Do you accept the fundamental theory of calculus?
Jesus, dude.
Hmm.
The fundamental theory of calculus.
Do you know what it is?
Oh my god.
Since
Okay,
it's
so
flat
I'm gonna
Earth
be
is-
asking like into the break. When are we going to the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, since you guys understand math so well, what is the fundamental theory of calculus?
Oh jeez, dude. You're not gonna stop, are you? So
Is
no
that the
evidence
globe curve measurement?
no evidence of
I mean,
Earth being a globe.
I can get there with calculus, yes. I can absolutely prove
Alright,
the
do that right
globe
now. Yeah,
must
let's get
be
there.
real with
You're gonna get
calculus.
to a measurement with calculus?
Yep.
Alright, go for it. Let's have it.
I need you to accept calculus.
I don't need to accept
It's
it.
accepted.
Just do a
Of course
presentation.
you can do. Okay, here's the thing. Oh, I thought it was.
Let's roll out the red carpet. I don't care.
Okay, I
Just
need you
grant
guys
it. Let him go to the logical end where it's
He doesn't
a
want to
doom.
go. He's just
Just
staying
go.
here talking about nonsense.
The proof I need to give for why the Earth must be curved requires that you all accept calculus.
Do we need to sign an NDA or something? Like what? What needs to happen here?
This is one of those geometry conspiracy theories.
All of you can rhetorically disparage me. That doesn't
Oh
disprove
my god!
the math
Can
I'm
you
using.
just? I mean, for God's sakes, just tell us how.
Can we all accept the fundamental theory
See,
of
I
calculus?
told you into the break. It doesn't matter how.
I accept
well-
calculus.
I think everybody would say
You said that.
calculus is fine. Just go ahead. Nope. Just fucking
Alpha,
present your shit,
you
dude.
literally cannot accept what I'm going to say if you don't accept calculus. It's literally just a yes or no. Why are you?
Everything is granted. Calm
Yes
down.
or
Just
no?
say what you want to say and mean it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck asked you? You're a bully. Fuck you. Bye. Anyway.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to be so.
Yeah, you're a genuinely horrible person. You treated me like absolute fucking
Well, I
shit.
apologize if you feel like that.
Shut up. You're
much
a
love, brother.
person. I hope your mother's
okay.
disgraced by birthing you. Shut up.
It's okay.
Damn.
Wow.
So, who is saying the Earth isn't flat?
Me.
Are you fucking stupid? Because I'm telling you, if you look at a real map, not one of the stupid ones that NASA puts up, a real map, it shows a fucking flat plane, stupid. A flat plane, not a fucking globe. It's just people did globes because the scientists, bro, I'm telling you, the scientists who did the fucking Big Bang, scientists said, the Big Bang did this, the Big Bang did that. They need shit to be fucking round. It used to
That
be
was
flat.
a Jesuit priest who did that, actually?
No, it was a fucking liberal, but they just didn't have the word liberal back in the day.
All these you keep giving all the credit to flat earthers when this is you guys. This is
What are
your
you
religion.
fucking talking about?
You've built it. Good job.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to do something right now, right? Excuse me. Let me ask you to do something right now. Okay, can this motherfucker shut the fuck up? What the fuck are you talking about? All right, listen. I'm going to ask you to do something. Stand.
Catholic.
Catholic?
Yeah, all globe cards are Catholic. To say they're not would be a no true Scotsman fallacy. You believe in all the same tenets of their Jesuit-born religion of Globetard, and you just reject the other half as atheists. But it's like, you still believe in the main part of it. You believe in the globe part of it. So I mean, that's the main deal. So you're Catholic.
Into the break. Somebody can be a global whilst not being Christian. Like, why are you being so?
Well, no, you are a Catholic. That's what's so ironic about your disdain for Christianity. is that you're Catholic, but yeah, Catholics aren't really Christian. But I don't want to say that here, step on too many toes. But yeah, you're Catholic. I know
Why?
Catholics might not
What
like
makes
me
me a
calling you that,
Catholic?
but
Maybe
you
I'm a
believe in
Christian.
the
Why am I a
Jesuit
Catholic?
Dagon God religion of the globe.
What are you on about?
The globe religion was born from the Catholic
Okay,
Church.
into the break. What if I was born from 2 atheist parents? How the fuck
Well, if you believe in
does
the globe, they
living in the
weren't
globe make
atheists; they were
me
Catholics
Catholic?
too. So you're just Catholic.
How the fuck does believing the earth is
You're Catholic. You
non-flat
believe
make
it's a
me a
globe.
Catholic?
You believe it's a globe. You believe in the cosmology of the Roman
Okay,
Vatican Church.
break. Okay, do Catholics believe that Jesus is God?
Not necessarily. They just have to believe
Oh,
in the globe.
really? Catholics don't believe Jesus is God?
No, listen to the Pope. You have to believe in the Pope.
No,
So
we don't.
the Pope is down with your shit. The Pope is okay with your globalism.
Break. Why do Catholics believe in the Pope? Because Jesus fucking said so. Because of Paul, right?
What?
Right?
Paul. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
See, you're no theologian. That's for sure. Well, that's why you were confused. You thought you were an atheist this whole time. You were just a Catholic.
My
Hilarious.
family has.
This
My
is what's
family
so
has
funny
3
about it.
separate vicars.
Do you
My
have any
family's
evidence
full of
that the Earth is a
vicars.
globe?
This is why when I get
probably
asked the
been to
question
church
why,
more than
you
you
don't
have.
buy into stupid shit. So you thought you were an atheist the whole time. You were just a Catholic.
Okay.
There is no
Into
globe proof.
the break. Have you ever read the Gospel?
No, we're not gonna do that. I simply asked for the evidence of the Earth being a globe. I thought you were gonna present that. Do that. What up, AJ? See you in here, bud. You want to go to X?
Yeah, not much, man. Just
I'm
listening
down.
to what's happening.
Yeah, we're just talking to a few people. Bean is sound like he's a little drunk or something. I don't know.
I'm
just
down if you're
working.
down.
Just listening along as I'm working.
Me talk to a few more people and then we'll dip over there. Ruby Z is in here. Ruby, how you doing? Shout out to the new people joining. Highway Hermit, what's up, man?
Hey there. I just been hanging over at Jim Panda's. I just got myself banned. Feels pretty good.
Feels pretty good.
That place is a cesspool.
I was just gonna say getting banned from a petri dish should be an honor.
I've never actually been there. Maybe once. I think I deleted it after I listened in once. It's just a shit show.
Yeah, you know the feeling when you get up in the middle of the night, AJ, and you're heading towards the bathroom and you stub your little pinky toe on the edge of the bed. That's what it feels like being in that room. It's painful
man.
and no one likes it.
Yep.
Well, it's like time traveling. Problem. I have the knee problem. I bashed my knee into the corner of the bed. I got a big wood frame, and every time I walk past it, I don't know. And my wife just laughs and says, "You never learn, do you?" I don't.
Do you spit out obscenities when that happens? Just as a reaction.
Oh yeah, in the middle of the night, 1 a.m, screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, "Shut up! You woke me up." I'm like, "Fuck this bed."
You go into your workshop, get a saw, and start sawing the shit out of it. Fucking bed.
Yeah. I think that's why we got little toes, so we can stub them.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
It's gotta be, man. It's gotta be.
I don't know, man. We're just chatting around with these guys, but they're not really much for conversation. They're usually plastered, some of these guys who think the Earth's a globe. They come in here. They need that liquid courage.
Mm-hmm.
We can slay
some
good luck
to them. Good luck to them.
Hey,
you see that terrible attempt by Thunderfoot to prove the globe, like measure the globe? He failed miserably. pretty funny.
Was that evidence?
What's good, guys? I just chimed in and heard some stuff about Catholic.
What up, Mick?
That's all I heard. What did I miss?
Well, you didn't miss anything, bud. These guys they're all strange.
Yeah. Well, I can relate because I was raised Catholic. Left it, but now I'm back and curious and wandering about. Don't know really much. So, caught my ear.
Me and APOC gonna head over to X and see if there's any action over there. I'm gonna start up the.
All right. Yeah, I'll join right when you go.
All right.
So, is that live? Is it Alpha? I don't know nothing about X-Man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do.
It's recorded on my channel, so whatever we do tonight will be recorded and saved.
Right, so you and APOC go live, and then obviously you get different people coming into the room to obviously question or chat. Yeah, is that how it works?
Yeah, X is a whole new. Do you have X, AJ?
I've got it downloaded, and I've following a few people, but I've never really looked at it to tell you the truth.
If you're gonna planning on going over there, you can make a different account that says just AJ. If you have like your personal account that has your name and you want to stay with a bit of anonymity, just letting you know, because it'll bring over your account that has your actual name. If some people do that.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah.
I'm gonna start it up and then, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this nose down to the horizon to maintain level flight on a glob has these Gloobers in an emotional panic. They're completely wrecked. They're going metaphysical, in complete confusion of where the geometric principles come from.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, I heard the guys at Gym Pandas, they were talking about it. Yeah, they're like, oh, it doesn't mean nothing. Earth's still a globe.
You know, it was interesting for me the other day. Someone came in and tried to cite the Bible for the globe, and it got me thinking. It wasn't too long ago I heard that claim, right? And I investigated a little bit the other day when it got brought back up there, and it turns out that there's only one passage that makes the claim, and it's only in one Bible that I could actually find. Within the Catholic Douay Rheims version, there's one passage in Isaiah that has the term globe, but all the other translations, like there was a lookup that I did, right? A site that does comparisons and shit, and of 36 different translations, the Douay Rheims Catholic Bible was the only one that used the term globe, and the rest of them used the word either circle or arch or something to that effect. I found that really interesting, that the only one is the Catholic one. So, a little bit of broken telephone, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be based on the translation, right? So what was the root of the word? Probably Greek. It would have been written in Greek. So if it had a word for globe in ancient Greece, they would use that term specifically. So yeah, I wonder. Yeah, well, I wonder about the which if it's only existing in a certain scripture, there's obviously some sort of convolution with the etymological root. That's why there are many Bibles with many sort of references and resources.
Yeah, and it's just peculiar. It's just peculiar that the large majority hone in on a single term, which is not the same at all, right? There's a confusion, it seems. Either that or some sort of political twisting of some sort. Because a circle is not a sphere. You know what I mean? An arch is not even a circle. It's a part of a circle. One's 2-dimensional, one's 3. You know? It's in Isaiah 40:22, from what I can remember. So if someone wants to dig up the roots there, that could be interesting. But suffice to say, of 36, 1, maybe 2, make any sort of inkling towards some sort of 3-dimensional shape. I don't know, man. It sounds kind of fishy. It's hard to make that mistake.
Did you start it off? I don't know if it's here or not.
Yeah, I'm still picking out a name for it.
Okay. I was like waiting. I'm like, what happened? No worries.
All right, I started.
Mickey.
I can't send the link here though.
Okay. No worries.
Hey, Mickey, you about to go on live?
Yeah,
on
I'm
X?
live now, Kimbo. Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, to me that would be an instance of that's very interesting. I was looking Isaiah 42. I couldn't, and I searched. I didn't know what you're actually referencing to. But why would this specific text include a word that many other translations don't use? And yeah, you just have to look up why that would be. Because that would be the good question. This would be the premise of what I'm talking about, like the Lemaitre conceiving of this cosmic egg idea. We have Copernicus. All these figures, they all come out of this church. So, if you believe in this globe cosmology, then it's a Catholic belief.
Okay. I want to ask a question. Can I ask a question? It's a very good question. And it's very important. It's a very important, inducive question. Can I ask a question?
We can't hear you.
Say again?
We can't hear you.
Okay, can I ask a question?
What?
Can I ask a question? Hold on. Can I ask a question?
I'm fucking with you because how could I have said that if I didn't hear you?
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Permission not required.
Okay, my question is, how fast you gotta be to fly through the atmosphere if it's a flat Earth? Just asking.
Say again, what?
How fast you gotta be to fly past the atmosphere of the flat Earth?
That makes no goddamn sense at all.
It makes sense because it's like...
No, it really doesn't, because you even failed the IQ test where I was like, what? Hello? Come on. Obviously, I had to hear you. To hear you speak and reply to you. Not once, but twice. Right? You failed both. And now you ask that stupid question? How fast do you have to fly on a sphere?
5 miles per hour.
Yes, there you go. Perfect answer.
Perfect answer.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew you was gonna say perfect answer. I predicted it because I am a time traveler from space.
Oh, you are awesome.
I know I'm awesome. Never mind, I'm fucking with you. See how that's like very... See how that's very mean? Like, that's very mean to fuck with people. It's very mean.
It's mean?
It's very mean.
Well, it's kind of actually a test. And if you think
It's
tests are mean, then that kind of says something weird against you, you know?
That's a terrible test. That is a terrible test.
It wasn't really terrible. It was kind of
That was a bad test. That was really bad. That was such a bad test. Anyways, nah, I'm just fucking with you.
No, really. So how fast do you have to fly in a sphere?
What do you mean?
What the fuck do you mean? How fast do you have to fly on a fucking flat Earth? I flipped it around on you.
What do you mean?
I'm asking, what do you mean? What do you mean? I flipped your exact question back on you, and you're asking me, what do I mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
You failed the 4th and 5th test.
Why are you giving me tests?
Holy shit.
I'm just asking you what do you mean?
Give it as like IQ or you know,
of a flat Earth? It's a flat Earth test.
Holy shit, you're not even following at all.
It's a flat Earth test.
All I did is ask you the same question. How fast do you have to fly in a sphere? Same question you just asked.
What? You didn't ask me a question.
Oh my god.
What happened? See, it's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's such an easy question, but you just make it hard.
Are you guys talking about the globe Earth?
No, we're talking about the flat Earth.
This fucker just asked, how fast do you have to fly in a flat Earth? And
to go past the atmosphere.
And I said,
to go past the atmosphere.
In a globe, and he's like, what?
No, I said how fast you got to go past the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is zero gravity.
You didn't say that.
Yes, I did. Stop lying. This dude is lying. He's being bad faith. Bad faith.
bad faith argument.
Look, again, I don't know who's right, but I'm going to take the side of whoever believes in a globe Earth, okay? Because those guys tend to be correct.
Type shit. Legit, I'm not gonna lie. The globe do be spinning.
The globe do be spinning. You know, this guy is cooking.
He is cooking. I am
That is
cooking.
a profound statement. It do be spinning.
It do be spinning. Wait. Hold on. Why is her profile picture like fucking VHS type shit? Like you trying to like make yourself so mysterious when you're really not that mysterious. It's goofy. Like you'd be like, ooh.
Wait, who, me?
No, Oblivion. Like his.
Yeah, it's like some psychedelic thing. Yeah,
it's like very much like he's trying to make himself anonymous, but he's not really anonymous. Are you part of the hacker group, bro? Are you part of the hacker group?
No, it's actually an album cover.
Damn, that album gotta be ass.
That was really funny.
The fuck. Anywho. Like, this is like how fast you gotta go? Because they say it's like 5 miles per hour. You just said it takes 5 miles per hour to go fast on the flat Earth.
No, you did.
No, you did.
No, you did.
No,
and then I
you
agreed
did.
with you. You
No,
are
you did.
so low aptitude. And oh my God.
And you got an ass album cover. So, yeah.
You got a bow in your hair, bitch.
Bro, it's Ken Carson. It's not me.
Who gives a shit?
Ken Carson
You're
got a better
making
album.
fun of my
Ken
picture?
Carson
You look like
Ken Carson has a better album. Ken Carson has a better album.
Who gives a
Ken Carson has a better album.
Boom, got him. Kill confirmed. What?
Opium.
Whatever the fuck that shit is.
Whatever the fuck. Bombaclat.
And this place went downhill real fast.
Bro. You trying to cancel me, yeah? Gen Z me, bro? Looking at his album cover. Fucking.
This is a dude wearing a bow in his hair.
Bro, you trying to cancel me,
and
yeah?
He's trying to make fun of me. Oh, this is so fucking hilarious.
Gen Z me, bro? Bro, you know like the fucking hacker group with that fucking mustache with the mask? Bro.
Yeah.
Bro. Stop trying to act like them, bro. They already like died like 15 years ago. Or 16. How many years? Yeah.
So how fast?
How fast?
Yes.
I don't know. You tell me.
So how would you feel? So how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
Nah. I would just eat lunch.
It's a trap.
I'll just eat lunch. I'll just eat lunch. What are you talking about?
It's a trap question. No, don't fall for it.
No, I just said.
Yeah.
Like,
I already heard his answer. I already heard it.
No.
Yeah. It's all right.
Wait, what's the trap? What's the trap?
So there's this 4chan thread made by some guy saying that people who are dumb can't handle hypotheticals.
Yeah.
And one way to test. But the thing about it is the guy who made that 4chan thread is a fucking Nazi, because in follow-up post he's like, yeah, we should just execute people who are like dumb.
Yeah.
What? But that's a good question. No, that's a good question, because it's like saying like, how's your day in another way? Like legit. Like if I say this, like, what did you eat for breakfast?
Or it was like
a nice way of saying. It's like a nice way of saying. It's not like
he doesn't even get it. He failed his 7th test.
Oh no.
We're 7 deep, man. This guy is failed.
Nah, just be stupid.
He doesn't even understand that he failed, even though it's explained to him that he failed.
No, I know I failed. I just don't give a fuck.
Again,
I just be Millie rocking.
Be going downhill fast.
Be going downhill. Fix your grammar.
I'm just trying to dumb it down for you, bro. Dumbing it down for you, bro.
Wait, I want to ask.
It is going downhill, not be going downhill. That is very racist.
Down for
you're saying
bro.
that, but you're trying to say that because I'm black. That's crazy. That's wild. It's not
that wild. I'm dumbing it down.
That's wild. Anywho, what did you eat for breakfast? I'm just asking. Like, no test, none of that shit.
Shit.
Can I be nice? Can I be nice without like you just being like a fucking mean and shit?
How fast?
Nice dude.
So how fast?
What did you eat for breakfast first? What did you eat for breakfast? Bro, it's just an easy question. What did you eat for breakfast?
Adios.
SpaghettiOs. Oh, it's funny. Bunny, you're so funny with your twitching nose. Bunny, you're so funny from your head to your toe. Ugh. What are they talking about here? This is funny. This is actually weird. We're just like live and shit. We just mill rocking and shit. Type. Oh, I do need to practice my theory, but nah, it's goofy. Bro, I should do rage bait. I swear to God, I can do the rage bait. On God. On Phonem. Like, rage bait is so easy. Fucking rage bait is so easy. Hold on. I'm gonna find a new place to do some rage bait because I really want to see how like I want to do some rage bait, bro.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Point.
Okay, we're live. We're live again, boys.
Wait, what'd you say, boy?
I'm muted at some point. Wait to deal with some shit. I'm in bed. I'm fucking blackpilled. I'm blackpilled, but I went off today.
No.
Yes, dude. So we're like not talking. She just sent me a Bible, boy. She just sent me the fraud Bible.
Ooh.
Like literally.
Jehovah in the building. Yes, we got a VOD that's fucking good. Okay, I just listened to it.
It has to be like 5,000 words.
So this VOD, the VOD is the name of this VOD.
It's all over.
This is what.
Get it. Just get it. Be strong. Be independent.
It's gonna be straight drop. Straight drop.
Okay, she's Ave 666 Ave. He's saying I don't want my religion and something that is important to me anywhere close to drugs. It would be like putting them into the same ballpark and
it's a completely different podcast.
One podcast. That's the thing is that this is very fast shifting. I feel like the drug people like had this error that like we were just dismissing them. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
the drug people. I don't think they thought that at all.
Okay.
They were,
Oh.
yeah, they would have probably left.
Yeah.
Triple
They were
666 Ave said thanks for the offer anyways that you gave me. That offer still stands. Like I said, that was my fault. It was a logistical error, and we're gonna learn from it.
It's kind of ironic because our entire history of human civilization has mixed, I would say, spiritual experiences with religion, with drugs. Not specifically the type of drugs that you might be thinking of, but
Yeah, exactly. Honey,
there
this
is some
is
sort of
weird.
intertwining that involves that goes back all the way to the Stone Dave theory, you know.
Yeah, well, I thought like Aleister Crowley, like he fucking got liddied up and then boned some dude in the butt till he saw demons. So like I don't know, like, but that's what I thought about Satanism. And
I mean,
this-
but real
this
Satanism
dude-
isn't about worshiping Satan.
Yeah, it's not. It's like do unto yourself as you wish.
Yeah,
correct?
it's
Like,
just like I mean, they believe like, oh, if your neighbor fucking fucks your wife, then kill him. You know, like.
that's what I want to understand because I feel like
Actually-
Aleister Crowley like had it so like drug intertwined and stuff, and he is saying that's not at all the case. He feels tainted by us bringing druggies in with them. So,
But it wasn't with them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I actually hope that the person coming on with the Satanist religion, I hope that person is able to share with us a little bit more about the history of the founder and what he's doing now as opposed to before, and how the whole thing kind of prescribes itself. But yeah, no, there's definitely a misconception that you believe in the devil or someone.
Yeah, they don't believe in either entity, really.
Yeah, the Satanism is more of like symbolic for like.
Yeah.
It's more like
right? It's like for the idea of being like
It's
kicked out
like-
of heaven.
Well,
for
we'll let the
Just-
expert.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
so that's not gonna be today because he's not coming in. So let's get the
Just say a bunch of misinformation so he has to come on.
No,
Just
no,
like start
he had his chance. He understood where I was coming from. He took
just
it
start
personally,
misrepresenting him. Like, so this guy said that he had to leave because he's gonna go fuck a guy in the butt because that's what Satan wanted him to do.
Boy.
So he can't come on today.
That is
Good on him.
Okay,
You
okay,
start
so-
vastly
okay, so
misrepresenting him.
Yeah, let's get the flat earthers in here, boys.
Flat
Let's
earthers are
bet.
coming in. Movis, Pan.
Oh, so get everyone that isn't a flat earther out of here.
Pantamath is one. No, we gotta give Pantamath a roll though, because he keeps getting kicked out.
All right, I'm just gonna move everyone that's not a flatter out. Okay.
Do it.
Because it's Cartisil a flatter?
Hello.
Who's Cartisil?
Cartisil's just from like our crypto Discord. Yeah, let's move Cartisil out too. Let's just move everybody out just for this interview.
It's
Yeah, however, you still think that the Earth is, according to the way you're thinking about it, like the AE map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a problem. People can say that's the best thing that we have to present anyone, like as if it's for them to look at. The problem is there's no way to verify that that is actually the way the lands look, splayed out like all over. Nobody's ever seen the Earth in that way. So how can anyone say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like? There's a problem. It's called reification, and it's a fallacy. So if you're reifying the thing that you think is reality without any evidence, then that's just your credulity speaking, because you want it to be so. You have your willingness to accept. Your willingness to accept that that's the case. It's the same place that we got into the mess with the Earth being a globe. Your willingness to accept that the Earth is a globe at the very first time you heard it. It's not the fact that it actually is or been shown to. It's just like a concept in your mind. So that's the same thing that happened here with this idea of the AE map. Is getting presented to you like it's a real thing. And so you're taking it in like that's reality. But you haven't, there's nothing that you can or any other flat earther can do to verify that's exactly what the case is, because you have to look at it from a distance and check to see if the land masses are exactly the same. There's a lot of problems, man, with that. So you can't say that map from the UN is exactly what the Earth looks like. It could be conceptually thought of that way, but it's not going to be the thing that people can say, we're going to hang our hat on this thing because that's what the Earth looks like. No one knows that, dude. And if the first person that says, I know that's what the Earth looks like, they're going to have to produce the evidence of how they verified it. You see the problem, Free Pizza? Yeah.
Yeah, I do, but they use that map for to launch missiles.
Yeah, because it's not not the idea that that's what it looks like flattened. I would say it could be the idea that how you travel, but it's not like the exact way to represent it, because in many flat Earth model attempts, like Mark Sargent has did a flat Earth, with the continents in a very different orientation. Their sizes are different. Antonio Subrats, who's another kind of like prolific flat earther who passed away, he did the same thing. He did a flat Earth map, but it was very different than Mark Sargent's and the AE and all that. So many people can attempt to put the continents in a very different arrangement, but then that means that no one can actually say where they actually are in relation to another one. If you get what I'm saying, like the continents themselves, like how does anybody know what it looks like if from a top-down view, So then, if you get what I'm saying now, then how is it possible that anybody's co-signing to say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like when nobody can do that?
It would be
It's a problem.
It would be really cool to, like in theory, get like a bunch of planes distance away, like to go into a certain like flight pattern where they are so many miles apart from each other, but they can still just record all at the same time, almost like if you could imagine like
giant ruler,
like no, like a bunch of like drones on a football field, and if they had cameras on them, they can scan the whole football field together.
It's like a giant ruler going across the surface of the Earth. Like
yeah.
So
yeah, in that sense, yeah.
Anyway, but
that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's, logistically, it's not something that can be done. So that means that we're right. Even today, people are still not knowing exactly how it all looks. Okay, so that's not what the world map is for. Because if you type in like Free Pizza, just type into Google, how many maps are there of the world? And you're gonna get your answer. Hundreds of them. All different. Different continent sizes, different orientations, everything. So which one is the one that you're gonna hang your hat on? You know what I mean? The AE map.
Well, that's. I'm sorry. That's a really good point, but how my galvanize my talking point would be that the time zones of the daylight, because we know what the sun does. So if you're in Australia, it would be the same as, I guess, like Japan, but they're in two different north and south circumferences, right? Or in different sides of the equator. And then you kind of spread it out in your mind. You use like critical thinking. I'm not saying none of you guys do that. I'm just saying I use my critical thinking, so I know that that's the trajectory of the sun, and then it's gonna move to the next time zone. And then you just kind of use your imagination, because I'm not gonna say that the flat Earth or the heliocentric model is correct. And then I would kind of just go, all right, now if I was in Antarctica, it's going to do something contrary to what they tell you.
Yeah, but even still, there's somebody that already had the information that they've been over there. There was a plumber, I think, or what was the guy's name that went on Nathan Oakley show? He was.
I forgot his name, but yeah, he was there for 18 months, something like that.
It was 18 months, and he never seen a 24-hour sun. That much you can say. He'd never seen a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, and he said it goes down, and yeah.
Yeah, it goes straight across the sky, east to west.
So, just like how it does every day, like how we experience it. Right?
The only place that it seems to go in a circle is somewhere in the north. If you go somewhere in the north.
Hey, just real quick, we have Ahmad and Joker up here as speakers, and just wanted to welcome them. I've been throwing mics out as people join.
What up?
And then we have M2M as listener. Creation Bear came in the building here. Added him up here as well. What up to Matrix? I see Matrix is in there as well.
Hey guys, I just had a quick question. I'm gonna be quick and then go back to listening. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, pretty good.
Who is staying up for 24 hours? Or are they setting up a camera? Like, which is it? What are they doing?
They said they're gonna take turns.
Yeah, it better be somebody.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they said they're gonna take turns. Jared and Whitsit, they said that they're gonna take shifts. They're gonna take shifts. Yeah, because they also have like expensive equipment. I guess they're gonna take that they're gonna have to keep an eye on anyways. I mean, but who's gonna steal it? Like you're gonna catch a thief very easily, right? Like, but they have to watch the equipment, and then they're gonna take shifts. They said we'll see what happens.
They should rename it to the Final Excrement.
That's what
Jared was saying when he leaves Punta Arenas that when he's flying there, he's gonna know right away by where he's sitting on the plane. I don't know exactly how he's gonna know.
I kind of like the ring of Antarctica immigration, and I think they should just stay there.
Just kind of pitch a tent, huh? What's up to Luke in the building? Kiwi, Buzz, Ralph, P Dubs, Marine. Welcome everybody. If you guys are interested, you want to just raise your hand. We'll bring you up. I do see get vaccinated not going to come up, but thanks for requesting. We're gonna have to shift some people around though.
Yeah, we have the floor open to Globe storytelling professionals. So if you're a Globe storytelling professional, we'll get you kind of in a hurry up here.
Go ahead, Joker. Joker raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a little bit ambivalent about the flat Earth topic. I've heard a lot of the arguments for and against. What I'm kind of wanting to hear is, you guys may have a lot of arguments that prove that the flat Earth is true. What is one topic or one central question that you guys raise that you think kind of proves flat Earth or shuts down the heliocentric ideology?
The lack of curvature is a quick one.
Right?
Direct level flight.
Yeah, so yeah, like Matrix is saying, the obvious. Direct measurement of drop over distance on the surface of the Earth. Pretty simple.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. On the surface of a Earth that should be a ball, like the way they think it is, the only way they understand that the surface is curving is if they put a tangential line on top of the point where they're standing, and put that line, a deviation from that line would be how much drop there would be over the distance. And depending on the drop is how much the Earth is curving away from that tangential line. Follow me? Joker?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Right. So if the Earth is curving at a specific rate according to the geometry, the geometric shape of the Earth, being that it is an oblate spheroid, would be curving away at a drop rate that would be consistent with the radius value of the Earth. Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty much, man. That's what we're looking for. Drop over distance.
Pretty easy. Just real quick, anybody want to rotate for the speakers? Because I got some requests, but we don't have no room. Anybody want to drop down?
I'm happy to drop there, man. If you want to put me down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can drop me down too if you want.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Okay, yeah, well, just make some room for more people, and then if they drop down or they leave, then you guys could come back up. I'm gonna add we got P-dubs. Anybody else? Just raise your hand. I'll bring you up. Except get vaccinated.
Go ahead, Joker. He has his hand up again. Or is it just my screen?
Well, so yeah. So another question that I had. Do you guys know who Zerka is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool as fuck. He's based.
Do you guys agree with his take on the geocentric versus heliocentric?
I'm not sure what his take is, but 24/7 is a group of individuals who there's a lot of randoms that are going to be in this chat room right now with us. They don't speak for us, so hopefully, I don't know what this guy's arguments are, like per se, but if they're anything in line with what we say, then I'd say okay. But if they're deviate from it some way because he thinks, I don't know, some crazy conspiracy theorist ideas, then yeah, would disagree. So I don't know what what his take is.
So would you mind answering me this, which would be when you go into a high IQ, it's someone that really knows the geocentric and the heliocentric type arguments. What do you think is the best argument that the spherical, what is it, that the geocentric argument is, to where most flat earthers are not able to debate? But maybe it's not a really good point, but there's always some type of good debate tactic that they have. What do you think is that best point that they have? And
they don't,
well, maybe not tactic, but like
well, no, I think you're right. I think you're right, Joker, and that's why I'm gonna give it to you, man. They don't have, their arguments are weak in the form of the argument. It's weak. What makes it strong is how the interlocutor is addressing the room, because it's all about optics, right? In an argument, it's how the person interacts with the other one. So the interlocutors are going to be debating with each other, right? So then, if the person knows that it's a no-win scenario, right? There's nothing of evidence they can produce. What they're going to do is make it seem like the opponent is unable to be able to postulate their the premise. So they'll make it sound like the person is inadequate, Well, that person is too stupid to say they don't know anything. What's your education level? Or they'll demean them, and they won't address the topic. So there's sophistry, right? That they'll start using from the moment they know that they're in a no-win scenario. So they avoid direct questions because they can't answer them. So they use their tactics, like you were mentioning. I know you might have not meant to say that, but that's exactly what they do, and that's the only thing that they have an upper hand for the flat earther who's trying to ask honest questions. Now in here we don't, of course, it's a whole different ball game. But in the out there, you just in the the interwebs, that's what you're gonna find. You're gonna find the flat earthers trying to ask them questions, and then they reverse the burden of proof onto them, and it makes it sound like the flat earther is being grilled instead of the glober. And that's what happens. It's all tactics. They don't have, like I said, their arguments are weak and feeble because there's no substance. So whenever they are in here, you'll find out like the reason why they have to do that, because they don't have an answer. And so it's a tactic. That's the only way they get the upper hand. If they're in a conversation with someone who's very inexperienced in having conversations. So that's.
Have you seen the video that's been going around Instagram? It's pretty viral, and it's been going around TikTok for a couple of years. It's where, I mean, obviously you guys can probably just say, well, no, that's completely fake. It's not real. But they purport the test to be it's done by flat earthers, and the flat earthers are setting up. It's like a 5 by 10 foot portrait with like a hole cut in it, and
I think he's talking about the one on Netflix with Jeranism.
I mean,
if there's no if they cut out the same size hole on the same scale at the same exact spot within the portrait that they cut, and they spread it out within 8 miles, they should be able to shine a light through the hole that they cut out and be able to see it.
Yeah, but let's put that into perspective though, because I think the big picture is getting missed. And
yeah,
even, go ahead. When that test was being done, like it's not an experiment, first of all, because that word is bastardized in this forum.
Observation.
Yeah, it's just a test. They were testing some things out. Now, whenever they done that, and let's say, for example, if the person who thinks the Earth is a globe, if the argument stands that he's proving that the Earth is curved, how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that would be that small? Like, think about it. The boards, how far away were they apart? Not very far, right? Now, you have to think about it. If that was the case, and the middle one was higher than the two ones on the either side, then how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that small? Now think about it. The whole Earth would have to be curving if the middle part would be the hump. You get what I'm saying? So how far was the first one and the last one? Because the middle one would have been the hump. You get what I'm saying? Or no?
Not at all.
Okay, so think about it. There's three planks with a hole in the middle of it, right? 3 planks.
Okay.
You with me so far? 3.
Yes.
All right, space them out. How far were all 3 of those spaced out? What was the distance between each?
I don't know the exact distance, but you can give an X amount of distance.
Yeah, let's just say let's be conservative, right?
Perspective. Yeah.
Let's be conservative. Like, let's not get too crazy with it, because I don't think shining a flashlight through something that they couldn't see the last board. You know what I'm saying? It has to be within a close proximity. Yeah. Let's say. Let's just be reasonable here. So within that close proximity to those boards to each other, and then he tries to shine a light, and then of course they would argue, the glober, that the middle one would be higher than the 2 ones on either end. So if that was true and the Earth was curving, how big does that make the Earth? Because now you're going to put in perspective the size of the Earth, if that truly is Earth curve.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that with that experience, with that experiment that they used, it could possibly be a way to explain if it could be an experiment that says, okay, well, we just debunked flat Earth because you shine a light through this and you're not able to see it
all the way
through this. But then what you're saying is that, okay, well, let's take that calculation. Let's say that I have my board here and you have your board here, and we'll take that distance, and if you're not able to shine a light through that and see it, that would technically be the curvature. And you're saying, okay, let's take that equation of, okay, so we know that there is curvature, so with that equation, how big would the Earth be, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because think about it. There's a hump in between the two boards on either end. Okay. So if the hump exists, then it could be measured.
Okay, I think. Well, so I do follow that. I think my question is, why would they, if it is a flat Earth, why are they not able to see the light through that?
I think we're whistling past the graveyard here. So I think what's happening.
I understand your point though.
But how much do you want? Like, because this point doesn't really land, and I think it needs to, because of the fact that most people are looking at the Behind the Curve mockumentary, and they're gonna be like, well, there it is. Bob's your uncle. He just proved that the Earth is not flat. But the problem is, if he proved that the Earth is a globe, well, then how big is the Earth? We haven't even talked about that. Because if he didn't prove that the Earth is a globe, then what is it then? There's another option. It's not flat. It's not a globe. Then what is it? Something else is happening, right? What is it?
What do you think that is? Because I don't know. Because we're only giving two options. It's either flat Earth
I mean, yeah, the idea. Okay, so the idea is it's not flat, and it's curving. Okay, by how much? And they don't.
You think it is curving, but it just depends on how
what
much.
I'm saying is they're telling you it's curving. So basically, they're saying a lot, right? Without saying enough. So they're telling you that it's curving, but they're not telling you the details of how much, like the distance between each board and what was the total curvature that was taken into account. Because what they're in essence, what they're doing is measuring the curve. Because between those three planks, as far apart as they were, you'd have to take into account what's the distance between each plank, and then how much curve between all three of them would be pronounced, right? What's the curve? And then we're going to get into some real juicy stuff, like how much curvature has been pronounced, so we could know what the curvature of the Earth is. But they did not. Here's the old 23 skidoo, is that they didn't tell you any of that. But you believing that the Earth is a globe are just going to readily accept it without any evidence.
So basically what you're getting down to is you don't even think that the whole experiment that they did is, it's in bad faith. It's not even real.
It's a farce. So whatever was done and however they were saying that they came up with this and that, I don't think that there's any numbers to any of that. I think what's happening here is that they're trying to inflate some type of narrative. And I don't know what angle they're going for, but if it was genuinely about the Earth being a globe, there would definitely be some numbers there to back it up. And then for you to say, like, you know what, that's interesting. So if they got 3 planks and they spaced them out, and all 3 planks were at a specific distance, I'm going to put some math to this. I'm going to know how much curvature there would be. So when I do my observation, my test, I'll be able to replicate this and then find out for myself the curvature of the Earth is definitely there. It is absolutely 100% unequivocally there.
There's a difference between, I mean, you can either totally reject the experiment, or if the experiment says, okay, so we're not able to see the flashlight through each plank that we put up. All right, so the Earth isn't flat, but now let's go ahead and find the curvature.
Right? Yeah, how much curvature is there? So the thing is, the
problem is that we're getting into the realm of like, okay, well, the Earth isn't flat. We're getting into the realm of, Okay, so how much curvature is there? Like,
No.
that's the only thing that we're trying to find out.
No. What I'm trying to find out is that if it wasn't flat, like the way they were portraying it, that it would definitely be measurable curvature of some kind. So,
Well, I mean, I guess they just didn't care to do that, though.
No, wait a minute.
Right?
What do you? The whole thing about what's happening here is that people that think the Earth's a globe are using this as some springboards for their belief, and it's not. It should be. I would say this should show off some like red flags whenever you think about it, because if you're wholeheartedly accepting, oh, they proved that it wasn't flat, so we're good. No, we're not. That's the beginning. Now you're gonna have to find out what a math they use to determine the distance between each plank, and then figure out how much curvature there would be between the first and the last plank. And if you're not doing that, you're basically bypassing an opportunity to then figure out how much curvature they did find out is there between all three of those planks.
I actually totally agree with that. I think they
Right.
should have I think they should have extended the experiment that they did, and within those calculations, within each plank, they can find out the curvature of the Earth. But this is what I would like to say:
Sure.
is there any experiment that flat earthers have done within modern age, right, within the last 10 to 15 years, that is like basically the exact same experiment where they have, at the same sea level, planks, cut out holes, flashlight. They've done that experiment where you can shine a flashlight through
We have
that.
commercial air flight.
Yeah, we do things on the daily, but I would say the best thing that has been done already to solidify the point is understanding how we know elevation profiles on land. So how they get mean sea level, a vertical point from the rise and fall of tides off into any distance onto land. See, the horizontal plane that extends out into every portion of the Earth that we exist on is known to be garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and the mean of those tides is how we draw a horizontal plane from that point off into the distance. So any place that we land on, go to on land, there would be a specific profile that it could be arbitrary, just anything 150 feet above sea level or whatever, right? Anything that you put that number to would be above that vertical point that you got from the rise and fall of tides at the vertical point from where you got that, right? That mean sea level. And so you draw a horizontal plane from there and to the other place where you're standing at on land to know how much above mean sea level you are. So we do this daily to verify that the Earth is not curving anywhere, because check this out. If it was curving in a specific direction, right, away from you, then that drop over distance would be able to be measured, and you couldn't go from a vertical point like mean sea level off into the distance, because that would be a tangential line that you'd have to go from that point that you're standing from mean sea level off into the distance. A tangential line would be a way to understand how much the Earth is dropping away. So it would be a drop over the distance. Now, we don't have a drop over the distance. That does not exist, because what we get from mean sea level is a horizontal plane off into the distance to get how much we are above mean sea level on land. But check this out. If it was a tangential line, that tangential line would be a straight forward approach to say that I know the Earth is dropping away from this tangential line because it's curving at a specific rate. So you can't have your cake and eat it, right? So it's only going to be either mean sea level off into the distance with a horizontal plane, and anything is going to be either above or below that horizontal plane, or you have a tangential line from mean sea level that's dropping away and having a curved surface pronounced, because you know how much the Earth is curving to make it a globe, right? So a drop over the distance. So you got one of two things. You're going to either have to settle on that mean sea level is garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and from that point off into the distance is a horizontal plane, or you're going to say I have a tangential line from that vertical point on mean sea level, and it's actually dropping away from at the distance, so it'll drop over the distance. So you're going to have to choose one or the other. You can't have both. So that's
Hey,
how come we know that it's been done every single day. So go ahead, Apop.
hey, Alpha, I just want to jump in real quick. I wanted to do a whole, I don't know, like if he didn't watch the rebuttal or about everything about that mockumentary that happened. But before I do that, Free Pizza has had his hand up the longest, and then we have a new speaker.
Yeah, that
After
guy
him.
left. I think. I think he left.
He's still on my screen, so I don't know. It's probably
He
like a
left
glitch or something.
over here.
Who
Go
left?
ahead.
Free Pizza did?
No, I think Free Pizza. Were you? You're not the one I was speaking to.
Oh no,
right?
no. Oh, the other
Yeah.
guy left. Okay.
No,
Yeah, the other guy
no,
left.
but I just want to just let you know when Jared was telling us about that documentary he made for that video, they made him sign like a DMA or
NDA.
like made him sign like
NDA.
something that NDA, yeah, that he wasn't able to like kind of watch the video before they published it, so they made him look like a complete, weirdo. But I heard all he did was that he just lifted the light slightly up above his head, and then it went through the boards. But I don't think they edited that in the video, and that's why at the end of the video, I think he says, "Oh, geez," like he makes it almost seem like, "Oh, you proved me right." But he was actually like insinuating that he couldn't explain it either way. So like they were kind of.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. That he couldn't explain it, but the problem is, like, if it was showing curve, that all the information would be supporting it for the data. Anyway, I just want to let the speaker that has, I don't know what your name is. You have a moon.
Speaker with no name.
You have a moon for. Go ahead, man.
It's Keon. But yeah, thanks for the mic. Yeah, I want to ask, what do you guys think are the implications of the flat Earth? Like, let's say you guys are right; it's flat. What does that mean for the world?
Well, that changes.
Yeah, his emblem is a black earth.
Sorry.
He has a black earth. As
Oh,
his name.
okay. Yeah, that changes your perspective on how you consider the cosmos, because everything you think of right now is based on the heliocentric notion. So you think that you're a planet that's going around the sun, along with other planets that are going around the sun. So if that wasn't the case, then your existence on this earth would be something very different. You would approach life differently because you would think differently. Your epistemology for the world, your worldview would be changed. But that only happens if you can contemplate the implications, not if you just say like, well, nothing would happen. I still put on one leg at a time and go to work. Like, yeah, of course, that the necessary things still occur, but you would at the very least, change your epistemology and the way you perceive the world around you. It wouldn't be the same. So truth does change your life, sir.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to a certain point, because if the Earth is flat, like, do you really think we'll know? Like, we get to know?
Yes, you can know right now. Now it sounds absurd, but it's true. A lot of times they tell you you can't know something. That's because you're set up for failure, sir. The system right now has set you up to fail. That means that they give you philosophy in a way how to perceive the world around you, that you cannot have discernment about the world around you. So they say the earth is curving, you just don't see it. But the earth is spinning, but you just don't feel it. So there's a lot of things in contradiction to how your perception is known, right? So they say, well, you can't trust your senses, sir. That's not how this works. Oh, and by the way, science doesn't work in absolutes. So they tell you a bunch of things that make your world, the way you perceive it, upside down and backwards. So you're not able to have an understanding of the physical and natural world because they give you a broken system. And you try to use your perception through that broken system and reason with yourself. Well, maybe I don't really know what's going on, and the scientists know what's going on. So I'm just a little peon, in this world, and I have to look up to them. And that's not, bro, listen, your mind is your own. Okay. First and foremost, and you're very capable. If you're in this chat listening to me right now, or at least talking to me, you're capable enough to have discernment for yourself. Now, there's things that are true and there's things that are not true, and you can know the difference, right? So, for example, they're telling you that the earth is a globe. Now, what evidence have they produced that you can verify that that is true. I'm gonna give that to you so you can think about it. Is there any response to that, sir?
Yeah. I
Go ahead.
mean, it's like, first of all, like, if you think about history, for example, there have been people that, let's say, measured the Earth being a globe, right, throughout history. Other than that, today you have literally millions of scientists who believe it's a globe.
All right,
So
I'm sorry, sir, but the only reason I'm going to stop you there. Okay, that information that you're telling me is superficial on the surface, and it doesn't have any substance. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what you just said to me was something that you can't tell me who is the people that know this information. So can you tell me the information that would bring us to that understanding from the people who investigated? According to you, you said there's a lot of people that figured this out. I want to know who figured it out, because I've been asking people, they've never told me who it is.
Yeah, so I think it started with the Greeks, some of the Greek mathematicians, and then
Which one?
I think the first one was Eratosthenes, something like that.
Okay. So
And
what did
then
he do? What did he do? Okay, what was the method that he discovered that the Earth is an actual globe?
it did an experiment, between two cities, I believe,
Okay.
using sticks, and then I think he measured.
Yeah,
something.
the narrative is incorrect. It was one well, and it was either a stick or an obelisk. But either way, from Alexandria and Syene, there was 500 stadia in between there. So the important thing is that what he was demonstrating there was measuring shadow angles. So the well was actually shown to 90 degrees. The sun was shining into the well all the way to the bottom. So knowing that he could see all the way to the bottom of the well was showing that the sun was right above that location. Now, in another place, geographically 500 stadia away, according to the way they were saying, the shadow length was diverging at 12 o'clock noon, I think it was. So if that is the case, that the shadow was diverging, and the other one was the well being seen all the way to the bottom, they were saying this can only happen on a surface that's curved. Problem is that this can happen on a surface that's flat. Now, I'm going to give you a demonstration to think about, sir. Now, do you have a light in your room right now, sir? I don't know your name, so I can't call you by your name. Okay, so do this for me. Put two objects, one underneath the light, one far away from the light. Put it on your flat floor, because I want to demonstrate to you what he done was not an evidence that the Earth is curving. Now, with the instance that you're going to see is one of the objects that's underneath the light is not going to have a divergent shadow because it's right underneath that light. The one that's farther away, however, will have a divergent shadow. And you could measure that divergent shadow by how much is diverging. And it could probably give you an approximation as to how far away from the proximity to the light, because of the fact that you're measuring that angle. Now, you understand something very simple. What Eratosthenes did was exactly the same thing that I'm showing you right now. He had two things. One, not showing a divergent shadow. The other, yes, showing a divergent shadow. But on this case, you're seeing it happen on your flat floor, which means that he was thinking of the Earth's surface as curved. So he didn't perform something to show a demonstration of the curved surface. He was assuming it was curved, just like you would be doing if you say, well, my floor is curving. Yeah, but you're doing it on a flat surface, so you can't assume because you can see the floor. You know it's flat. So if that's the case, now you've provided evidence to yourself that Eratosthenes he only assumed, and he did not show a demonstration of the curved surface. He's assuming it was curved, even by measuring the shadow lengths. Because you can do the measuring of shadow lengths right now in your room right now on a flat floor. So what I'm showing you is this is a demonstration of the surface not having a conclusion if it's either flat or curved, because it can happen on both surfaces. You can have a curved surface, you can have a flat surface, but it doesn't give you a demonstration of which one it is, because on both it works. So he would have to have a conclusive option to where it doesn't allow for the other one to be. But because I just showed you it can happen on a flat surface, I've just debunked his conclusion. It's now inconclusive, meaning that it could either be one or the other. Do you see where I'm going with this, sir?
Yeah. So you're saying the experiment can be done both on a flat plane or
Yeah.
on a globe, right?
Because all it took was his assumption. That's all. He had an assumption prior to even doing it. He knew that the surface was a sphere in his head, but he just didn't know. He couldn't do any math until he found out distance. So he started to, kind of make this mathematical construct of how he's going to make it look like it's the radius of a circle. So if you look into the story, he didn't verify the one thing that I keep asking everybody in here to do that thinks that the Earth is a globe, which is drop over the distance. That's the tangential line that should exist, and the curve dropping away from that tangential line to give you how much drop there would be over a distance.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the video about the experiment. Somebody actually did it in our time, right? They actually went to
Now,
Egypt.
but now think about it. Are they assuming the surface is curving because locally there's no way to tell that the surface is curving? So he got a local place, right, wherever he was, and the floor itself. How did he know that it was on a curved Earth? Because the floor itself could have been a flat floor that he was doing it on. Because I showed you could do it on your flat floor. Did it not show you the same?
Yeah, he actually said yes. He said that is possible. Like it could
exactly.
be that but it's also said that like the sun would have to be like closer.
Yeah,
you know,
but think about this. There's
on
no
a flat plane.
Yeah, there's no linear distance to the sun that can be known. Now, there's an idea that the guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe can tell you linear distance, but they don't know. And I could have a conversation with them to prove to you that they don't know. If you want me to, I can. There's some people in here that think the Earth is a globe. I'll let them speak, and then I'll talk to them about it, and I'll prove it to you.
Yeah, but he literally said that it has to be like very close to us.
Yeah, I know.
In order for it to work.
But the problem we're dealing with here is that you can't say one or the other. That's going to be the end result, that you couldn't say it's one or the other. It could be far away, it could be close, but in either case, you don't know the linear distance to the sun, so there's no way for you to say, that you know the distance. You get me? So you can't know the distance of the sun, so it could be close, it could be far away, and it could work on either idea. But there's no way of knowing for sure. Like the other guy said, it's inconclusive. So we're looking for a way to conclusively find if the Earth does curve. You get me?
Well, was he measuring elevation angles to the sun to know what time it was? And
Yeah, there's
like if the sun was 90 degrees above him.
There's a lot that they said there, but there's not enough meat on the bone to actually make it conclusive. So it doesn't matter at this point. It's what it is just it opens up your mind to thinking, and you have to find a way that you could define the surface to have that drop over distance. And I don't know what is your name anyway, Mr. Black Moon or whatever.
Keon.
All right, Keon. So yeah, there's only one thing to do, and that's measure that drop over the distance to find out how much the Earth is dropping away from a tangential line. Yeah. And you could find out.
So man, listen, I got to tell you what's wrong with your theory here, okay? If you take a flat, there's something right under a light, and you put the light there, and of course you move it back, it's going to make a shadow, and the other one's going to find out. That's fine. But the problem with your theory is this: is that the Earth rotates, it spins, it doesn't stay straight. That's why we have nothing there. There's no assumption. No, that's
How did you figure that out? What do you when you go outside? Yeah,
well, one thing is because
hold on. Just
let me just prove it to you.
Go ahead, real quick. Look, first of all, P-Dubs had his hand up for a while. Free pizza as well. Just be respectful, Coach. He kind of just jumped in. Like we were just waiting. I was waiting for people.
There's a system, Coach. All right, go ahead, P-Dubs.
We'll hit you, Coach, for sure. We'll talk about it, but let's start with P-Dubs first, and then we'll go to Free Pizza, then we'll go to Coach. And anyone else want to raise their hand, to come up as well. Shoot a request, and I'll bring you up. But
let's get Ralph up here, man.
I
yeah, go ahead,
apologize.
P Dubs.
I apologize.
It's all right. It's all right. But P Dubs is next. Go ahead, P Dubs.
Yeah, when I came into the room, you guys were talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and how no one's observed it. Let's just take that lie as truth for a minute and say that no one's observed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is a blatant lie. There's literally videos of it on the web. But let's just assume that's not true. When we go from, let's say, LA on the summer solstice, and we look how long the day is, it's about 14 hours and 25 minutes. Now, LA is at about the 34 parallel north. If we go further north up to Harrogate, Canada, it's at about 54 degrees north. The length of the day is 17 hours and 8 minutes on the summer solstice. In between there, I kind of skipped New York there. New York at roughly 41 degrees north is 15.05 hours, or 15 hours, 5 minutes. So there's a steady progression as you go further north that the days get longer. And from the conversation earlier, I don't think I'd have any pushback against the fact that there's a 24-hour sun in the north. It's very well observed. You don't even have to go all the way to the North Pole to observe it. You can observe it in the northernmost city on the planet, and see a 24-hour sun there on the summer solstice, and it's only at like 71 degrees north, something like 72 degrees north. Interestingly, in the southern hemisphere, south of the equator, when you're 33 degrees south of the equator, say Cape Town, length of the day during the summer solstice, 14 hours and 25 minutes. Ushuaia, at Wellington at 41 degrees south, roughly matching New York's 41 degrees north. Length of the day, 15 hours and change, 15 hours and 7 minutes or something like that. And then when you go further south to Ushuaia at 54 degrees, matching Harrogate's 54 degrees north, you get 17 hours and 20 minutes for the length of the day instead of 17:08. So these, and they're not exactly the same distance from the equator. There's a clear trend that as you move away from the equator, during that hemisphere, sorry, I don't have a better word for it, during that hemisphere's summer, the days get longer and longer. And as we observe in the northern hemisphere, it results in a 24-hour day once you get to 70 degrees or further north around the solstice. There's no reason to think this very clear trend wouldn't continue in the south. Between the actual video evidence of a 24-hour sun, which is contestable, sure, and the not contestable length of days for the summer solstice in these cities, because there's thousands of people that live in these cities, I think somebody would report an inconsistency in the length of day. I think that they're a trustworthy source. The thousands of people that live in Ushuaia or Longbarrian or wherever you want to go to. It's a pretty clear trend that you're going to get a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere as well. So I'll just leave that there. I just think that's a decent, interesting piece of information. And then in regards to showing a curve or showing how an observation of the sky can show curve, as Keon brought up, all that's really needed, and this is a Euclidean, non-Euclidean kind of geometry thing here, is a third stick. So on a flat plane with a sun at a specific height, or a specific time of day, you could put out 3 sticks or use a well and 3. It doesn't really matter. You can use 3 sticks or a well and 2 sticks, however. The main thing is measuring the angle of that, or the length of that shadow. You would see a difference. This is just pure geometry, not flat earth or rounders right now, just pure geometry. 3 sticks on the surface of a plane with a light casting a shadow will result in a differing lengths of shadows than on a plane with 3 shadows, or 3 sticks and 3 shadows. There will be a difference in the length of those 2 systems. Keeping everything else the same, the distance to the sun or whatever, or the angles of the sun or whatever, you will have a different result on a flat plane versus a spherical plane. Now, do I know anyone that's done that particular example of an experiment? No, I don't know. But it would be an interesting one. And since I'm not the one contesting the commonly accepted model, the commonly accepted model could be completely wrong, right? The idea that the Earth is spherical is the commonly accepted model. Could be completely wrong. However, it is not it is not on that model to provide the burden of proof. In logic, in a debate like this, the person who is challenging the commonly accepted truth, even if it's wrong, bears the burden of proof. So the person who says that the Earth is flat is challenging the commonly accepted mantra, saying, understanding, belief, false belief, whatever it may be. They still bear the responsibility of putting those 3 sticks in the field and making the observation to show that the Earth is actually flat. There should be a linear relationship between the length of the shadows on a flat plane and the sun. It's a basic geometry. I put up in the nest a way that can be tested. This is a very straightforward observation. When you look north, you can count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. That's not contestable. That is a reality. I don't care how you achieve it. It is a known thing that you can look at the horizon and calculate the number of, or count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. For every 69 degrees north you move, that Polaris moves up 1 degree in the sky. And if you look at the graphic I posted in the nest, that's exactly what we would expect to see from the surface of a sphere. However, it is not at all what we would expect to see from the flat plane. If Polaris is a fixed point in the sky at any given night, now we're not talking over thousands of years or anything, we're talking on any given night for a set of observers at the same time, they will not be able to line up their viewing of Polaris. They won't be able to, if they drew their sight lines to Polaris along that flat plane, as shown in this graphic up above, it won't work for Polaris. It simply won't. But it will work great from the surface of a sphere. In fact, it works perfectly. And then I will put one more thing of someone who has actually done this test, or done a similar test, with a bunch of different participants all over the world. And what they did is they set up sticks in their local area, in their yard or whatever, and took photos and measurements of the lengths of the shadows. And a very industrious globe earther, he invited flat earthers to participate. Amazingly, none did, but 23 globers did. So I guess they could all be lying. Wouldn't that be something? Again, not really his responsibility as he's a glober. He's just literally defending the globe, not challenging it. And it should be the burden of proof of the person challenging it, but he's not. He's defending it. And so he had all of these people write down the angles of the shadow and the length of the shadow and plotted those both onto a flat plane and onto a spherical Earth. And on a spherical Earth, all of those shadows resulted in a sun that was very distant and essentially sending out parallel rays for all intents and purposes. And on the flat Earth, it was a complete jumbled mess that made no sense whatsoever. So there's a real, a real observation, if you're afraid to call it an experiment, a real observational science that could be repeated by flat earthers. All they got to do, I mean, it's just, we're all talking from around the world right now. Pick a date, measure some shadows, show us that it's flat. I'll end there.
All right, we gotta
there's a lot to unpack, but go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and keep in line with, because today I just like to say, guys, appreciate everybody for joining this channel, and yeah, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and share this space out with everybody you can. Today's topic, of course, you can see at the very top, 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. We're gonna allow them
heard
to.
one right now.
We heard one. So P Dubs,
great.
Round of applause. Good
Good
story.
job.
I like the story. It had a lot of pizzazz. Had some things in there that made you want to believe, but still, it's lackluster in its evidential performance. So
What was lackluster?
What we're gonna do is go ahead and hand
you're not
it
going to
over
address
to.
it.
Yeah, we can. There's a lot to unpack, like APOC
Well,
said.
unpack any of it.
We don't want to do it.
Instead of just going to another speaker.
Yeah, we gotta let more Globe tell.
So you don't want to actually address anything. I see
We're
what
gonna
my
hit-
space is.
Yeah,
I'll see
yeah,
you later.
have
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll unpack it. But we're gonna let all the stories be.
No, you won't. You'll forget it. You'll forget it as you talk to another bunch of people.
No, we got.
We'll remember it.
No, you won't.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we will.
APOC wrote it down. All right, you'll be all right.
So,
You'll be all right.
I mean, what are you going to get out of somebody else that's going to like? All it takes is one proof to debunk me. So where is it? Why hasn't there been any equivalent type of experiment run by flat earthers?
All right, we just gotta let other people come in. I mean, because it's an open forum for everybody.
Getting angry.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just thinking it's funny that you guys are deflecting.
You got the feelings meter.
It sure sounds like you're deflecting.
Tipping the scales right now.
I mean, it seems like you're deflecting. You're not addressing my arguments.
Don't throw a tantrum, P Dubs. Just relax.
I'm not.
We got other
I'm totally
Globers
calm.
in here.
Yo, P Dubs, let me talk.
Yeah,
God
let him
damn.
talk, man. For goodness sakes.
Oh my goodness. So look, P Dubs.
You're gonna address it
when they have. Can I talk? Yeah. I don't know. So look, P Dubs, the videos that they have in Antarctica of the 24-hour sun, if you would check them out, they've been edited because the clouds they're like the same in 24-hour span. No, I've seen it as well. I've seen the one.
Speed ups.
Okay. Well, we'll rebuttal that. Yeah.
So, we let you talk
Sure.
for like 15 minutes, bro. We didn't interrupt anything. We did that to kind of set the bar. Right?
It was less than 5, but yeah.
So, okay. Well, it felt like 15. But
oh my God!
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to couple points.
I know what to do. Don't worry, we got that.
But you're not talking to another globe.
Don't worry, we got this.
Dubs, please.
So here's the point.
All right, so
here's the point.
Dubs, I want to know when they have.
Hold on, Peter. Hold on, just real quick. Dubs, he probably left. I don't know. He probably dipped out. No, he's here. So
you dropped him, but that wasn't really cool, man. Because he was just trying to.
I know. But here's the point, though. Here's the point. Okay, Coach. We let him talk.
No, I'm here, but they're not letting.
We didn't interrupt him at all, not once. Okay, we set the bar for the respect.
You're right.
Okay. So we set that respect, right? With the bar for respect. So anybody else that goes outside that, we at least now know. Well, hold on. We gave that, so you got to give it back. Okay, that's why we did that, so we could set that bar. So going further. Now I don't want to enter. I'm going to mute myself. We'll let Pizza talk. I think Dubs might have dipped out. I don't see him no more. Rightfully so. But we're going to address it though. I did. By the way, Alpha, I did write it down. You're right. I did. It's 24-hour sun and the angles of the shadows, and from both two different things. But yeah, go ahead, Pizza.
Yeah. So I'm surprised. I'm actually wondering how P Dubs is going to think when the sun goes and sets in Antarctica when they have actual good evidence, video evidence, because the 24-hour sun that we see right now, you can tell it's been edited to shadows. Now that one experiment that they had with the sticks out of the ground, it's actually a well with a stick in the ground, and I know kind of how the experiment was, but a lot of people don't know how exactly they got the measurements in miles because they didn't really have accurate tools to do that then. But I do like to say this about shadows, that eclipses, they say that the sun and the moon are two different distances, but they're two different sizes. I think 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's 400 times further away. And that the shadow is like, I think only 138 miles. So we already know that shadows are just like, I don't think they're a good way to prove anything. Because if we, as you know, whenever you put anything in front of a light, that the silhouette is going to be way bigger than the object than the object it's portraying. Now, what was the other things he was saying?
Well, it's here's the three things.
Yeah.
24-hour sun. Many videos he claimed It was
Yeah.
the degrees of the sun, like when it's at the equator, and then like Los Angeles sees it for this long, New York sees it for this long, and Canada sees it for this long daylight.
Gotcha.
Then the third one was the angles of shadows with 2 sticks, 3 sticks, and even 23 sticks. Isn't that funny? He said 2 sticks, 3 sticks, and there's even 23 sticks because he said there's 23 people that did the observation. But with those 3 things, we'll touch them at the end because I did want to like let's go through them all, right? Let's go through all the. We want to get all the globe stories, right? Told by the greatest professionals X has to offer tonight, whatever, and we'll go through them at the end, one by one if we want. But let's let Coach go next, okay,
Nice.
Pizza? Go ahead, Coach. You got the.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Go ahead, bud.
You have the stage, Coach. Go ahead.
You have a great day, man. So listen. Okay, first of all, it's hard, shit, because. So here's I'll start this so I don't get no haters. All right, because I ain't never went to space, and whoever's a flat earther ain't never went to space. We can already automatically say there's nobody that can say for personal proof, because if you believe the media is a liar for either side, then that's what you believe. Now that's how I'll start this shit out. All right, but I've been an athlete all my life, and I want to say this part so you know where I'm coming from. So I never read a book or anything because I was a professional. I went to play football. I was a wrestler, all that shit, and got me through college and got me a degree and it got me to coach in the NFL and shit like that. And so I learned shit, but through college I learned something. The one thing I learned is that if someone would have taught me, I could have understood shit. Because my teachers, they only just said, I check in and then go to the weight room. And that's all I did. But when I went to college, I actually had a couple of teachers that actually wanted to teach me how to learn. So the one thing that I was really good at, I wasn't good at English. My roommate, who's my best friend for 45 years, he taught me how to write. Okay, he taught me all that shit because the first fucking essay I ever wrote, it started with an indentation and ended with a period. Nothing in the middle. No capitals, no fucking commas, no shit or anything like that. That's how stupid I was. But the one thing I did love was physics. So going to astronomy and going to physics, I could actually, and maybe my wife is a special needs teacher for 29 years. She thinks I have some sort of, well, I have CTE, of course, for all the years of playing football. But she thinks I am ADHD, but I have a little bit of autism type shit. Okay, and I love my wife. I'm cool. I can go by every day. I'm great. But when I see a physics problem, I actually see it. And I can't do the work, but I fucking see it. Now, I don't know if any of y'all know Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right, but he's one of the smartest motherfuckers on this planet. And when it comes down to a planet or a star, when a star, and this is for you flat earthers, I'm not trying to like down you or anything, but this is the theory, okay? Because like you said, unless you've been up in the spacecraft, we can't prove it. But the theory of every professional scientist, Nobel Peace Prize winner, is the star. The sun is a huge star that it has condensed to have gravity, but also is going to burn out one day. This is what the sun is. And there are other galaxies in the universe that are the exact same thing. Because the star is so big and so round, it has gravity to keep the planets within a rotation. Now, there are things that scientists don't know, because Jupiter is like in the middle of the solar system, but it's the biggest planet out of all the planets. Still, the sun puts it in a rotational form. Now, most people believe that the rotational form is just like circle, like everything circling, but it's not. It's uplictic. It is like it is a circle that is not made like a perfect circle. It has long sides, it comes back around, and has short sides. That's what it is. That's what every planet has. So because the sun draws it in like that, and because no, I'm not going to get technical on you, okay? But here it is, because the moon rotates at its axis at the same rate that it orbits the Earth, and it's about like 27 days. This is that's known as the this I wrote down. This is known as the synchronous rotation, and it's why the moon always shows the same side of the Earth. Therefore, that's why the name dark side of the moon happens, because the moon actually rotates with the Earth, but same gravitational pull as with the sun. If you did not have the moon, every Earth day would be 8 hours a day. That's the rotational force of it. That is these are physics facts. Okay. The Earth's circumference is 24,900 meters, and it takes 24 hours for the Earth to cover that distance. I'm reading this. I'm not smart enough to know, but I have this in my little book here. The Earth's rotation at the equator is 1,038 miles an hour, or roughly 1,000 miles an hour. The Earth is rotating that speed. However, here's the thing: the reason why we don't fly off the Earth, okay, is because the gravitational force of the Earth. The sun is making the Earth rotate. The moon is actually helping it rotate, but we are rotating in a circle, and that's why we have other planets. Now, I don't want to cause I'm not talking shit up to anyone who believes Earth is flat, but I'm gonna let you know something, man. I mean this with all my heart. These are things that I studied in college. I couldn't do the actual work on it, but when you read enough, I got an A+ in advanced physics in college. All right, and I have a master's degree. I did not, like I said, I was stupid in high school, but there were certain things that I really liked. And when you see that there are galaxies around the universe, then you have to realize that there were many suns when the Big Bang happened. There were many big stars that created gravity. And you know gravity is no bullshit, because if you throw something in the air, that motherfucker's coming down. That's what's going to happen. That's gravity. So if there's different galaxies, that means the galaxies are rotating around something bigger than that, which Neil deGrasse Tyson says white holes and black holes. Black holes suck it in, white holes pull it out, and that's why it's a never-ending. That's why the whole universe is never-ending. And that's just what I have to say. But that's honest God truth, guys.
Thank you for that, Coach.
All
We got
right.
another Globe storytelling professional.
Thank you, Coach.
We got
I love
Globe
the
storytelling
ending of it.
professionals coming up. Guys, if you want to tell your story, if you're a Globe storytelling professional, you're welcome to come up here. I think what's awesome is that Coach's story had a little bit different taste than we had with P-Dub. So I rate it a little bit higher than P-Dub's
I do
story.
too. I did too.
So that's just me. But
Hey,
if
that
you,
was awesome, Coach. Thank you so much.
I'm just
Appreciate
saying
it.
what I learned. I apologize if I offended any.
No,
I
it's
don't
all
think you
good.
offended anybody. Not unless
No.
anybody comes in here and says that. But
Yeah, no, it's
if
good.
all right, so we got Mr. up here. Mr. Is that your name?
All right, well,
Welcome.
the
Yeah,
next,
what's up? I wanted
yeah,
to. I don't know what kind of form this is. I just heard Coach talking. First of all, don't talk so poorly about yourself, man. You just read all that, said all that just fine. We understood it. So give yourself credit, especially if you're a coach for a professional NFL team. You know, just don't play football off the field, you know, like in an elevator with a woman.
Years old, and I know I have PTSD, so I know I can talk a little bit. My wife even tells me that, but I don't. I know my mouth runs sometimes, but that's
all
what.
good, bro.
So, host, am I allowed to talk to Coach and ask him questions?
We're actually having a forum right now where we're asking anybody new to come up. I think APOC's kind of guiding the forum at the moment, so just let APOC.
Yeah,
yeah.
listen, do you want to so tonight we're doing the Globe storytelling professionals.
I love
We don't
that.
really
Such a good
we don't
idea.
want to we don't really want to keep it personal amongst the crowd right now. Maybe towards the end, but we want to get everybody's stories in though first. Is that cool?
Absolutely,
We
yeah.
can start. We can start with you. You got to
Yeah,
start.
yeah. If you listen, the thing is, how do you understand the Earth to be a globe? And a coach already went through it. P Dubs went through it. P Dubs got a little hurt because he didn't know our forum, the way we're. Format.
I don't understand it to be a globe.
Oh, okay. We'll go to somebody else, but just hang tight. Maybe later on you can have a conversation.
Yeah. I'll listen in. I'm gonna put my boy to bed. I can drop the mic so you can give some other people, and then if I'll request it back for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Good idea, fellows. By the way, that's a great idea.
Yeah, people don't have to actually hear because we're always arguing and debating with them. So I'm just like, let them say what they want. It doesn't hurt me.
Right? Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Alpha. That last story, he ended with white holes suck it and black holes pull it, and I was dying, bro. I was on
Yeah.
I was.
Listen, man.
Got me.
Everybody has their own. Everybody has their own take on it. So, who else do we got, APOC? That's coming up.
Next, we have Tony with his hand up. Go ahead, Tony.
All right.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, you know how fast you're traveling around the planet? The planet is traveling around the sun. Would you like to know that?
Yeah,
67,000 miles an hour. That's how fast we're going through the universe.
That's not true, brother. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go check it out.
38 miles an hour, or roughly 1,000 minutes per hour.
Hold on, Coach. Remember earlier we said we're not going to cut people off. We're going to let them talk. We don't interrupt nobody.
Yeah, we gotta let him. It's his time, man.
It's his
we gotta
time,
let him.
Like he's on stage.
Sorry.
No worries. We'll just no
Am
worries.
I back
All right.
on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony.
I asked Alexa, and she told me.
Nice.
She don't lie.
Okay, she's an honest woman. All right, so let's see if was that it, Tony? Did you get any more information?
Yeah, I just want to put my 2 cents in.
Go ahead, put your 2 cents, man. Put 10 cents.
Just did.
Okay. And if you guys are listening right now, and you absolutely know the Earth is a globe, come on up, man. Tonight is Globe Storytelling Professionals, so you could be
one more thing. The world is a globe.
Excellent. Nice. Good to hear. Anybody else?
One more thing.
Keep at it, man.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
The sun's not going to burn out. It's going to turn to a red giant.
Okay. How long
it's
will it
going to get bigger than what?
Do we have to worry about that?
It's going to get big
in our lifetime.
It'll encompass Mercury, Venus, and us.
Okay. Cool stuff.
I'm not saying when, but that's what's going to happen.
Oh.
That's billions of years, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to. I don't think we have to worry about that, huh, Tony?
In other words, it's going to expand.
If you want to worry about it, that's up to you, but I don't think you have to.
Yeah, but I just thought I'd say something about that.
Okay. Any more?
Because it's going to look a little funny on a flat planet.
Flat planet? No, you don't think there's a flat planet, do you? You said it was a globe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll look better on a globe.
Okay. All right, we got another person coming up.
Down. Put that pipe down.
Yeah. All right, we got H-Town, I think, if he's up here. H-Town, welcome to the group. Tonight's X show that we got here is Globe Storytelling Professionals. Now, if you think you can muster up the strength to tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, go for it, man. Give us your best shot and impress us. So far, we had Coach, P-Dubs, and Tony speaking about it. But if anybody else wants to take a shot, go ahead. Like, pretend that you're just going to give me your best evidence for the Earth being a globe without having any rebuttals. I'm not going to debate you or anything. I just want you to tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. That's all.
For now, yeah, right? I'm just going to listen for now, and then I'm just going to talk later, yeah? If that's all right?
It's up to you, man.
Yeah. Just give another person a go, please, man.
I don't know if there's anybody else, but if you guys are out there, raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Can I go? I had my hand up.
Yeah. I got that bug where you can see
Yeah,
everybody's hand up, but yeah,
It's
go ahead.
Keon. Keon's next. Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Keon.
yeah, yeah. I wanna say to what Peter said earlier. He said that the burden of proof is on the flat earthers, and I agree with that because 99% of this planet believes that we live on a globe, right? So the burden of proof is on the flat earthers. So the question would be, what experiment you guys like? What experiments can you do to prove that the Earth is not curving?
That was easy. Yeah, but we don't want to engage that at the moment unless there's no other person who wants to come up and tell us how the Earth is a globe. I don't mind. I don't mind talking to you.
Can I get on that shit? Or if you want me to, I'll wait my turn.
No,
though.
I don't
can tell
care,
you-
but I'm saying like he wants us to respond to him. We'll do so. I think we got some people trying to get up here on the.
Let him go. Let him go. Let's hear him.
Okay. Okay. I won't say nothing if you guys don't want me
No,
to.
I don't care,
I'm
man.
not-
Like what I'm saying is, I wanted to get
Go for it.
some new people. We got Tony. He's
whatever.
speaking. Don't speak for the panel, Tony.
wait.
You're a guest here, bro.
Sorry,
Like,
but just
relax. Just calm down, man. We gotta get all the new people.
okay.
We got Jack Boot up here. Jack Boot, welcome
Okay,
to
I'll
the
turn
panel.
off my mic.
That's a good idea. All right, Jack Boot, if you're there, welcome.
That's just funny.
We just gave Jack Boot the mic, but I don't think he's. Are you there, Jack Boot? Jack Boot. I don't think he's there.
Maybe he's trying to connect or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Jack, are you out there?
There you go. There he is. Go ahead, Jack.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right.
The
Thank
floor
you.
is
Thank
yours.
you. Thank you. You know, yeah, I love these conversations, but you know, as I open the rabbit hole on all this stuff, you know, one thing I know for sure is the history I'm 60 years old. The history I was raised on was all manipulated fake history. You know, the fact that, you know, man walked on the moon in 69, 70, 71. We've never been back, you know, but yet, you know, this NASA thing, nothing but trickery, fakery, everything's satanic, everything has a satanic name, everything's to mock God, you know, and prove that, you know, there isn't a God, but we are God. You know, it's
You lost me there, but on the moon thing, I was with you. But
Oh,
go
come
ahead.
on, man. If everyone's gonna keep talking, I'm just gonna drop everybody, and we'll just bring people up one by one. I mean, if it makes it easier. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, it was funny because I sold a house last year to a guy who works down here in Utah. I live in Utah. He works for Williams, and he's an engineer working on the science of taking something 400 degrees below zero so they can make it through the radiation barrier. And I'm like asking him, if we made it to the moon, why are you working on the technology right now to get up there? You know, people can't even conceive the fact that no, man has never walked on the freaking moon. And then what is the moon? You know, that's the other thing that, you know, the flat earth theories and all that, you know, what talks about, you know, what is the moon? A reflection? You know, is it actually a planet you could walk on? That's the other thing that I've always wondered. But, you know, it's just all fake. It's, you know, everything we were raised on is fake. We're not rolling through the universe at, you know, 1,000 miles per hour, you know. It's insane. No, we're on a stable planet that's not moving, period, you know. And how do we always see the same stars every night if we're ripping through the universe, you know? So, no, it's you know, I'm a globe skeptic, and the more I study about this, yeah, it's got to be flat, you know. And the other thing that always confuses me is that I need to find the answer to, I should say, is, you know, how do you come to the edge of it, you know? And will they just come take you out? Well, who's they? You know, that's trying to keep it hidden. I don't know. That's the other thing that that when you try to explain it, people just think you're crazy. But anyway, I'll listen. Glad to be here with all you.
Appreciate you, Jack Boot. Man, yeah, refreshing. I thought we were gonna get another Glober, but we got somebody who's contemplating flat Earth and possibly is flat earther. Not sure, but yeah, it's good to hear, man. Level-headed people coming in. So, hey, listen, we are also being live streamed on YouTube by our good friend Helio Skeptic. He's live streaming us. So, I'm gonna go ahead and put. Do you have the 24/7 Discord X link also, APOC? Because he's streaming us right now on YouTube. So we're on YouTube and we're on X and we're being recorded here on X as well. So all of this good content is going to be able to be harnessed from you guys later on if you want to come back and listen to it and seeing what the Globe Storytelling professionals talked about. And also we're being live streamed on YouTube as well. So we got a YouTube audience. 24/7 is a brand. It's a group of individuals, which includes myself, APOC, Relay Criterion, who's in here right now. There's a few others like KJ, Helio Skeptic. There's a few other people in here. Appreciate you guys. T-Dub, I think, is in here. There's a lot of people from 24/7, but I appreciate everybody who's in here right now. And what we're doing is it's a little bit different format tonight. We're allowing you guys who think the Earth's a globe to come and tell us without us debating you and just no interruption. You guys get to tell us how the Earth is a globe. Or if you think the Earth's flat, you come here and tell us that too. If you're brand new, if you're not new to this forum, my name is Alpha Veritas. I've been doing this for about 10 years, so I'm very, very good at doing what I do. And my co-host here, APOC, has been along the ride for about the same amount of time. I don't know, APOC, if you want to tell them your story and what you are and what brought you to Flat Earth, but
yeah, we can talk about that after we hear all these awesome stories for sure, though.
Yeah, and
I want to get them stories.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, but I think a good introduction to what let people know who we are, so that in case,
so you
just a quick introduction, man. We do have to kind of give them a taste of what we are and why we're here doing this.
All right, yeah, for sure. I appreciate you guys being here. By the way, if you give a like to the space as well as maybe share it. But yeah, me myself, just like many other flat earthers, was once a globe earther, right? As we all were at one point. Heard about this flat Earth because back when YouTube was actually had a good algorithm and it actually suggested things that was your interest, right? This was way back when they were still good. Watching what I would research and look into, Eric Dubay popped up as a suggestion. I guess because I clicked on it and I watched like just a couple minutes of it, I'm like, this guy's an idiot. But remember, I'm a Glober. I'm like, this is stupid. Big on space, big on science. That was all me back in the day. Then I guess because I clicked on Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, 1980 popped up on my suggestions, and I clicked on that, and I don't know why, but their tactic, the way they were saying things, I was like, nah, no way. So I set out to, of course, like many of us, set out to like disprove flat Earth, this nonsense. Started listening more, just being quiet. Found 24/7 flat Earth as well. You kind of surrounded by a lot of intelligent people that clearly are thinking in ways that I never even, fathom. I would be thinking like, wow, I really never thought about that. Why haven't I thought about this or thought about that? But long story short, ended up realizing, wow, I was really wrong, and things are this way and not the way we've been, brought up to believe in. But fast forward, here we are here today, and that's kind of my story in a nutshell. I think it matches a lot of flat earther stories where you first are like, what the heck is this stupid stuff? And instead of, ridiculing and mocking it, I had an open mind to it. And I think that's something that the Globers that have been the same time as us, Alpha, taking so long, but they're just stuck. Why we broke free from it? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the Great Awakening. But there's a lot of Globers that are still stuck and they're not going to move from that position no matter what. They can't understand measuring the world flat as we know it. The Earth is, measured that way, parallel, all the way through. We treat it as a stationary planar Earth. We view it as a stationary planar Earth, and it's practically used in that sense. So that's my story, the long and the short of it. So let's get back to these stories, though.
1 minute and shit. And then now, fuck that. No, I'm playing, dog.
No worries. But who had their hand up next? Because now my screen's all glitched out. I have like 4 hands up. I
Yeah,
don't know who's.
I have my hand up.
Oh, go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
Keo.
yeah, Kian. I don't know who was speaking earlier. I think Jack Wood. He talked about the moon landing and stuff like that. I don't think there's any correlation between the moon landing and the shape of the planet. Because I personally have my own doubt about the moon landing, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that. Let's say the moon landing was fake. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Then there's no correlation. And yeah, just to go back to what I was saying, like all of the scientists and of this planet believe it's a globe, right? If it was flat, I would imagine that maybe, let's say, 20% of them would just come out and say it's flat, But I never heard of any academic, making any statement of that sort, So that's kind of weird.
All right. That you're wrapping it up right there? Which is okay
Yeah.
if you are. Okay, no worries. All right, okay, cool. I just want to give everybody their time to talk uninterrupted, and we'll just keep it moving. Just real quick, anybody else have any amazing globe stories that you want to share with us? Why you think it's a globe? We're giving you that prime opportunity to go ahead and just raise your hand. I'll bring you up as a speaker. Yeah, I'll be waiting for the request. Just raise your hand if you want to talk. Coach, I believe you're next, though. Go ahead, Coach. What was that, Coach?
I said my hand is up. I'm just fucking with you guys, but my hand is up. God damn it.
I know. That's why I said go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right, so I want you guys to check this out. Let's just say you guys thought that the Earth was flat. Okay, and now here's the thing. This is a true physics story. Okay, if this is in a vacuum, you can't have wind blowing or anything like that. All right, but if you took a 44 or 45, didn't matter, and you held it up above your head and you shot it in the air, and in a vacuum, that bullet would go as high as it possibly can. Okay, no, wait, before you even start this, do we all believe that gravity exists? Because we don't believe that gravity exists, then there's no use even telling this story and shit. Is there gravity? Is when you throw something in the air, does it fall down?
Yeah, you're talking.
Oh, I hear crickets chirping. Now, y'all remember thinking about how you going to fucking answer this question? I'm like Judge Judy. Don't think about where I'm going because you'll never know where I'm going.
No, I guarantee you, I got way more than enough to talk to you about this. I just don't know if you can handle it.
I'm really fucking with you, dog. I swear to God.
Let's just kind of parse this out, right? You're talking about.
Okay, so check it out.
Okay, so I guess I wasn't talking, and you can go ahead and overrun me.
I apologize. Maybe I was. Right. I thought, never mind, bro.
So if we're going to talk about gravity, we have to understand that it's a cause and effect relationship. Now, if you're going to parse it out in a way that you're going to explain both, not just only part of it, which is just the effect. The effect is when you drop something, you can see something fall through the medium of air. That's the effect. The cause, however, is something very different. Now, would you be able to explain both or just only one, which is what you said?
Here's what I'm going to explain. Now, I can talk. When gravity pulls at 9.8 meters a second times per second, that's a fact. You can drop a bag of feathers or a bowling ball. It still drops at the same time. It's been signified. Okay. It's been tested, and everyone knows this. There's nobody that will deny this. So if you shoot a 44 caliber gun in the air, it will actually reach a zero velocity where it will not be moving anymore, and it will come back down. So in a vacuum, without wind blowing, when it comes back down, if you shoot that bullet right there above your head, when it hits you in your head, it'll be acting as if you shot that gun right in your head. That's how fast gravity pulls. Now, I want you to take that as a fact. Now, here's another fact. The fact is, if it was a flat Earth, then gravity would never pull per second per second. It would never
hold on.
see. No, it would never do. No, it would never pull per second because the Earth is flat. The whole world.
He doesn't know how to stop. So we're talking about the cause and effect relationship. You're only talking about the effect, and then you went off and said how it couldn't happen on a flat Earth. You're getting lost.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah. All right. So you're getting lost in how what we're talking about is the explanation of the cause of the effect. So not just the effect, and then you went off after you talked about the effect, you went and talked about what flat Earth is not doing and the physics of what it's not doing. So just be very mindful of what I'm asking for. The cause of the effect.
Hey, just real quick, maybe we should
Stop muting me.
all right, hold on. Jesus. Maybe we should jump to, we have Ralph up here now. We have Shamira. Let's jump to other people, and then we'll come back, Coach, to you want us to engage now in conversation, but we got to stick to we're hearing the stories. So
we're doing the format, but he was real insistent on wanting us to speak, and the format is we're trying to get you guys to tell us how the Earth is a globe by any means of like gravity and such. But if you're asking us questions, yes, we're very well versed in the idea of what people think gravity is and how they're misunderstanding what it is. We already know that, but we don't want to talk about that because we want to give you the floor to tell us how the Earth is a globe in any way that you can tell us.
Yeah, so Coach, put that on the back burner for now. Right now we're gonna let Ralph go, and then Shamara and Tony. You'll go third because you already went. So we want to let the new people, but keep your hand up though. If it is up, at least it's on my screen. So go ahead, Ralph. You'll go next.
Guys, I love you, and you can kick me out if you want. But the fact of the matter is, what I was talking about is why
All
the
right,
world.
I went ahead and did as you requested. I just removed you as speaker. No worries. I appreciate you. No hard feelings. Stick around though. You know, we'll answer your questions. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, military artillery manuals, pretty much teach that they need to account for curvature and apparently Coriolis. But, this is either, another part of the overall propaganda to keep the heliocentric or spherical Earth going, or the Earth actually is curved and does rotate, and militaries need to account for it when they're trying to hit their targets.
All right.
That story was short. Is it a short story?
Did you have more to say? We were giving you as
Oh,
much
no,
time as needed.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, just simple, easy, concise idea. I mean, if anything, this is just mainly for the people who are straddling the fence. Militaries across the world have taught, since the advent of, artillery to account for Earth's curvature and Coriolis. So it's either that's bullshit and, militaries actually don't do that and they only publish these manuals as propaganda to further prop up the spherical model, or the Earth actually is curved.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ralph. We got your story down. Shamira, hold on, let me see your full name. Shamira, that is your name. Go ahead, you're next. The floor is yours. Is that the way you say your name? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
It's Shamira. Thank you.
Shamira, hello. Go ahead. Your floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this space and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Well, I'm not a globe storytelling professional. I am a flat earther, biblical flat earther, in fact. I will not be able to explain flat earth in science, measurements, and all those things, but just with common sense, knowing that we are not moving, looking at the water surface, no matter how far it is, even using a special lens, a special camera lens, at the distance, you can still see it's flat and all those things. But I'm not going to expound on it. I used to believe that the earth is a globe because of school, of course. But growing up, then I became a Christian, and then I encountered videos and documentaries about biblical flat earth, and then I look at those verses, and I try to read them, try to read commentaries about them, and because there's 200 plus biblical scriptures that prove that the earth is flat. And that's what's convinced me. I know not everyone would agree because not everyone is a Christian, but even some Christians also do not agree, and they say, "Why are you taking the Bible literally?" But the Bible is, it is as it is. Yeah, so that's just my journey with the flat earthing. It's because of the Bible or scriptural verses that prove that the earth is flat. And the reason why many people are asking, what is the purpose? Like, why do they have to say, what's the purpose? Well, I think the purpose is because Satan or the devil or the enemy, whether you believe it or not, he just perverts everything that the Lord has created. If it is beautiful, he turns it ugly. If it is moral, he turns it immoral, and all those things. Um, yeah, so that's my stand. I'm a biblical flat earther. Thank you.
Hey,
Awesome.
thank
Thank you.
thank you. We have in the top of the nest the link to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's for the X channel, and just go to the X channel for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's gonna give you the links to our Discord, the links to where we're at in the politics room, and the link to the YouTube, which is live streaming right now. So you guys get to see yourself on YouTube and on X. So we're live streaming on YouTube and on X. So shout out to everybody that checks us out over there, and for everybody joining us, welcome. We're having a different format tonight. Me and APOC are letting the globe individuals come up here and tell us how the Earth is a globe in any way that they can tell us, without any resistance. Because usually we're debating these guys, but if you feel like you want to tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, then come up here. If you think you have what it takes, that is. You can tell us a short story or a long one. I don't really care. But either way, I'm not gonna. There's no resistance at the moment. We're not gonna. We laid our swords down, so you can just tell us how the Earth is a globe.
I believe next is Tony. Tony's has a hand up, so he's next. And then
yes, I've been waiting for a god awful long time.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. Just real quick before you start, and I threw out some mics. I don't know if you all are catching them. I don't know if it's working, but I will just, if you're interested in coming up, raise your hand and I'll accept the request. That'll work.
Yeah,
All right, go
the
ahead,
hand is
Tony.
kind of working funny a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, let's get back down to this thing. Okay, I have a question. Flat earthers, how do you explain the weather?
Pressure and temperature. That was easy.
Yeah, hurricanes.
Yeah, temperature and pressure.
Tsunamis.
Temperature and pressure.
Yeah, but how does it work on a flat planet?
It doesn't need to be a flat planet. It just needs to be working on the surface of the Earth. That's all.
All right.
All right, we got
Okay,
this
I'll leave
other guy
that.
in here. Yeah. We got this other gentleman who wants to speak, I think.
Yeah. We have X Mile High knows us is the name. Knows us. Floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. Water is always level. There is no visible curvature. The sun is not 93 million or 96 miles away, 96 million miles away, and the moon is not 238,900 miles away. The moon and the sun are both made of plasma, okay, and they're local inside of this realm called terra firma. All right, and then You know, I could go on about the outer realms as well with Terra Infinita, but that would be a lot to explain. But the moon is a reflection of this realm and beyond with the plasma. So it's pretty interesting stuff. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you.
Alrighty then.
All right, awesome.
Is there anybody else that wants to come up here and tell us what they think of the Earth is? I mean, it's a free for all tonight, so I don't care if you're flat Earth or globe Earth. It seems concave Earth, hollow Earth. What do you think the Earth is, guys?
A question for Homeboy. I got a question.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I just had a question for Homie. So we're all standing on the Earth together, looking up at the moon. Where did you get all this extra information from?
Are you talking to Noah?
Yeah. I mean, you said a lot of good things, but you just said some extra things that I don't think you actually, like, where are you getting this from? Or how can I know this for sure?
So, did you believe in the original narrative that we landed on the moon in 1969? I hope not.
No, but still, you're saying that, like, the moon is a reflection, it's plasma.
Yes.
I think, okay, you're saying, okay, so go ahead, back that up. We're ready.
Have you looked at the moon yourself?
Brother,
looked at the
don't
craters?
ask me questions. You said the moon is this,
You
the moon is
you
that.
asked
I
the
need to
question to
hold
me.
on there, Bucko. You said you know for sure what the moon is. I don't think you do. But if you know for sure, you can stand on that.
I guess you're putting words in my mouth at this point. So go ahead.
you just said-
Continue to put words in my mouth. Go ahead.
Hold on. You for sure said the moon is plasma within a certain location.
Yes, I said I believed
so I'm
it.
not putting words
Just
in your
because
mouth.
it's my
I just
belief
want you
doesn't mean it's actually everybody
Hold on.
else's belief.
So I'm not putting words in your mouth then. What I just said is exactly what you said. So I would just like to know how you know this for sure, so that I can know it for sure. Then I can go and teach it to other people.
Well, maybe you should do more research on it. Why do I have to do the footwork for you?
Hold on. I've done just enough research. I'm just asking you, how do you know this? If you're able to say it for sure, how do you know for sure? Or you could just be honest and say, this is speculation. This is what I think is happening.
It's not speculation.
Then go ahead and stand on it 10 toes down. How
I can
do you know
post
this
some
is for
stuff for you, but it sounds to me I'm mirroring what you are giving back to me. Okay,
Hold
so if you're going to put words in my mouth,
I've never put words in your mouth.
Look,
You
dude,
said for a fact.
I will post
moon
stuff
is
in the
this.
jumbotron.
Hold
You
on,
don't need to talk with a high tone of voice, dude. Bring it down a little bit. This is a chill conversation.
Okay, what you don't know is I'm here to help you out, my friend. Okay, I don't think you should be saying things like this, because if I was a globe earther, I'd jump all over it. Oh, the plasma, how do you know? And if you say, well, just do your research, we don't do that here. You should stick to things that you know for sure and that you can prove. You definitely can't go to the moon and prove anything about it. So I wouldn't be saying these things if I were you.
Did we go to the moon in 1969? It's a
I
yes or
already
no.
answered that. I'm not a globetard. I'm on one of the moderators with Alpha Veritas on our server. But I'm just saying.
That's a cool story, bro.
It's not a story, that's a fact. But what we do there is we try to stick to things that we can prove and verify. You cannot verify what the moon is. So I wouldn't recommend you say, well, it's this and it's that and it's here and there, unless you can stand on that and prove it, which I don't think you can. So I'm recommending you maybe not say things like that. Just a pro tip, bro. I'm on your side. You keep asking me if we went to the moon. Hell no. What the hell?
I have the receipts. If I didn't, I wouldn't say shit. So yeah, nice one.
You haven't said anything. What's the receipt? What's the facts?
So I shouldn't have to give receipts. I could show you the receipts. I don't
the moon is made out of cheese, guys. Come on, everybody knows
I could
this.
post them. Do you let people talk ever, or do you just
that
like
wasn't me.
them every
That
single
wasn't
time?
me, by
I
the
guess
way.
you do.
All right, hold
Bro,
on.
some
Hold
random
on.
other
Before you
person.
guys,
Hold on, Bud.
before you guys,
Moderator abuse.
Hold
hold
on,
on,
dude.
guys.
Go
Hold on,
figure.
hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
dude.
guys. Hold on.
To be fair, some other random person spoke up and said the moon is cheese, and you're blaming that on me. So
Yeah, hold on.
relax.
Pandel, he came up. You guys are kind of
What
going
kind of
back
cheese
and
is it?
forth. Hold on,
Guys,
Tony.
by my profile picture, I control the world. I can tell you, the moon is made out of Swiss cheese.
Come on,
All
bro.
right,
At
so
least be original, dude.
all right,
We've
so
heard that. That's a
Pandel, just real
scripted
quick,
line.
do you want to take a turn, Pandel, to have your
I
globe
like
story telling?
camembert.
Pandel, you want to take your turn right now, and then because they're kind of going, towards each other, but we wanted to
I'm gonna
give
back
No,
off.
I listen. To be fair, I'm not. I don't have no beef with this guy. I'm just trying to give you a pro tip, my friend. Because if I was not your friend, I would be jumping all over that. Oh, plasma.
All right.
Oh, how's that?
Your
Oh,
pro
All right.
tip will
do
not
some
be
homework.
used. Thank you.
All right. So just real quick, the gentleman who had come up here, I guess he dropped though. So I guess he didn't want to tell his story. Is there anybody that wanted to come up and tell their story as far as
Hey,
the
whoa, why are
going?
we moving on so quick, Apocryphon? I'm sorry to interrupt. Why are we moving on so swiftly away from this moon is plasma thing?
Well, because the
Can I
format
talk?
tonight. Yes, Tony. Hold on though. The format tonight is we're giving them
Sure.
the platform to speak about it, and we're not really engaging about it right now. We're just letting it be, and then we're gonna get all the stories out. It's Globe story telling
But that
professionals.
wasn't
We're
a
not.
globe story,
No, I know,
Apocryphon.
I know. So that's why it was open up for even flat earthers that want to tell their stories, but given the same format going to where people talk about it as far as the engaging and going back and forth and the one-on-one or the everyone against everyone, like it's just a different format tonight, that's all. But
Interesting. I just want to be careful for the audience listening. That guy doesn't represent us. So unless he wants to stand on the moon being plasma, that's fine. But I don't condone that. So I just want the audience to know that, because when you speak up and say, "Well, yeah, I'm team flat" or whatever, you're kind of speaking for a lot of people. So just keep that in mind, bro.
Yeah.
But
See,
I'll yield the floor.
I guess you're a ghost mod in this conversation, though, right? Because you're dictating the conversation.
Yeah, facts.
So
yeah,
why don't you just be a co-host then instead of
All
being the
right.
ghost?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's not get the let's
again
not
We can
again
make that
we
happen, bro.
listen.
We can
that's
So
make that
not
the
where we're
happen.
going.
so the back and forth was not where we're heading tonight. We're gonna
I thought I
gather
explained
We're gonna
that.
gather all the we're gonna gather all the storytelling stories about everybody who can tell us about what they think the Earth is. Afterwards, we're gonna address everybody's points. So we're
Right.
gonna. I don't know
Yeah, I
how
go.
many people want to be brave enough to come up here and tell us that the Earth is a globe and how they know it's a globe, or if you think the Earth is flat and how you think whatever it is you think. I don't know. You think that the moon has a map of the Earth? Oh, I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. But we're gonna talk about it afterwards. It's just
Yeah, I have a.
a lot of people don't have enough time to talk about because we're always back and forth, and the conversations never get heard by like maybe what somebody wants to talk about. I don't know.
I have a globe story. If I can go ahead.
APOC, was he next? I'm seeing everybody's hand up, so I'm sorry
I
because
know it's been glitchy. Tony was
it's
next though. Tony was
yeah.
next.
We get
And
hold
then
on.
and
I
then
see
we'll go
Tony and
Tony, then
Keon with their
Keon.
hands up.
Yeah, Keon was second after Tony.
Yeah, we'll go Tony, then Keon, if that's okay. Are you okay with that? Okay, go. Go
Am
ahead,
I
Tony.
clear?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
I've
Go.
seen the moon through a telescope. I know what it looks like.
Yeah, so was everyone else, bro.
Yeah, round of
But I've
applause.
seen it, and it has shadows up there.
Excellent.
Okay,
That's
but
good stuff.
what the telescope, just quickly, what the telescope didn't do is it didn't whisper in your ear, "Hey, the
I'm
moon is
sorry, I did not have
this."
that attachment.
The moon, exactly. So seeing it, cool, bro. We see it. We all see it. Newsflash.
And I'm using a. I'm not using a reflector. I'm using a refractor.
Cool, but
All
you
right.
don't have the whispering attachment on there to tell you what the
It's
moon
all
is.
it's all good. Don't pay no mind to him. He's all right.
I know the difference.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
Tony.
don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we got the next gentleman with his hand up.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. So I'm someone that does research into stuff that people don't research usually, like aliens, UFOs, and all of that stuff.
Here we go.
So when it comes to this topic, like you literally have hundreds of PhDs, lifetime researchers, university professors writing about it, writing books, and talking about it in general. But when it comes to flat Earth, like I struggle to find anybody that writes books or papers.
Why would they?
So I mean, it's
Hey,
important,
Stevie,
right?
hold on real quick. Hey, Stevie, we're just letting them talk. Like, no, don't even like, don't say nothing. Like, we're just being cold,
That's
quiet.
crazy, bro. That's
Yeah,
crazy, bro.
yeah, we're
Don't
just,
Yes.
say
that's,
nothing. That's crazy,
yeah, yeah,
bro.
not like
Come
just
on, man.
completely, just let them talk, and then like let them get it all out, and then we're just gonna go to the next person. Yeah, that's the
That's
Yeah,
format tonight.
crazy, bro.
I appreciate that. So yeah, my point is, you know, for something such as important as the shape of the planet, we should have I wouldn't say maybe all the scientists, but at least a small percentage of these academics, going against the establishment, saying, "Hey, you guys might be wrong," and writing books about it, writing
Apocryphon, I got it too,
papers
bro.
about it, you know. But I have never seen an academic saying anything about the shape of the planet being
They're not getting
different than what
funding
we
for
already
that.
know. Sorry.
There's no funding for that. In fact, the funding
Bro,
goes the other
come on, bro.
direction.
Hold on, no, bro. Come
Come
on,
on,
bro. Come on.
Apocryphon,
Just,
man. What is
I,
this, bro?
I
That's
know, bro,
weird,
but
man.
it's the format tonight.
You're
Just
not
like,
allowed to talk to them. Like,
yeah.
what the
Oh,
fuck?
fuck. Oh, bro, come on, bro. Like, look. It's come on, CB. Just let them talk. Just let them. That's just the format, bro. That's what Alpha, has made it to be. It's the Globe storytelling professionals. Like everybody is going to get their shot. Everybody's going to have their chance. Like, and that'll be good. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right.
host, can I say something? Stop muting me.
Yeah. Can I finish? So
Go
I
ahead,
appreciate.
Keon. Go
Go
ahead,
for it.
Keon.
Yeah, I appreciate that, APAC. Yeah. So my whole point is we should have at least a small percentage of these academics going against the establishment and doing everything in their power to to tell the truth, because the same thing is happening in the UFO phenomenon thing, right? That is even something more, let's say, uh that I don't want to talk about it, but that's something that the government definitely doesn't want people to be talking about, and you have literally hundreds of academics talking about it. So yeah, I'll end it there.
All
All
right,
right.
then.
Next, we have, I believe, Flatsy's next. As Flatsy's come up, welcome.
Well, thank you. Good to see you guys on here. I've been on here all day almost with another space.
Nice.
Yeah, there's actually a book coming out. The Ballbusters are writing a book for Flat Earth, so that'll be coming out soon. And if you've ever really looked into the people that claim this, especially if they're doing interviews or whatnot, like especially when they were under oath, they didn't really say anything. They used kind of deceptive language that diverted away from actually saying anything, kind of like politicians do. So I would look into that at least. Maybe study how deceptive language works. And yeah, there you go.
Wait, you're talking about the UFO thing?
Yeah, in Congress, or was it Congress? I don't know. Those guys were under oath. You listen to their testimonies, and they don't actually claim anything about any of that. They speak around it.
Yeah, but I'm not really talking about. I'm talking about the books that we have about this topic, and it's thousands of books.
Well,
So
there's books about Narnia, so I'm talking about under oath, like people that speak under oath. That would be a really good situation for somebody to spill the beans, and even then, that didn't happen.
right, but that's not my point though. My point is we have books about them, but we don't have books about flat Earth, or at least papers, peer-reviewed papers or anything like that.
Well, that's just not true, but that's okay. It's kind of hard to look into. I get it. But there's plenty of books and papers, and there's what was the Earth Not a Globe is a book. There's I think that might be the Robotham one. I'm not sure, but I've seen a lot of things, and it's not really about looking into whether or not somebody believes something. Anyways, it's what you can prove.
All right, Flassy, was that all you wanted to say for the night? For now?
Sure. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. We've been giving people as much time as they needed, to get it all out, and it
Yeah,
was
it's a different
good.
format tonight, like APAC. APOC is saying. We're trying to get you guys who think the Earth is a globe to give us your best evidence, and do what you can to show everybody that the Earth's a globe. Tonight's theme is globe storytelling professional. So if you're a globe believer or a flat Earth understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, you want to tell us a different take or whatever, we're giving you the floor right now. Usually we're a bit combative, so we're not doing that tonight. I've been saying that the whole night. Golly.
Sorry, I just got here. My bad.
No, it's okay.
No, it's not you. It's just
Yeah.
I've been telling even the Globers they want to like ask us like questions and like argue with them. It's like, dudes, changing the format tonight. Just tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. That's all we're asking. That's it.
And here's the thing, right? So like for all the listeners in the crowd, as we said, we were going to address everything, if need be, and we usually do like this streams like for many hours, right, into 6 a.m. my time. So that's or 4 a.m. my time. So we still got like 4 or 5 hours still, 5-6 hours still. But I'm taking notes all the way back to P-Dubs and Coach and Tony and Keon and Jack and I have Keon, Coach, Ralph, Shamira, Tony knows us, Tony, Keon, and Flatsy. That was it, like the order that everybody has spoken, and I have 3
Thank you.
pages of notes. Okay, so we could address everything that's been talked about, but what we want to get the stories out first. Does that make sense? So don't think that you're just going to speak and we can't go back or we're not going to remember it. I got the receipts. I got the notes. All right, we could go back. There's a lot of stuff you guys have said, and I'm documenting it, so that way we can go back. But whoever's next, go ahead, floor is yours.
Yeah, I have my hand up, so I'll just say quickly. So I think if the Earth is flat, like Elon must be the biggest liar in human history at this point, because as we know, he's dedicating his whole life, in going to Mars and showing the world videos and pictures of the Earth being round, right? So it has to be the most deceptive person on this planet, right? Which I doubt, because like why would you dedicate your whole life to that and actually you're not going anywhere, right? Like he wakes up every morning, he works his ass off, but he's not going anywhere. He's building all these spacecraft, but it's actually not going anywhere. To me, when I think about it, that's kind of hard to believe, personally. So that's another story.
All right. All right. Hard to believe. Anybody else? Thank you for your story again.
By the way, we just want to say we think Elon's pretty cool. Thank you, Elon, for the space. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you know what? I didn't do that. I usually tag
I have
him.
my doubts about the man.
Yeah, if you're gonna cancel anybody, he's there. You can cancel him. We're okay. We're all good over here. Don't cancel us.
I was going to say, Alpha, this has been a pretty good day listening to this. Sorry, I've been busy at work. I didn't get to help out, but if you need a hand, feel free to throw me in. I can help you out, APOC. But this has been pretty good.
Yeah,
Just
we actually
listening.
do need another co-host.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to co-host?
Yeah,
All right.
throw me in. I was there and then I dropped out, and yeah. But no, this has been good listening to the globe stories.
There's more to come, hopefully. If they're listening right now, guys, come on in here. Tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. You know you want to. Just think about it. You could be up here telling us how the Earth is a globe, and you don't get the Alpha Veritas treatment, the APOC treatment, the AJ treatment. You just Flatsy Klein treatment. You just come in here, tell us how the Earth's a globe, give us all the ways that it's a globe, and then walk away. It's up to you. What's his name again? Noose or Nas or whatever his name is? I think he was next.
Noah.
What's
Go
up?
ahead, Noose. Hey, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't have my hand up. I just
Yeah. Oops.
I don't know.
All right.
Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Creation Bear. I've never met Creation Bear, but I just think it's a bad look to interrupt people while they're trying to land their plane, regardless if he's trying to be argumentative or not. Coming from another flat earther, it's also a bad look. I think we should try and rally together, not distance each other. You know, we're in this together.
That's cool, man. He's the homie, so that's all I'm gonna say about that. Hey, CB's the homie. But outside of that, now's the time. I mean, if you have anything to talk about, what you were gonna say, or you should go ahead.
Well, I posted what I was trying to say while I was interrupted, of the moon being a reflection. Okay, we have a side by side comparison of the moon and the Earth.
Somehow that just doesn't jibe.
You're definitely entitled to your own opinions, but the video's up there if you want to, take a look.
Yeah, cool. So, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
All I have to reiterate is the sun is at millions of miles away, and the moon is at 238,900 miles away. And the moon landing in 1969 was a bunch of bullshit. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Thank you.
Awesome. No worries. And who have we got next with their hand up? Keon, you'd like to speak?
Oh yeah, I mean I've got something else to say. So yeah, I mean when it comes to space, I do have my doubts. Like if you Google pictures of the Earth from space, it's hard to find a picture that you can definitely say, okay, this is real. This is a real picture. Most of them are composites. So yeah, that's kind of weird. And moon landing as well, Mars as well. I've done research into that. Apparently, those things it never happened, which kind of brings me to think that maybe we don't have these spacecraft, millions of miles away from the Earth, taking pictures of the solar system. But I think that's not that's not a reason, to think that the Earth is flat, right? Like it could be that yes, we don't have this stuff in space. We never been to the moon. We never been to Mars, but still, it's a globe. So yeah, I think it's gonna be hard because I believe just 3 days ago, Elon released a video about the Polaris Down mission. You know, uh, where he was showing like the shape of the Earth being round and everything. Like if we can't discern now, right, what is real and what's fake? Like how is this gonna go? Because at some point in the future, they will show they will go back to the moon, right? They will go back to the moon. They will go back to Mars, and they will show us that they're on Mars, right? How can we discern whether it's real or not at that point? You know?
Yeah, it's good. Sounds like you're thinking logically about it. Yeah. How are we going to know? Well, I mean, they make these claims, but how are we going to know? How can we confirm these claims that they're making? But yeah, cool. All right, Tony, you seem to be up next.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Voyager.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not the Star Trek show, but the other one, the Probe.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's it doing out there? Well, it's out there. We launched it from Earth, I think in '77, and it's left the solar system already. It's in deep space right now.
Where is it right now, Tony?
Don't know. It's way out there, though.
Well, they say it's near the Oort cloud, which is at the edge of the solar system.
Yeah, Tony, would you say it's far out?
It's past the Van Allen belt.
I had to do it. Sorry.
I mean, it makes sense. It was in the 70s. Hey, I don't know what happened. My internet dropped or something, and I couldn't connect. It was like crazy, bro. So I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I shot you, Coast.
I accepted it, but then it wouldn't let me accept it. So I don't know. It was like glitching out. But
You can accept anything you like.
send it again, and I'll see if it works.
Come on, you guys. We need more Globe stories. Anybody else with a better one?
Yeah, we need more Globe stories.
We don't have
me
any.
hang here.
I was gonna say if we're out of Globe stories, like if no one else wants to come up, whatever, we could go over now maybe the things that have already been said, if you want.
I go
Maybe we should do that.
I got one last thing to say. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Yeah. So, like I said earlier, we have the James Webb Telescope and all these probes in space sending images back to Earth, and there are scientists analyzing these pictures. So, how can you guys know that these are real, like these are fake images or videos?
Yeah, what about Jupiter or Venus or Pluto?
Well, I mean, at the moment, we're just here to hear your guys' stories, yeah? Why you would believe that we're living on the globe, or what you believe is occurring. Sounds like you're trying to ask it as a question. Like, how could we verify? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, there's no way, because I'm not a video expert or photography expert. So if I look at a video like the video of the Polaris Down, there's no way for me to know whether it's real or fake. And like, what I'm trying to figure out is how you guys know it is fake.
I like how you arrived at that. It's interesting. You said there's no way for me to know if it's real or fake. Isn't that a problem?
Sort of a paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think there are experts that can figure out whether it's real or fake. But I'm asking, like, how do you guys know it's fake?
Well, think about it. If there's experts that know that it's real or fake, and you don't, do you think that you can only believe that it's true and not know?
Kind of makes you feel small.
Right, Tony. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
yes, I understand.
Okay. As long as you can
I'm
understand.
trying to.
Yeah, I think he can as well. I think he can.
I mean, I get your point. You're basically saying that I have to believe that it's real, right?
Yeah, of
but
course.
the same.
You don't think that's true?
Yeah, that's true, but the same applies to you guys as well, right? Like you have to
Well,
believe that it's
no,
fake.
but that's the thing. We don't
No.
we don't take it as belief. So it's for us. It's
See, we
not
don't.
about. Go ahead, AJ.
So, like,
I
I
take
haven't heard
everything with a
anyone
grain of
here.
salt.
I haven't heard anyone here claim that it's fake. We would
Friend.
just ask for verification on how you would
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that
Sorry.
it's real.
And like, look. Maybe the world is flat. Maybe that's true. Right? Maybe that's true.
Yeah, right.
Right? Maybe that's true. But look, I'm gonna fucking just tell you
Truman
this.
Show.
It is the biggest distraction of your life. Because if you are gonna sit here and you're gonna claim that you know that the world is flat, and you're gonna like do all these little scientific experiments with your boats and like with your telescopes and like, oh my god, it didn't disappear on the horizon. Oh shit! Oh my god! Like, what does it fucking matter? Nothing. Nothing.
Well,
It
Frankie,
doesn't mean shit. Friend,
Frankie, we're just trying to
listen.
understand why you
Look,
guys.
I
Frankie,
believe in the flat Earth more than you, friend. Let me just fucking tell you why it's a distraction. Okay? Look.
okay.
Look. I can see all the fucking evidence. I took a plane. I've flown in the air before. I looked out the window. I said, "Oh my god, it looks extremely flat." Like I see thousands of miles. It seems like a fucking flat Earth. Look, and I don't care about Elon Musk going up into fucking space and oh my god, it's a spacewalk and oh my, it looks like it's a fucking sphere. Oh my, blah 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. Okay, none of this matters. This is all a distraction. You're being distracted. Okay? Okay.
From what?
From the fact that God and Satan exist on this plane. I don't care if it's flat.
All right.
I
So,
don't care if it's round.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh no!
All
Now
right.
you
So
want to shut me up? No, I can't
no,
even finish. Right? Can't even
no,
finish.
it's not about that. It's about people coming up here and telling us how they know the Earth is a globe. Frankie, do you know that if or flat? It doesn't matter. So if
I
you know
really
that,
don't care. And look,
that's interesting.
it's
So we're gonna get to people that do
Interesting.
care. People that do care can
Yeah.
come up here and speak. People that don't care can sit as listeners. That's a good thing, right? If you don't
I'll
care,
just
you
turn
can
off my
stay
mic.
as. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, if you don't care, you can stay as a listener. That's fine. But if you do care, come and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. We're gonna give you the opportunity to speak, and we're not gonna interject. But so long as you can stay on point, we're not here to engage you guys. I just want to hear how you telling me the Earth's a globe. If it is a real globe, you can bring some real evidence. So I'm going to allow you the opportunity. Go ahead and do it. It's a golden opportunity because I'm not going to engage you, and it's a rare thing for me. Kind of have to bite my tongue a little. That's all right.
Yeah, sorry.
Frankie wants to come up.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Don't hurt yourself.
We're just here
I'm fine.
We're just here to hear about your beliefs. Yeah. So it also looks like CB's requested to come up, but he hasn't
he's
got
up.
his hand
He's
up in the chat. He's up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I brought him up.
Listen,
I also threw mics out too. So
yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know if anybody else wants to grab a mic.
Yeah,
Mine's still active.
Or should I wait?
No, what we're doing is we're gathering all the globe stories, but it seems like we've arrived to a lull in the conversation.
Can I
Meaning
say something?
What, Tony? What do you want to say? What do you
I'm
want to
thinking
say,
of the
Tony?
Truman Show. I'm thinking of the Truman Show.
Uh-huh. All right.
Now, was that a flat plane?
Yeah.
But he found the edge of it and went through the door.
Good stuff, man. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the list that we made, and APOC. I guess you can start from the top if you want to.
Yeah, that sounds good. First we had P-dubs. and he talked about there are many 24-hour sun videos, which I believe somebody kind of, after he went up, somebody said, no, there are videos that they were found to be fake and edited, and then he was like, no, they're not, they're real. So that's kind of like where that stopped. But what do you want to talk about? What do you
Yeah,
want to say
well,
about
I've actually got the transcript downloaded from that video, guys. And I think, well, first of all, Alpha brought up that there was a guy named Robert Shortman who spent 18 months and stated that there was no 24-hour sun. But yeah, I actually have the transcript from the video if anyone wants me to drop it in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be great, AJ. That'd be awesome if you could do that. Especially because if people are coming, to hear, the argument, they want to maybe get the truth one way or the other. So it'd be good to back it up. Flats, you have your hand up. Did you want to say something about the 24-hour sun videos?
Yes, yes. I
Sure,
want
go
to
ahead.
yank so hard on everything.
Feel
Yeah.
free.
So it doesn't really matter. You measure the angle of the sun with an elevation angle measure with a horizontal plane of reference. So it's regardless of what you see in the sky, you still utilize a flat Earth, and you measure it flat all the way from Polaris's ground position to the circle of equal elevation equator. There you go.
All right. Yeah, that's very. Rich, anybody else have anything to add to that?
Yep. So now that we're engaging with their questions, 24-hour sun doesn't show us the ground. You're looking up. All right? So if you think it's going to debunk one thing or the other, it's not going to do either. The only thing it's going to do is show that the sun does something in the south. That's it. So what? We're talking about the ground. Is there any drop over distance measured? That would be the consequence of a geometric shape having curvature on its surface. If it doesn't have that, we don't care what the sun does. You can do hula hoops. Doesn't matter. Got it?
Good point. Anybody else? We'll go to the next point. Next point was he said that the sun, depending on where you're at on the Earth, from the equator north and the equator south. So if you're at 34 degrees north and then you're 34 degrees south, he said that there was this equivalence of the time of light is in the sky. So he said 14 hours in Los Angeles, 17 hours in Canada, and then 12 hours in Los Angeles, 17 hours in Canada, 14 hours in New York. And then it was equivalent in the South as well, depending on what degree you're on latitude. So, anyone want to talk about that?
Now, he was talking about positions of the sun over the flat plane that we exist on, trying to lend credence to the Earth that it can only happen on a surface that's curved surface, which is a globe. And that's just not true. So he didn't present any information of how he knows the Earth to be curving via this information. It's just the sun moving across the surface of the Earth. That's it. Where is the evidence that the Earth is curving due to this information? It's not. It's an assumption. So anybody else want to add to that?
No, yeah, that's a good point. He had no proof that these things are actually even witnessed. I get it. You can be like, well, but somebody said, this is how I could go to time and date and whatever. I could look at it in this town, but even still, it's like you said, that's proof of what's going on above us, but not proof of what we're standing on. It just doesn't validate it. I think, in my personal opinion, it doesn't validate the shape of anything. It's just what's going on with light.
Yeah, we can ask the 24/7 panel up here right now. Do you think that that's evidence of a curved surface of a globe?
No.
Time zones or the way the sun moves across the face of the Earth?
And I can give a bit more understanding if you'd allow me.
Sure.
So anything that we can replicate here on Earth within a rotating reference frame, anything that's outside of where the initial like apex or the axes or the axis is, whatever is outside of that reference frame or further away from the axis would have to, it's still by degrees, so you're still measuring by degrees and over a flat horizontal plane, but of course it would have to move faster in a sense to keep with the same rotating reference frame, but it's still moving with the rest of the reference frame.
Right. Anybody else have anything to say? No? All right, we'll jump to the next one. And also, if you're down there as listeners and you want to say anything about what's being spoken up here, as I go down this list, please feel free to request and we'll bring you up if you want to chime in on what's being spoken about. The next thing he said was angles of shadows were taken with 2 sticks, then 3 sticks, and then, oddly enough, 23 sticks. So, you guys want to talk about the shadows taken?
Yeah, Keon seemed pretty keen to say something there. Keon?
What was that?
I think Keon put his hand up there when you were reading that out.
Oh, Keon, you want to speak on that?
It's kind of cool that Keon can say something about it, but we're letting the 24/7 respond back.
Sorry.
We were held down to like not answering anything during the course of them speaking about their globe stories. So now it's our turn.
Yep.
So
no worries.
Keon's cool. I don't mind him speaking, but we're gonna keep to like the 24/7 team kind of responding because that's what CB was told, that not to interrupt these guys. So now it's our turn. That's the reason why we're gonna respond now, and they get to listen because we got to listen to them. It's only fair, right?
That's nice.
So measuring shadows is still measuring angles, which require straight lines. Still evidence for flat, not a problem on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, and I think Eratosthenes is a method, right? So, and it doesn't matter how many sticks you use. You can use 1,000,000 sticks. It's still not going to tell you that the Earth is curving. The surface is not curving. So, I don't care how many sticks you use. I think who was doing that one?
McToon.
Was it McToon or Fight the Flat Earth? One of those guys.
It was McToon.
McToon.
He got a bunch of guys.
Yeah, and they're talking about this being the evidence that the Earth is curved, but Eratosthenes didn't do it with 2, and of course it was inconclusive. So it didn't matter how many sticks that you use. That's not the point. We're looking for how much curvature can be measured by this method, and the answer is 0. 0 curvature, because you have to assume that you're on a globe and work the math backwards.
Well, that's right. I think that's the whole point, yeah? Eratosthenes was never trying to show that the Earth was a sphere. He was just trying to calculate a circumference based on the belief that he had. This is used in the wrong context every time. Who proved the Earth was curving? Measured drop over distance. Oh, Eratosthenes. No, not at all. He just wanted a circumference of what he believed.
That's correct.
Well, can we interject as Globis, or is your guys?
Nah, we were listening to you guys, so now you get to listen to us. That's the.
But it's not fair though, because you can just say anything you want.
Yeah,
right?
So did you.
You guys said that. You guys let you say all kinds of stuff. To be fair about it, but here's the point though. But what I do want to say though, there's new people in here. They might have more globe stories to add. I mean, we can put a pin in this, and we'll come back to it.
Well, let's drop the listeners, or excuse me, let's drop the speakers so that they won't get kind of feisty. Because this isn't a back and forth. We're gonna invite you up here, but it's so you can tell us your globe story. So let's drop all the speakers who are not part of the 24/7. Just for now, you guys can hang out as a listener. But
but now you can just basically give any type of answer, right? And
really, so isn't that what we let you do? We're being fair, isn't it?
I mean, come on. We let
He's like,
guys,
yeah, but
matter of fact, Keon specifically I got you down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times you had your chance to say things. Maybe more. I just didn't document all of it.
And
Uninterrupted.
in his defense, I did intercede because I
Yeah,
didn't
but
know.
you didn't know Flatsy, so yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but he did have a lot of times that he was speaking. So in the course of that, the whole point of this is so that you can speak uninterrupted, and then we're gonna get to respond. And you say it's unfair. I think you're being dishonest. You need to be honest to the format. If we're allowing you to speak and take as much time as you want, you're gonna have to do the same. Now, if you run away while we're speaking, that's only going to show that you're not willing to engage. So it's up to you. But I would just So let's just drop everybody that's up here. That's not going to be on the panel. So the panel is Kembo Beats, Flatsy Klein, AJ, and Apocryphon. Free pizza is not. So you can just hear us as a listener. So yeah, we can drop everybody else, but then bring the new people up. The new blood.
The new people that want to share their globe stories. If there's any that want to, you're gonna have all the time in the world if you'd like. Is my thing glitching out, or is Creation Bear asking to come up, but he's not coming up? I'll add him again.
No, I did. I just added him.
Okay. There we go.
It was weird.
He kept popping up, and I couldn't. Yeah, it was weird. It was like frozen or something. So we have Stray as a listener. Is that Northern Rebellion? Hey, what's up? We have Lycurgus, Sam, and the Truth, and welcome everybody that's joining us right now. If you have any globe stories to tell of why you think it's a globe, please raise your hand. We'll bring you up, and we'll give you all the time you need to tell us the beautiful story of the globe. I don't think
we're not this. Yeah, this isn't a question and answer. We're not in here to debate. We're gonna let you tell us how the Earth's a globe, and then we're gonna come back around afterwards and tell you what we think about what you said. So, you first, then us. But we're being fair with you, so you're gonna have the floor.
If there's nobody that wants to come up right now, then we'll just go through the list of everything that was said, except get vaccinated. All right, I guess we'll just go through the list because there's no one else that's asking to come up. So what we're doing now is we're going through the list of what all has been said already. There's some funny stuff. So next was Coach, right? Oh, Lycurgus. He's raising his hand. I see. I'll bring him up.
We'll try out Lycurgus. I already did, and then we'll continue down that list.
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Lycurgus, welcome. Do you think the Earth's a globe or flat? And if you do, go ahead and tell us your story of how you think the Earth is a globe.
Maybe his mic's wigging out or something.
Radio check. Lycurgus, are you there? Over. Lost one. This is lost two. Over.
Yeah, my mic isn't working well. I'm trying to work on it. I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Go. Yeah, bro's on some 56K dial-up over there, man. What in the hell?
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna remove him from speakers, and then we'll just request him again.
We'll try requesting again.
Yes, I sent him the invite again. And I'm connecting Stray right now. Stray is also connected now.
What's up? What's up?
Is that better?
No,
yeah, way better. Yeah,
okay,
way better.
You go first, then Stray will be next.
Okay, cool. I still can't hear you. The space is wigging out for me. I got a thumbs up, though, that it sounds better. I just want to say, I think you guys are new to Twitter, right? As far as Twitter and having spaces, I know you have a Discord channel. I've been in there a while ago, so I just want to say welcome to Twitter, and it will be nice to have some change compared to, because the usual flat earthers are kind of blocked themselves off into an echo chamber. So welcome to the Twitter debate.
Yeah, check it out, man. We want to keep it kind of open for you guys to kind of produce all the information you can. Like right now, this format, however, we had like kind of back and forth engagement. This engagement, this format today, is going to be you guys telling us whatever you think how you can tell us the Earth is a globe. Make sure that once you're done, you're like, yeah, okay, that's it. That way we know you're finished. And then after a while, we'll go through our notes and then kind of review what was being said and then probably address it at that time, but not right away. We're going to allow you to kind of just say whatever you think the Earth is, how you think it's a globe, or whatever, because some people think the Earth is hollow, concave, whatever it is. But so long as it's not too much of a troll, I think we'll indulge you. Which is, you know what I mean? So.
Lycurgus, can you give us a thumbs up if you heard that?
I don't think he heard me.
No, I think he's definitely having issues. But,
okay, cool. That's all I had to say myself. So.
Oh, well, I don't think he can hear us, so we can't respond to him.
Can you hear us, Lycurgus?
Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, he can. He gave a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Stray next then.
Yeah.
Thanks,
We'll drop Lycurgus down.
All right, lads.
There's a bit of a
probably not going to work then, because I just had a couple of questions.
Yeah, I mean, we'll address them. I mean, to just lay out your questions. Do you have a lot, or?
No, just a couple of questions for people who think that the Earth is flat. Like, I've always wondered how flat earthers explain different time zones and how they explain day and night.
I think those are two questions, one and the same. Because it's malformed to talk about time zones. Time zones were a construct of people trying to get through trade and commerce over the surface of the Earth. So in order for me to do business with China, I need to know if they have daylight hours at a specific time. So that has nothing to do with the Earth's, knowledge of it being a globe or flat. That has more to do with what time you want to do business with a guy in China. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's malformed. I think you're just talking about day and night.
It sort of does, because
really?
If the Earth is flat and it's going around the sun,
that's not what's happening.
No, but check this out, man. The only reason why I was saying it's malformed is because I think you're asking about day and night, not about trade and commerce.
Well,
friends, think.
Take Frankie down. He's not here to have a
conversation.
Oh my
God!
He said he doesn't care.
Censor me.
No, you're not being censored. You're just being escorted out the door.
Censor me. Censor me. I have truth. Censor me.
No, you don't have truth. You have anger issues. All right, go ahead, Stray.
Well, the only way that I can see it is, I mean, Earth revolves around the sun. So
good stuff. Check this out, Stray. Is there any Earth revolves around the sun? Tell us more about your globe. Anything else? Lay it to us, man.
Well, apart from the standard, Earth revolves on an axis, yada yada. But like I can.
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna I'll put it to you this way. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if I'm gonna put it to you this way, if I was on the street and I didn't know how to explain the globe, and I said, "Dude, can you tell me how I can tell someone how the Earth is a globe?" What would you tell me? How could I give information to someone about solidifying the point that it's an actual globe, so they can know? What would you tell me? What information could you tell me to tell them? Give me your best foot forward, Stray.
Okay. Probably the first argument that would come to mind would be the different tides in the different hemispheres. Like your northern hemisphere has different weather and different tidal patterns to what the southern hemisphere.
Did we lose him?
I think we did. I thought I lost. I thought I was lost.
Stray, we lost you.
No, I'm still here.
There he is.
Yeah, we didn't hear what you said. You
Did I drop
We
out?
went to
Yeah.
primary school too, Stray. We went to primary school too and learnt that too.
Well, that's what I was just asked, was to explain it as an orb. But
not explain it. Give us the part where it's verified to be true. We know the story, just like he said. We went to school just like you did. So just repeating the story isn't really helping. We're trying to get to the part where it's, verified to be true. If you can help with that.
Well, isn't the fact that we can actually observe other planets rotating?
That's not backing up the thing you just said. That's a whole other thing. And the Earth isn't a planet anyway, so no.
The Earth isn't a planet?
No. But you're supposed to give us facts, like not just tell us the story about the globe. We'd like to go and verify those quote facts. So how do we do that?
No, I've never been in a conversation with a flat earther or whatever before, so that's why I had those. That's why I had that initial. Okay, I have a couple of questions
that's cool.
that I'd like to see
That's
how
cool,
they
man.
can be answered.
Yeah, we don't mind engaging with you, but the problem is there's a lot of people that are in here waiting to give us their globe stories, and
Yeah,
how
no,
they
that's cool.
how the most important thing I think for you right now is to critically think about how you know the Earth's a globe, because CB just told you. Like, you have to tell us as if you're gonna explain it to somebody in detail. And if you're telling us what we already know, like, well, think of it like ants on a beach ball or something like that. Like, don't do that.
Here we go.
Give it to us like you would as if you were going to explain the fundamentals of physics to somebody that could only work on a sphere. Like, if you're understanding what I'm saying, Stray, is I want you to be a bit more detailed on how you explain. So that's what I was asking for. So if
Okay.
you're not making it convincing for me to tell somebody, then how could you convince anyone? You know what I mean? That you know the information true, or is it just based on the fact that you trust individuals who have already figured it out, so you don't have to think about it? If that is that the truth, Stray? You just trust people that tell you that the Earth is a globe, and you don't have to think about how it's a globe.
It makes complete and utter common sense to me.
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
So you believe the story, right? And you don't know how to articulate how it's a globe. You just know how to believe that it's a globe. That's what you're saying, right?
When I put into thought that, yes, the things that I can observe myself, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I just help him quickly, Alpha? Can I just quickly help him with something?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Sure.
Yeah, Stray. You're a bit older than me by the sound of it. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but just think about, you asked about the tides, right? Now, let's say the Earth is flat and the moon is going around and around on above the Earth, right? And now, let's say, for an example, that gravity was true and the moon was really pulling the water around. That could still happen on a flat Earth. If the moon's moving around, it could pull the sea around. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't have to be a ball for that to happen. You see what I'm saying? You just got to look at things a bit differently. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying that's a possibility.
That's kind of a different direction that I wanted to go. I actually wanted him to just basically tell us exactly how to articulate how he knows the Earth's a globe. But what I got from him prior to you jumping in, Mark, was that he only believes and trusts in the individuals who give him the information. So he doesn't know how to articulate that he knows the Earth's a globe. He just believes that whoever's telling him the information, that's good enough for him. So he's kind of like your Faraday Glober. You know, he comes by, here's Earth's a globe. I believe you guys. What are you, a part of an organization? Got you. I believe that. So he doesn't know how to, like, himself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying, Stray, is that you don't know how to, like, if you were put on the spot, you know, how to tell everybody the physics intricately, how they work with, like, the Earth being a globe. You're not that guy. That's fine. That's fine.
I'll have to put, no, I've never been in a position where I've had to actually think about how I know it's a globe.
Sure. Well, that's
So
what I'm saying, Straight. So if you don't mind, just challenge yourself, and if you think about it, then maybe you can come back and tell us, and that's all
I'll
we're
just go.
asking for.
Yeah, I'll just
All
go
we're
back
asking.
to a listener and
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up, Stray. I really do. I mean, it takes guts to come here, even if you don't know. Yeah,
it doesn't take guts. Anyone
it
that's in
does.
here, just come up and ask a
They
question. That's all it
they
takes.
come from a different
Believe it or not.
generation than you, Stray. They're not the same. The young people are more
Yeah,
in a shell these days. They're not.
yeah.
They're not the same.
All right, a bit of advice to everyone that's young. Okay, fuck it, just ask.
Just
I'm
ask.
Gen X. We don't care. Think of me what you want.
Yeah.
Ask. That's how
Same.
you learn shit. All right, I'll pop off.
Later, Stray.
Thanks a lot. Is there anybody else that wanted to come up?
We got
raise your hand.
Mark of Melbourne as a speaker as well. Was he speaking?
Yeah, well, he came up too, as I think for our position. That's one.
Yeah, he's
No,
on.
but are we doing hands or just ready to go? Or
Yeah, ready
Yeah,
to
go
go.
ahead.
But we could, just tossing it back and forward, kind of casual.
cool. All right. Well, I might switch gears a bit from the last caller because Flat Earth's been around a long time now, and most of us probably on this call think the Earth is flat. It's pretty obvious to a lot of us now. The next level is something else. So, for all intents and purposes, talking about basic physics and so forth, for all intents and purposes, we can assume that we're on a level plane, and it could be some sort of a terrarium, or it's a stationary frame of reference. So we can agree on that, obviously. And we can also agree that whatever's going on outside of this terrarium, we have absolutely no idea. We have some idea of what's going on within the terrarium, but we have zero idea of what is going on outside the terrarium, other than the creator is out there somewhere, maybe, right? But just on a physics level, we do not know. Would you agree that we do not know?
Yeah, of course. Outside of this place that we're inside of, yeah, of course.
Okay. So what that means is that anything is possible. Let me just start there. So that's what I'm basing this on. Anything is possible. Now, if anything is possible, okay, we can start to inquire about what causes down. Okay, this is a direct challenge to gravity. Okay, now some people think electrostatics causes what's down. Obviously, there's no proof for gravity, so that's just a theory. So some people say electrostatics. Other people say that the flat surface, the level surface, is moving upwards to cause a pressure on under our feet. That's what's causing us to have weight, right? You've heard this?
Yeah, we've heard mostly everything that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
just want to point out though, Mark. I know you're in a spiel right now, but I'm just kind of telling you the format for tonight. I've been announcing this over and over again for everybody new joining us, is that we're engaging with their questions, and now we're not going off on certain tangents just yet until we engage with the questions that the people who think the Earth is a globe have produced.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I thought you said before that whoever's flat or globe, you can explain on how the Earth is flat or globe. That's all. Sorry.
No. I mean, that was just according to in response to their questions, not like, you know what I mean? Like go off on a tangent on our own, because of course we can all do that. But I'm saying, based on because APOC's making a list and checking it twice, so we're going through a list of all the people.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
I thought we could just explain on our point of view either way. So
yeah, you can. But what I'm saying is, it has to be according to their questions. So their questions and then our responses. You get what I'm saying?
All right. So if someone says what causes gravity, then I can say something.
Yeah, you could go in on it. But what I'm saying is, of course, APOC being the co-host, he's taking all the list of what they've already said. So
All
and
right.
we're allowing them to come up here and just like have the floor, tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, and then we can address what they've said. And you know,
All right.
if they said something crazy or whatever, then we'll talk about it.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So in the meantime, just kind of hang back a little bit.
And with that being said, is there any other Globers out there that want to raise their hand and come up and tell us a story about how it's a globe? Yeah, just raise your hand, request. We have Carmine Corrento.
Yeah, if you think the Earth's a globe, man, come on up. Raise your hand.
Carmine,
raise
you have
your
the
hand.
floor. Go ahead.
Was that Kosho?
So,
It totally sounds like Kosho.
Can you hear me, fellas?
Yeah. Hi.
Kosho, can you hear us?
Maybe it's not.
So the topic was gravity, huh?
That's Kosho.
Yeah.
No. The topic is first. Let me just preface. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Do I think it's a globe? Well, all my empirical evidence tells me that it's not. However, I wouldn't debate the issue. I wouldn't debate it with anyone because what I found, because it's been about 7 or 8 years that I've been engaged in debate on it, and I'm persuaded that unless someone is willing to come to the truth, there's no resolving it. It's a heavily biased thing. People, if they're set in their minds, it doesn't matter what you present as evidence. They will not accept it one way or the other. I see that Flatzy Klein does not agree. If Flatzy would care to explain why they have the problem.
Yeah. So once again, if you're brand new to this format at the moment, we're just asking for people that think that the Earth is a globe to come on up. Listen, if you think the Earth's flat, and that's fine, like you can present that, but we really do want to hear from those globers, the people that think that the Earth is a globe, and we're giving them the floor at the moment.
Gotcha.
And then after their little spiel, we're gonna address the topics that they brought up, and then kind of dissect what they said, and that gives the panel, whoever's here, the ability to say, "Hey, let me tell you why that's incorrect." You get what I'm saying? So it's a format that we're running right now.
Certainly do. You're telling them to put their evidence on the table. I got it.
Yep. And so, if you want us to stick around and, later on you want to chime in and say, oh, I know what he said there, I'm going to address that. That's fine.
Great.
But
welcome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So if anybody in here thinks that the Earth is a globe, I think we have one in there. Franco's down there. He's our
Arc Studios.
I do.
Arc Studios. Yeah, you want to go ahead and you want the floor so you can tell us how it's a globe?
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna have a backseat. We're not gonna engage you. So just if you ask us questions, if you ask us questions, we're not gonna respond. So just present it like you would if you had a presentation. So,
yeah. Okay.
All right, go ahead, man.
So I was in the Navy, in the Royal Navy. We get trained on radars. They only go so far. They only go so far because of curvature. And they can only work in certain environments with certain things in place so that we can bounce the signal and get it around the curve. They don't work if we don't have those signal bouncing satellites and things like that. So it's also why we put them as high up as we do on ships. And while I was training for the Navy, they take you up this huge mountain in Wales, because it's one of the only places in the UK that you can actually see curvature. You can get high enough to see down onto the curve. So
I just missed that. For how high?
It's pretty high. You have to walk up it. It takes all day. It's pretty high.
Can we get an altitude?
No, but I can give you the mountain. It's the only mountain with a red lake on it in Wales. There you go. You can find that.
Okay. Wait, quick question for you. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta ask. Quick question for you. Which is higher, a mountain or an airplane?
Do you think you can't see curvature from an airplane?
No. I would just like a quick.
Yeah, we're gonna. Dude, just can you just answer him real quick, because we just want you to finish saying, your evidence, and that's all we're just gonna allow people to roll through it, because. I mean, later on, we're gonna dissect all the problems, what he said. So, can you tell us what you know, Arc Studios?
Yeah, that's it.
That was it.
Yeah,
No, I mean, okay, so
we got.
I mean, look, if you think the Earth's a globe, would that be your best foot forward?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the argument that people give for it not being in a globe.
No. It's not really about an argument. It's about you
It is.
presenting
It's a huge
it.
argument.
No, it's not an argument. For right
I mean,
now,
you couldn't even say which was
for
higher,
right now, if you were
No,
doing
I
a presentation,
was asking you because I knew where you were going with it.
All right,
It's irrelevant.
No,
dude.
you don't know where I'm going with it.
Check this out. What we're doing right now is for you to realize this is just you presenting the Earth being a globe by whatever means that you can. I need you to realize that's all I wanted you to do. So if you were saying that's your best foot forward, that's all we're gonna take from you, and we're jotting into APOC. Did you get down what he said? Like that's basically all.
Oh yeah. Royal Navy trained radars. They only go so far because of curvature. They don't work if they can't bounce off the sky and to satellites. And he goes up to a mountain. They take him to a mountain in Wales and to see the curvature. We got it all, bro.
Yeah, we got it all. So thank you very much, Art. If that was all, I'm gonna unmute now. If that was all, then that's all. But we're letting you kind of tell us. Go ahead. Was that it?
Yeah, I told you that was it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and speaking. All right, we can remove him.
All right. Anybody else would like to? Carmine has their hand up. Steve has their hand up as well. Let's do Steve's first because Steve's strand would be new. Carmine already came up. So let's go with Steve. Is that cool?
Yeah, dealer's choice.
Hey, Alpha.
What up, Steve?
Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Hey, Alpha, APOC.
Yep.
It's been a while, man. Good to see good to talk.
Yeah, for sure.
Throw something in from a Glober that I hadn't heard before. So on behalf of him, I'd like to throw something in the hat. He asked about the Aurora Australis, which was interesting because that doesn't ever come up as much or ever really in most discussions. And so I was just going to throw that in the hat with y'all guys and yeah, have that little marinate a little bit.
Aurora Australis. So instead of it being in the north, it's in the south. Okay.
Right.
And don't forget about Steve.
Got it. Yeah.
No, not the actual guy in here. That's funny that your name is Steve, but look up Steve for Aurora Borealis. You'll look that term up. You'll find out something weird about that. But appreciate you, man. That's what happened. That's the aurora in the equator, which nobody talks about. All right, that's another one.
What?
Yeah,
nice.
Go look it up. All right,
pretty
so
cool. Appreciate it.
If there's no more Globers coming up, because we're asking you guys, all you got to do is raise your hand. We'll bring you up, and you can tell us how the Earth is a globe. Best foot forward, guys. Do the best you can to tell us, because we're going to review it. We're going down the list. APOC's writing shit down, so we're getting everybody.
Oh, we ready to cook, too.
Oh, yeah.
We about to cook, too.
Sure.
CB's got his hat on, and he's got some badass gumbo being on the pot. So, all right.
Dying over here.
Latzy, all right.
Bruh. This guy can't figure out which one's higher, a mountain or a
no shit. All right, so listen. If you guys are done speaking, or if you want to just hang out, if you're a flat earther, you can hang out up here. But we do want to leave enough room for at least one guy to come up and tell us his globe story. APOC, where are we at right now? We're at the coach. We're at coach right now.
Carmine has their hand up on my screen. Is that a glitch? Carmine, you wanting to speak?
I see Carmine.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Carmine.
First, just so you know where I'm coming from, I used to work for Discovery Channel Canada when they premiered in 1994. Editing NASA feeds was routine in my job, as a senior editor there. That's one thing. Two, to the man who brought up the whole radar thing and how high you go, the fact is even if you go half the height of that mountain, you will find that the horizon always meets you at eye level and doesn't descend in the slightest. Not in the slightest. So at what point do you suddenly see the horizon drop below your line of sight? You see, that's the problem, man. And when that man asked you what's higher, an airplane or a mountain, you couldn't answer, That is a very
Ouch.
deep argument.
Yeah. Yeah, no, CB wants to. He's got barbecue on the grill right now. So we're, before we
CB
we'll get to that. I
frothing.
thought yeah, there's so much content we're getting from this, man. I'm telling you, APOC he's got a list now. It's getting really long, so we got to kind of air it out a little bit. If you guys don't mind, let's go through Coach real quick. Coach had
all right. Well, Coach had all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, just real quick, we have Arc Studios raising their hand. I don't know if you want to let them talk first or not.
Arc Studio. No, he's. I dropped him down.
He's requested. Oh, okay.
Is he requesting? No.
Yeah, he requested, but now it's gone. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, Coach said a lot. He said a lot of. I mean, he did talk about his personal life. He hasn't gone, but he did open it with this. Said he hasn't gone to space. None of us have, and the media lies. That was his premise. Then he said he's been an athlete all his life, loves physics and astronomy. He said Neil deGrasse Tyson is the smartest guy on this planet. He said, and the sun is a star that condensed to have gravity and will burn out one day. Keeps all the planets in rotation. The moon rotates on its axis. Synchronous rotation, he called it. Dark side. This is all my notes from what he was saying.
Dude, tell him about the black holes.
We're gonna get there. The dark side, right, of the moon, but is why we only see one side of it. So the gravity of it keeps it locked, and the moon helps the Earth rotate. He said this, and it keeps it going. I think he said if it wasn't for the moon, I think he said it'd be every 8 hours or something like that. He said something so wild I couldn't even document it. He got an A+ in advanced physics. He wanted to make mention of that. Many suns created gravity after the Big Bang. He also said that. And he said the best part, white holes suck it in and black holes pull it out. And he was talking about white holes and black holes in space, you perverts. But that was Coach's.
Dude, I was dying when he said that.
Dude, I was on mute.
I was dying.
Bro. I was like, wait, did he just say that?
Yo, I can't hear anybody but Miggy. I'm about to drop out. And
Yeah, come back. Yeah, we're APOC talking TV. So
yeah. Okay. So yeah, when he said that, I was like, I about lost it, bro. I was like, I stopped writing after that, bro. That was it. And then he ended on that too. There's a lot to unpack there as far as like Big Bang, Earth rotating, Neil's being the smartest guy on the planet.
Yeah,
I mean,
Neil deGrasse Tyson. So Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know, AJ. I mean, let's ask the panel real quick before I go in because okay, so you already heard what Coach thought, right? So what do you think about what Coach said?
Oh man,
APOC.
I don't even know where to start. That's just a
there was so much
disaster. Oh, where do we want to start? Well, I just have to ask him how he verifies anything that he's put forward. Yeah, we understand that he was taught this stuff.
Interesting. That's it, AJ. That's the interesting thing. He said none of us can go to space, so we wouldn't know that because none of us been there. That's every time he comes into this chat, every time he says none of us, you, me, we can't go to space, so we wouldn't know. So he prefaced most of his discussions that way. So I mean, like I'm answering your question. That's how we don't know, according to him.
That's pretty good.
Well, I'd say we
you
can
get what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, my answer to him would be, well, we can know. We have direct measurements of the Earth, yeah, and all these other claims that he makes in regards to the sun and.
Yeah, but of things outside of the Earth is what I'm saying because we can't go outside of the Earth is what I mean. Like that's everything he claimed what's going on outside is he basically said we none of us know because we've never been there. So,
well, yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's a claim. Yeah, it's something that he's right. None of us can verify it. Yeah, he just has a belief of what he's told. However, me personally, I'd like to stick to things I can verify rather than speculate on belief. But he is right. None of us can verify it.
All right. Anybody else taking on Coach? What he said?
Anybody else?
Talking to the panel. So
what was the coach's thing? Because
You can hear me, CB?
Yeah, I had to drop out and rejoin. It's all good now.
He said a lot.
Was that the radar guy or somebody else?
No, Coach was this was way earlier. I'll go over it again because it is a lot. Um, some of the highlights is that he started with we no one has gone to space, or that him and us we haven't gone to space, and the media lies. And then he jumped into Neil, other stuff personal, but I'll skim through it a little bit thinner because more for the points that we would actually I guess speak about. Neil Tyson. I always forget that guy's name. Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever his name
Neil
is.
deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse.
Neil deGreasy Tyson. Yeah.
Neil
Snake in the grass.
Tyson.
Smoking the grass.
Yeah, Snake in the Grass. Neil is the smartest guy on the planet. He called it a planet. Sun is a star that condensed to have gravity.
Wait, he said that?
Yeah. And it will burn out one
we about
day.
to use this. We about to use that against him, bro.
Oh, he didn't. CB didn't hear you say the whole thing, though.
Yeah, this is just the tip of the iceberg, CB.
Yeah. Just wait till it gets better. The sun is a star that condensed to have gravity, and it will burn out one day. Here's one thing I want to say about that. How do people know that what's going to happen in time to come? That's
lore, bro. It's just lore.
Appeal to the future fallacy. Okay.
Right.
Continue.
The sun keeps all the planets in rotation. The moon rotates on its axis. The synchronous rotation, he called it. Gravity, the gravity of the moon, gravity of the Earth, keeping it locked. That's why there's a dark side of the moon, and we only see one face of it. That's his reasoning. And the moon helps the Earth rotate, he said. He said something along the lines, which I would like to go back and play back. When he said that, I was like, did he just say that? He said something like, and he was reading it, by the way, so he got this information from somewhere. And he said something like, if it wasn't for the moon, that the Earth, it would take either 8 hours or 8 days for it to rotate. Not even joking. I want to play back this once the recording goes up, Alpha. I'm gonna go back and listen to what he said because I think that's gonna make it to the list of the dumbest shit Glover said.
I'm pretty sure he said 8 days. Yeah.
8 days. Yeah. AJ's right. It said 8 days, man. It's some real wild stuff, man. Is what I'm saying.
He said. I think he said that, right? So he said the moon, its gravity's helping the moon, the Earth spin. Otherwise, it would take 8 days to make a rotation, something like that. We'll play back.
I want to add before you keep going real quick.
Oh yeah, go. Cut me off anytime. Everybody, just cut me off if you want to jump in.
Facts.
Off, but I just want to say the least crazy thing that he said is that the sun would burn out, because given entropy, that the sun energy is all finite, so it would have to max out. So heat death would be a thing, but that is the least crazy thing he said.
Right.
Holy. Well, he said, okay, real quick.
But you got to remember, CB, he prefaced all this with, it can't be proven. It's just a story. Yeah, he's obviously reading it, but he was stating, this is what I believe, although it can't be proven by anybody because we haven't been into space.
Did he say Neil deGrasse Tyson?
That actually was a...
What did he say about Neil deGrasse?
He's the smartest man in the planet.
Boom. All right, someone clip that, because as soon as we talk about the whole seeing curvature from a mountain, you just wait. Because we gonna whip all that Neil deGrasse Tyson on you, and you're not gonna like it, all right? So
he also said something about how he aced his physics test. So that says a lot about that's a prime example of what it means to stay within the lines and the guidelines of indoctrination. If you can completely repeat everything that you've been told, then you're going to do very well because you will obey. You know what I mean?
Pavlov's
and
dog.
Also, yeah, exactly. And another thing to follow up with Flatsy, what Flatsy said, that's actually a very good point, considering that there's an interesting phenomena that's taken place in history called the Phoenix, where there's an issue with the sun. when it changes, and then there's some sort of cataclysmic reset event. So yeah, that's quite interesting that you brought that up, Letsy.
Yeah, just as a correction, he aced advanced physics, not just your typical physics. It's
Well,
advanced physics.
I was a little bit
Go ahead.
confused on how he aced that, because he did actually state that he couldn't do any of this practically. He could only picture it in his head.
All right. Yeah, he said he had all kinds of learning disabilities, potentially even autism, maybe.
Autism, yeah. ADHD. He said that.
Yeah, ADHD, and it would have been a struggle for anyone. But so that the fact, but he said it's because he was really interested in it. That's why.
How do you ace it without the practicals?
You know what's crazy
Wouldn't it be-
is that somebody who proclaims to have all these problems with their mind, mentally, whatever, can even at the least amount of crazy that they could come up with their belief system and what they've been taught. Let's not forget that they've been taught this. But he did say something that was pretty rough.
They've been told this, not taught. Sorry, I just have to
You're right. You're right. They've been told this, not taught this. Sorry, that's correct. That's my bad. Just upon given like some sort of like information, the way that he was able to absorb it. The least crazy thing that he said was probably the most prevalent thing he said.
Well, I will say this: there was something he said that's a total catch-22. I would say. He said many suns created gravity, but it's supposed to be gravity created the suns. So I don't know. He said after the Big Bang. So I think he's a little confused there about things.
All logic.
A little confused.
A little, yeah.
Yeah, all logic goes out the window. Law of
Right.
Just make up your own
contradiction.
lore, bro. Bring your own lore to Earth Day or whatever.
We need the laws of logic, so law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle right now.
and for the best part of all of that, CB, that you missed, at the end there, he said, white holes suck it and black holes pull it out.
Whoa, that's just filthy. Watch
so
your
bad.
mouth, sir.
It's a filthy glober. But he was referring to the black holes,
in
space.
Come
white
on,
holes in
man.
space.
Come on,
I mean,
man.
you can't. Even with the lore, you can't make up how kooky
For
this shit sounds,
real.
right? You can't.
You might as well just tell me about Dragon Ball Z lore. Oh, well, King Kai's planet is 33 times smaller. That's what it sounds like. Bro, you're not saying shit.
Planet Namek.
Exactly.
The gravity of planet.
It's a gaseous planet, of course. You didn't know that?
Right. It's just lore reporting. That's all that is. We don't care about the lore. We want the facts. What?
So, no, go ahead. I'll jump to Tony after, but go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna say. I think, yeah, if we want to move along, because we could be here all night on just one. Like,
we parsed it out pretty good.
all right, check it out. If you guys are out there listening to this, and I appreciate everybody. There's like 41 people in the space right now. Appreciate you guys.
Sheesh.
Go ahead and retweet the space out. Get more people in here. We want to have more Globers come up in here and tell us their story. We're gonna let you do it uninterrupted, but then we get to kind of question all of this afterwards. So we get you come in here, tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. Then afterwards, we're gonna be assessing critiquing what you said.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I reposted it for you. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I should have done that.
Yeah, we have plenty of time too. It's still early, and we've only gone through 2 of the people that had said something in regards to their globe story. If there's anybody else that wants to raise their hand and come up and share their globe story, and we'll give you all the time you need.
Let's address the other people because there's been a bunch of people that. Please, I'm trying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Me and Flat's trying to cook.
It's chopping right now. Yeah,
she's been in the
And
kitchen
the
this whole time, man, waiting.
Who's after Coach? Who do we have?
So
after
next,
Coach?
then there was Tony. This is when Tony came up, and he started off saying, funny that he didn't do the 666, but he said 67,000 miles per hour. The Earth is traveling through space, and he asked Alexa, and it told him that. So his
And then he got
physicist,
corrected. He got corrected by Coach. Coach corrected him.
yeah,
Nah, that's wrong.
So we've got a
yeah, no,
hostile witness. We've got a hostile witness to go ahead and
Yep.
say.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a hostile witness with Einstein. So you can't actually detect the rotation of the Earth around the sun from any terrestrial test or what he says experiment. But good luck with an experiment and a cause and effect relationship with that nonsense.
right.
So we can already invoke a hostile witness against you.
Yeah,
Facts.
any optical. Then he said the sun will. This is why. That's why when you said that, Coach said it. I remember Tony saying it, and I even have it written down here. The sun will burn out. It's going to turn into a red giant as well. I'm sorry. Wait, that's where he corrected him. Coach goes, "Oh, it's going to burn out," and then Tony said, "No, no, no. The sun's going to become a red giant, and it's going to encompass Mercury, Venus, and Earth." That's
Um,
that's what Tony said.
That's just the heliocentric paradigm giving you entropy because they accept the law of entropy outside of Earth. So there you go. If you want to invoke some sort of paradigm outside of the laws of nature, we've got the second law of thermodynamics that proves you wrong. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Then after that was Tony got cut off. Keon came in and he said billions of years for the sun to become a giant. Because I believe that's where CB was like, "How long is that going to take?" Or someone asked him, "How long is that going to take?" And then Keon answered it for him. He said, "Well, it's going to take billions of years for the sun to become a giant. That's going to encompass everybody." And
Okay,
then
silly. You can't prove that. Give me the VIN number of your time machine.
and then he said that the burden of proof is on flat earthers.
Come on, man.
Okay, we can prove flat Earth. That's easy. I'm trying to get them to prove globe Earth like you guys are. So there you go.
I see what's happening
That's right.
now, so I see what y'all are doing. I kind of like it. I get it. I get it.
You get the format now.
Now you get the
You
format,
ain't
bruh.
gotta tell me after the fact, man. Shit.
you got bamboozled.
Later too. Sorry.
All right, so we're
But
gonna
then, dude,
continue.
hold up.
Like I
That guy
think,
blocked me though. Some other
Who?
goofball was like, "The moon is made of cheese," then blocks me and says I'm the one who interrupted him and post in the a damn thing saying
That was
CB
earlier, yeah.
needs to behave better because some dude said moon is cheese and he thought it was me. The fuck?
Do better, CB.
Tell that
Good.
freaking loser to
All right.
unblock me,
So
man.
we have someone else to bring
Yeah,
up.
we got
just real
somebody
quick.
coming up. So
Rafi.
we're gonna pause our format for just a moment. Well, not our format, but our kind of talking about what they did. I guess you could put a pin on that, APOC, where we're at.
Got it. Yeah.
All right, so Rafi, if you're there, welcome to the panel. We're looking for globe storytelling professionals. So are you one? Because
No, I'm not one. I am undecided.
Boo.
Yeah, I know. I know. Sorry,
you're
Ron,
fine. You're fine. You're fine.
but I am undecided though because I've been researching in a very mild way for many years now, and I've listened both sides of the arguments, and I'm still undecided. My question is for the panel is that maybe one of the reasons why I did not really go deep down in the research of the topic because I haven't really seen the importance of it. Maybe if you can explain me what's the conspiracy about, why is it important?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it a little bit, but the only problem is the format for tonight is a little bit different. So our usual format is kind of a debate style, kind of back and forth. And what we're doing this time around is we're allowing the Globers to come up here uninterrupted. They're going to get to say whatever they want about the Earth being a globe. We want to hear their best foot forward as to how they know the Earth's a globe, right? That's the format for tonight. We're allowing them to come up here and tell us whatever they think, however they can tell us the Earth's a globe. And then once they're done, the APOC's taking notes, and then we're going to review, critique what they've said. The panel up here, the Flat Earth panel that's up here. But any other night, I would definitely love to engage you. But I will say that if you're going to look for something that to chew on, something to kind of to stick to, the information that's getting told to you that the Earth is a globe controls your mind whether you think it's a globe or not. So the paradigm of it being a globe is received to you by multiple ways, right? Like education system, your parents telling you, the advertisements about global this and globes everywhere, pictures of globes, and so you're getting bombarded with that information. So the only thing you can do is accept or deny, right? So once you accept that that is a paradigm, that information controls your mind.
Facts.
Now that's the type of reality that you think you live at. So I'm telling you, the information controls your mind. You think of the Earth as a globe, in a vacuum of space, in a solar system, in a galaxy, and so on and so forth, yada, 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 right? So now that you know, the simple answer is the information controls your mind. So whatever it is that you're being told, and without any research, believing it's, if you just believe, that's acceptance without evidence. So anyway, that's the short of it, but I just want to tell you that so I don't waste too many people's times. This is not a back and forth. I just want to let you know, and then we can get to some more globe critiquing.
So I do want to say this, because I want to address Mark of Melbourne also, because anybody that comes in that wants to claim what he did, I want to address those claims also.
Yeah, but we APOC's got a list. We want to
I
stick to the
got
list.
Mark on there too as well, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's got to go down. I thought he's probably like 4 people down
This
the
is
list
hard,
because he's
man.
towards the end.
Because
dude,
we
it's
haven't.
difficult.
We're like 10 people back, right? Like,
I don't know.
we got a
APOC,
huge queue. We haven't even like. We're so deep.
We're barely on the first page of
Come
1,
on,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, bro.
When do we go back and start going through this shit before I forget, man?
Yeah,
Because I ain't writing
we can do
nothing
it right
down over here. All right, I'm going straight off the dome.
APOC's got you.
I got it all.
APOC's got you, man. He's got you.
All right, let's keep cooking, then. Let's keep cooking.
All right. Well, we have Jack Boot was next on that came, after Keon. But before we get to that list, just making sure, any Globers still that want to share a story?
Yeah, you Globers can interrupt us and come up here and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe at any time. You gotta do is raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Because I see a lot of new names in the list, so I'm not sure. Give a thumbs up if you like the format. If you like what we're doing, like what you're hearing, you maybe just, I don't know, just enjoying the conversation.
The format's fire, bro.
The sad part. The sad part was when Keon claimed to be a good researcher. I was so disappointed when he said that because all his examples are horrible.
Me too.
Damn, Keon, you gonna let him talk to you like that, bro? Damn.
Every Flat Earth Friday, he has the worst examples, and he's got to keep trying.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, but
you gonna let him talk to you like that?
24/7. He got upset, man. Keon was all about like, well, wait a minute, I want to respond to that. I'm like, nah, you really can't. The format tonight is you guys get to speak, and then we're gonna critique you guys afterwards. That's the way it goes.
He didn't like that.
He's like, but I don't. Then that's not fair. And I was like, well, we let you say whatever you wanted to uninterrupted. I think it's pretty fair. Like,
right.
Anyway.
Yes.
So after Keon, a Flat Earther came up, Jack Boot. He's a 6-year-old. He said everything's manipulated, fake. History's fake. Walking on the moon was fake. Satanic.
Facts.
Mocking God. We are God.
Damn.
He lives in Utah. Knows this guy is an engineer. He's doing something, making something that can survive the 400 degrees below zero environment. And then he said, why are you working on it if we already did it? And I was like, that's a good point. Why are they trying to figure out how to get things into that environment if they already apparently did, right? That was a good point. I like that. I like when you said that. Arc Studios is raising his hand. You want to jump up, Arc?
Yeah, Arc is on the list, actually. He might be on the list again. So hopefully, let's see if we can get him up here. And
double the money.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get our money's worth. All right. Arc Studios, welcome. You're on the speaker panel. Tell us more about your globe, Arc Studios.
The top of the mountain thing.
Here
I didn't
we
say anything
go.
about a horizon. I didn't say anything about a horizon.
Yeah,
So
said curvature.
don't anyone tell me
Yeah.
that I'm
All right.
looking at a horizon.
Yeah, this isn't a back and forth. This
I'm just gonna clarify.
But he did though. He did. He's lying. He's lying.
Yeah,
I'm
this isn't a back and forth
clarifying
though.
right now. You gonna let me finish, or
Not really. Do you have
yeah,
anything to
sure.
add? Do you have anything to add about the Earth being a globe, or?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, go
That's
ahead.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's
You
not going to
cut me
be.
off. You literally cut me off while I was
But you
talking.
can't be. You can't be wanting to debate somebody. That's the thing that
No,
you can't let
I
happen.
didn't get to finish what I was saying, and then you've gone and put
yeah.
words into my mouth
No, I
now.
don't think
and said
so.
that
I
said
cut
things
him off, but
that-
he's lying. That's
yeah,
why
okay,
I cut
so
you off because you're a liar.
because I'm a liar.
Facts.
All right.
You seriously think I've come here and
I'm not
Bye-bye.
talking about the horizon. I mean, you're talking about seeing curvature from the mountain. That's the horizon, the curved horizon, which would be the curvature of the Earth. Dude, come on, man.
Nah, he's messing with my groove. All right, so he went back down. All right, who
All
else
right,
we
we
gonna
have
bring up?
Stray.
Sorry.
He also asked.
Yeah, Arc. Don't bring Arc up. He's not coming up.
All right. Yeah, Stray's back. Stray came back. The stray cat came back. Stray is back.
Stray, what's up, man?
Stray's a cool cat.
He's a pretty
like
cool
his
cat. He's Gen X like me, so.
Oh shit.
All right.
Hey again, dudes. I've
up,
been
bud?
racking my brain. So I've been racking my brain trying to think. And one point I can come up with is taking a compass, north, south, east, west as cardinal rules. You can go in a directly straight line around the globe in any direction and come back to where you are.
Are you sure?
That's my understanding of a globe. Like if you're taking the coordinates of where you are, you can travel in a
It's not a straight line.
a straight line around the globe.
You've
No,
never
It's
taken.
not. It's not a. It's
You've
not.
never taken such a trip, have you?
All right, go ahead and finish what you're saying, Stray. And then we're gonna go ahead and just continue forward. So we want you to put your best foot forward and finish saying what you were saying, so that we can critique it later. Go ahead.
Was that
Go ahead,
to me?
Stray.
No?
Yeah, that was for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can go up to a certain altitude and go in, one compass point's direction, maintain that trajectory, and you will come back around to where you were. That's my
Okay,
my
is that it?
understanding. And that's me racking my brain. So yeah.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming back up and telling us
All right.
that.
Poke me
Pac
back
got it
down.
down. Cool, thanks.
Yep. Next we got Rafi.
Yes, I do have a critical question that I think would definitely conclude on the topic is that when the plane is going from, let's say, Canada to Europe, is there any documentation, any?
Yeah, this isn't a.
anything
Sorry, Rafi. Yeah, it's gonna break the format if we start answering questions and back and forth, because it's gonna become a debate, and we're trying for it to be as best we can. Just you
Okay.
telling us how the Earth is a globe. That's the best we
Okay.
can, and then later on we'll critique what you said. So
I understand. If anybody has a documentation, they can post it in the bubble. I'll go and check it out. Thank you very much.
okay. Document for what?
I
Well, for
think
the does the plane change its angle as it's going, or is it going straight?
Oh yeah, you're asking questions once again. No, yeah, questions we'll wait for later. Once again, I don't know. El comprende. Like you understand what I'm saying. Questions later, not now.
No preguntas
All right.
ahorita, porfa.
No preguntas. No preguntas right now.
so. If you ask the question now, we can write it down and then
Yeah.
answer it.
We'll answer it later. Cool. All right.
Yeah. There was somebody else that raised their hand, but I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah, it might be. What's his name?
Yeah, Rafi again.
No. It was somebody else.
That's someone else.
Yeah, I don't
Like-
know that they're.
Like Kyrgyz
You gotta-
I
and
think they
Rafi,
dropped
the
back to
two.
listener.
Kyrgyz, I think, is one, but he put his hand down. I think.
Yeah, maybe
Uh,
Thomas has their hand up.
Come on up.
Or is that just a high five?
Lift them up to
You
the
can hit the
stage.
request, Thomas. I'll invite you to speak, or just ask, and I'll bring you up if it didn't work.
Guys, the format is easy. All you guys got to do is come up here and tell us your Globe stories. We're looking for the Globe
like a delay or
storytelling
something.
professionals.
There's like a delay or
So, if
something.
you get on a beach ball and you're an
Yeah,
ant,
dude. I haven't heard that yet, but if we do hear that, that'll be wicked. You're gonna have to look for something to punch in the
ooh,
background,
bruh.
maybe.
I'm already looking for
All right.
one.
Yeah, put some holes in your drywall. Go ahead.
I guess they're not coming, so let's go back to
Do
the list
it,
here.
do it, do it.
So we're talking about Jack Boot.
Can we just pick one? Or are we going like in order, or how does this work?
No, just going in order. Not rolling. Yeah, we're going in order. So then Jack Boot went on to say that we're not rolling through the universe. It's insane. This is a stable planet, which was kind of like, hold on, wait, you're
Whoa,
going back to
planet.
planet, bro. Yeah. And then he said, but he also brought up another good point. Same stars every night. That's a good point. I think so.
Yeah, so logic, you don't want to defy the law of non-contradiction. We need the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle to be respected up in here.
Right. Last thing he said was getting to the edge.
Here we
taken
go.
out. So I was like, what?
He was kind of saying something along the lines of like the newbie flat earthers, you know, kind of like, I don't know. I felt like he was kind of new to the whole thing, perhaps. And I got that vibe. Maybe he was like
in season one. He in season one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of vibe I was getting. But yeah, there's not really much meat on the bone there for that guy. I mean, he's just really agreeing everything flat Earth. So
yeah. And then, Keon then came back, and I guess because he was talking about the moon landing never happened, and Keon was like, well, the moon landing, and this, I actually like that he said this because we could flip that on him. He said, well, the moon landing has nothing to do with the shape of the
Facts.
Earth. I was like, okay, and he's onto something. I agree with that. Because some people say, because we land on the moon, that makes us a ball. So I appreciate that.
So if it has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, then how did they get to the moon if they didn't know the radius of the Earth to actually go around it to gain escape velocity of 25,000 miles per hour?
Thank you for exposing the elephant in the room, Alpha. That is exactly.
That's a good.
We just spray and pray, bro. They're experts. They're just point and shoot and hope it works.
Yeah, how many times did he told you that, CB? Oh, we just send rockets up. That's all we do.
Throw it up
Send
there.
rockets up.
Carmine has his hand up. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Carmine that hand
Yeah,
up.
first of all, I think the format's fantastic. So what I would ask is, if no one's stepping forward to give their account, can we discuss our evidence contrary in the meantime while we wait? Is that fair?
I mean, the thing is, like, what critique do you have to what's been said? Like, I want to hear your. If you're up in the panel, man, like, let's hear your critiques on it.
Yeah,
like, this shit is good stuff right here. I mean, we got gold.
I sent you a link to a post that it's got three graphics. NASA published something they call the ideal rocket equation. Ideal.
Oh, hey, is it in the? It's up in the nest, right?
I put it in the pill.
Oh,
I sent you the link to it.
Oh, I see you. Yeah, if everybody, I can draw your attention to the pill at the top. Check it out, man. He's got that information right there. Let me click on it. Oh, you found it, didn't you? What did you think about that? Isn't that cool, Steve? Is that what you were pointing at, Steve? Is he there?
No, it's Carmine. You're looking at.
Oh shit, dude! My bad.
And
I got the wrong
pill.
guy.
The pill's in the comments.
Yeah, in the
comments. The pill comments. Okay, my bad.
Ooh, that's why I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, my bad.
What are you talking about?
Let's see what you got going on.
I'm looking for it.
Oh, wait.
Carmine. Let's see it yet.
Is that where it says evidence that demands a verdict?
That's the one.
All right, that's 28 minutes ago for you, APOC, if you're looking for it.
I see it. I see it right there. Yeah.
Let's see what the snippet says here. Dayside always towards the center of orbit. This is a simple proof against the heliocentric model of the cosmos because it demands that Venus and Mercury only be observable in the daytime, never at night, and neither at dusk nor dawn. Nevertheless, with the naked eye, Venus is very frequently and very easily observable at dusk, dawn, and even at night. And I've seen that too. Therefore, NASA is an enormously fraudulent pack of conspiratorial criminals, and those who defer to their pretense of authority in matters of cosmology are either willfully ignorant at the very least, or equally vile and criminal at best. Case closed. Oh, it's pretty based, I guess. And it's got, it's got like a virus in the Apollo lunar escape module, looking the same.
Nice.
Looks like
a follower. I'm a follower now. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool. But anyways, Carmen's got a little background to him, man. So he's with the senior editor in
yes,
Discovery
the
Channel.
next one.
Yes, that's
The
correct.
next one.
Damn, brother. Hey, wait. I gotta ask him. Hold on, Apod. I gotta ask you, man. Were you involved with anything they had to do with Stephen Hawking and the behind the curve thing that they did? Discovery Channel had a lot of stuff, brother. And I gotta ask you, like, they, I don't know, was it maybe in the recent years? Well, how long ago was that, guys? On the panel. You remember Discovery Channel did that thing with Stephen Hawking?
Yeah,
and,
the Stephen Hawking's with the helicopter.
yeah, did you know anything about that, Carmine?
What year was that? Because I was only with them. I was with them from their launch in '94, and I worked until about 1998.
Oh,
no,
nah.
that was recent.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shit.
But I was also I was also there freelancing for a bit when they put their documentary 9/11 Anatomy of a Disaster.
Yeah, but don't you think that some of the stuff they put together was a little bit too leaning towards the status quo? Like they are more towing the line than they are actually like really skeptical and like.
Yes,
From my experience, I feel that's kind of.
And Stephen Hawking passed away, and they replaced him with a very poor double. If you look carefully, I read Brief History of Time back in the late '80s.
Freaking Carmine's base, dude. Like, what the hell?
Hostile witness, by the way. So Stephen Hawking in his book, we use him as a hostile witness.
Yep.
All right, we have somebody coming up. Let's see.
We got Nikki as well here, Alpha.
All right.
in the
Yeah,
queue.
go ahead. Go ahead. If you think the Earth is a globe and you have a story to tell, go ahead and let us know how it's a globe. Best foot forward.
Yeah, let me try to explain this crazy theory I have that agrees with that Galileo guy we put on house arrest. Am I right? So, the Earth perhaps.
Hey, excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Hold on. Nikki, can you get closer to your mic? Because you're cutting in and out.
Yeah. Is this better?
If you don't mind.
No, never mind. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Audio, what do you guys think?
A little bit difficult to hear.
Yeah, it's really
kind of like
it's
muffled
you're
or
far.
something.
Yeah, no, it's like you're too far, so like the words are
It's really like in my mouth right now. Can't get much closer.
Do you have a different, like a microphone, or just use your phone speaker?
Let me try that.
Yeah, we're trying to get a good audio.
Hello. Better,
Way
better?
better. Yes, way better.
Oh,
Way
much?
better.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So back in the old times, in the times where there were civilizations before that, rebel slave defier of the Order of Ramses II was born. There was, Egypt and India and China and Babylonia or Sumeria or Assyria, depending at what time of year you're looking. And all these societies were pretty advanced and knew a lot of things and looked at the stars, the telescope, the stuff we learned in American school that the Greeks did. These guys did too. They just had a slightly more crude tools because they were in a different era of smithery at the forge. You couldn't make, and they didn't have as good glassware, but they still looked at the stars and they kind of came up with some belief systems that perhaps may even be more accurate at predicting and showing things than the narrative you see on the Zionist media complex or in the capitalist world in which you walk around. For instance, In Egyptian polytheism, we have a pantheon of many gods we pray to, similar to Greek polytheism.
All right, let me. Sorry, Dickie, and I'm only interrupting because I want to. The format is here,
Okay.
right? I want you just to like, if there's any way that you know that the Earth is a globe, we want your best foot forward on giving some evidence so that people who are listening, third-party listeners, can actually
I have like a
hear you.
2 seconds answer.
Yeah, but we're not actually. I mean, we're not. There's no meat on this bone, right? So I really want you to get something of substance of how the people know geometrically that the shape, that the thing that they're standing on is an actual
Okay,
spheroid.
got you. I got the
All right.
answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Based on how many freaking based ass V2 missiles Werner von Braun's slave labor rocket was fired into England, you can look this shit up. Because they had to hide in the bomb shelters. You can see that based on the fact that the ICBM, which is what the Americans rebranded our V2 as into, after Werner decided, I'm gonna be American instead of Russian, fuck that shit, and he came to America to become the head of NASA. Then I think, based on his missile, I think that because it curves and it doesn't fly straight, that basically we're a globe type sphere structure.
Okay.
That would be my reasoning, because that based Nazi became an American who lived to old age and was actually a proponent of women and minority rights before it was cool. And I don't think I'm related to him, but I happen to be German.
All right. Thank you. Was that all that you think you can muster up with that, as far as
I
like
think
what your best foot forward?
anything else would just be like American, like Red Scare propaganda that like, oh, we should go electrocute the Rosenbergs again.
All right. Thank you for coming up and telling us, what you know about the globe. So, Nikki, everybody, thank you very much.
Save some drugs for me.
You guys are savage. All right. So,
Any others?
Yeah, is there anybody else in here who thinks the Earth's a globe? Put your best foot forward if you want to come up here and tell us how the Earth is a globe. Now, this panel has a different format. Yeah, we would engage you guys in a debate. That's not what we're doing right now. We're going to critique afterwards. So just tell us, and please, the best you can. I'm saying this now. Don't ask us questions, because we just want to hear your presentation of how you know the Earth's a globe, and then we'll critique later on. That's how we're doing it. So Apoc's the man. He's recording everything on a little sheet, taking small little notes. So we will review all of this later. So anyway, if anybody else wants to come up?
There's quite a few new people. Just raise your hand if you want.
Man, this queue is piling up, man. Can we address something, please? Bro, I've been out here waiting for like a half hour already.
Well, we
There's no more mic.
address these things before
Bro,
they.
we're literally gonna forget.
Nah, Apoc's got you, man. I'm telling you.
Come on, man. The burners are getting cold, man.
So next
See,
we have. Oh wait.
Hold on.
So
we do
left off.
address
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
pile up too much.
It's piling up like crazy, gang.
All right. So we were at Keon, where he said that moon landings has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and he then went to say that all scientists believe it's a globe.
That's crazy.
And he's never heard of, in academia, he's never heard anybody making a statement about it being otherwise.
And notice that he didn't give any example of any actual scientist saying anything nearly close to what he said. So it was very ambiguous, kind of the answer he gave. So there wasn't any answer to like what specific scientist he knew. It was just like, many scientists say that the Earth is a globe, and they double check their numbers and they check the data, and everything
the figures,
checks out.
And the numbers,
everything's all good.
The fossil records.
He said we got the top scientists looking into this, and by golly, they know it's a globe.
I remember
and
that.
You're like, dude, whatever. All right, so Apoc.
Next, after that, Coach came back in. He was just like barged his way in, and he said if he could take his 44 and shoot it up straight up, and then he cut himself off. He said, "Wait, hold on. First, we need to discuss gravity. Do you guys believe in it?" He's like, "Because if you don't believe in gravity, then there's no point of giving my example." And then he said that gravity pulls 9.8 per second times per second, he said. And he said everybody knows this.
Oh.
And then he got cut off.
Yeah, times per second meters squared. So that's what he meant.
So everyone knows that.
Reading.
Yeah, but not everything falls down. We're not just out here in the real world seeing things just falling. We're seeing things not just falling. You
I
know
don't
what I
see
mean?
anything falling right now. Nothing.
Exactly. I don't see anything falling either except my hands in disgust.
My jaw in awe.
I just feel it's more confusion, yeah, where they're conflating the cause and the effect. The effect becomes
Well,
the
that's
cause.
gravity.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all witnessing the effect. 9.8 meters per second squared. No problems. Yeah, we're not going to deny that we
Except
see
for,
some things
like,
do
air.
that. However, what's the cause?
Yeah,
This
this
is what
also
we're
goes
applying.
towards other flat earthers, which I will wait until we address Mark of Melbourne, which I want to, but I know Apocryphon
Yep.
wrote Mark of Melbourne's
Yep.
story.
Yeah, he got it. He just patience is a virtue.
Next we had Ralph. He jumped in. He was like, military material manuals. They speak about the curvature and the Coriolis, and then he just like did a mic drop. That was it.
Yeah, he wasn't much for. Yeah, no, I was like, okay, that was a short story.
Yeah. That was okay. It was a short story.
Yeah, but there's many people in the military that will discuss how they never even think in their minds at all about Coriolis. So,
All right. And yes, I do have Mark's story, by the way.
I love that we're calling them
And
stories.
he's like,
That's what they are, dude. Like, there's nothing. I
That's all it is, bro.
I mean,
so take an ant and a
So
beef
then-
not
ball.
facts.
So after Ralph, then came Shamara came in. She's a biblical flat earther. She said it's not moving.
Facts.
She used to believe in a globe, grew up, and then she learned about biblical flat earth. She said 200 plus scriptures. She said some Christians don't agree, and thinks that the purpose is the devil perverts the word and created. Perverts the. I can't even read my own writing.
that's true.
The word
What
created.
that is true. Yes.
The world. Okay. Yeah.
We mostly agreed. I don't think there was like, usually when flat earthers come up here and because a lot of people didn't know the format that we're doing, so they were just kind of jumping in and telling us their side, and that's fine. I don't really care. It's just when I hear those globe stories, man, because those are the most exciting ones to hear. Because not every glober is the same. They're all gonna say different things, and I think that's really interesting. Because you guys haven't heard some of the things I've heard over the years I've been doing this, man. So
I found it interesting.
I want you to be privy to that.
It was really good, yeah, and the way they speak with conviction, some of them, of how they know these things, yeah.
Right. And then the next guy will say something completely opposite.
Yeah, it's opposite of that guy. Yeah. They were even
Yeah.
disagreeing.
Yeah.
They were disagreeing. And Coach was like disagreeing with what's his face in here? The other guy, APOC. Remember Coach and
which one?
Kean. Yeah, he was like, no, that's incorrect. I was
Right.
like, oh, he's
Yeah.
correcting
And
him.
they'll
Like,
both
good.
they'll both say it with the same amount of fervor and confidence, right?
Yeah.
I love that.
Because he's
shit.
like,
Yeah.
the Earth's going around the sun at 67,000 miles per. He's like, nah, that's incorrect. No, no.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah.
How
In
You can
regards
run
to
this
that, in regards
every
to that
week.
conviction, but in regards to that conviction that they have, that's a good point that Carmine made earlier. Is it's on the individual to really make that decision. I mean, when some of us find out, dude, it can take months, if not years, for us to come around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is.
Yeah.
It is a good approach to act like you don't know, but also it's so funny how they contradict each other in their own paradigm.
Yep.
So that just to show you how much they will draw conclusions on their own in their own mind
Yep.
to make it make sense to them.
Bring your own globe day. Right? BYOB Earthers, bro. They just brought their own version. And then they'll finish it up with, and everyone knows that. So like the last guy.
Right.
Yeah.
My personal critique on Shamira, I actually appreciated her. Just me personally, because I do find it weird when you meet someone to say that they're a Christian and yet they believe in the globe. But I understand though, because I too was once a Glober and I believe in the Christian. Or I'm sorry, I once was a Glober, but I was a Christian. But once you learn the truth, then the scriptures start to make sense. Even scriptures that I've read many times, but then like I never would have thought when it said like the ring to the clay, right? Pressing upon the clay. Like I would have
Job
never thought of it the
38:14.
way the
Yeah.
way it when you're told though, oh no wait, that's representing the world and that's because the world's
I,
not a globe.
yeah, but it's
Then it makes
a curse of knowledge
was that
bias that you're experiencing. So you expect that since you know something, that you expect other people to just already automatically know what you know when you tell.
right.
Right.
Yo,
Yeah.
and
So that
the APOC, the order of creation, the very beginning in Genesis, talks about how the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day. That's not
right.
possible in a heliocentric model where the sun was the first thing to have all the planets revolve around them. And that's
Right.
just, looking into how the word doesn't describe the earth being a globe. And it's like not a heliocentric book.
Yeah, no, and then it's interesting because then you'll see Christians put science or what they're the pseudoscience before God because then they'll say, no, that's not what God said or that's not what God meant. Even though it's like clearly like, are you sure? Like it literally says like these are the steps.
Yeah, it's
Like how did this exist before this? How did plants exist before the sun, right? Because like you said, the sun and the moon and the stars were not even they came after the plants. So it's really interesting. He said there let there be light, but then the sun and the moon were made later. So I don't know. I think that's one of those things that's
Yeah.
why it gets questioned.
Yeah, the thing
But
about let there be light was the evidence that light was existing in a dark world. So that
right,
was the creator's light. The light that he set forth in
yeah,
the sky was the light he made. So the light
right.
that emanated from him was the light that was creation that brought
Which would have been yeah,
yeah. And another thing
so,
that people forget is that Earth
yeah,
in that context, when the earth and the heavens were created, or the heaven was created, earth was considered a whole thing, not just the dry land. When it was later in that context, earth was
yeah.
dry land.
Let
To
me
the
just
context.
because I was taking you somewhere with that, but that the creator was a light. So at the end in the book of Revelation, it talks about when the sun will go dark and the moon will turn to blood red. So there's going to be a time period in the end, right, where the sun will exhaust its light, but he will be the light. So light will be emanating from him. So just as it was in the beginning, so it will be in the end. So that's
yeah,
what I was saying.
yeah,
That's where you draw from those verses. If you understand the biblical narrative, you would be able to say that Scripture interprets Scripture. So it will show you that
right,
that's how you look to the beginning to see what the past, you look to the past to see what the future is going to be, and that's the same as it was in the past will be in the end. Just
Yeah,
let you know that's
right.
oh, that's why I was saying that the least crazy thing that guy said earlier was burn
Sun.
out. So that's not crazy. That's actually built into creation. The
yep.
sun, the
Yep.
heat death,
Yeah, it will exhaust its light. Yep.
yeah, exactly.
Hey guys,
Really?
we have Dan Blue brought up as a speaker with their hand up.
Damn, Blue.
All right.
Hey,
So,
what's up?
what's up, Dan Blue? So I don't know if you know the format. Just real quick, if you're coming up here and you think the Earth's a globe, go ahead and give us your best globe evidence. We're not gonna. This isn't a debate. This is just you telling us how the Earth is a globe, and then we'll sit back and listen. We won't interrupt or interject. We'll let you finish saying what you're saying, and then we'll put you back down as a listener. But we wanted you to get your best foot forward as to the evidence as to how you know it's a globe. That's the format tonight. So, or if you're Flat earther, I don't know. Like that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I
What
was gonna
is you
say that's
mean?
gonna be pretty hard because I don't believe that it's a globe.
Flat earther.
But I
Cool,
thought it
cool.
was funny. I came in the room and you were talking about that specific verse and the heliocentric versus the geocentric. I
Mhm.
recently got excommunicated from my church for sowing division, allegedly, because I was sharing flat Earth stuff. And the pastor actually gave an entire series on creation because I had caused such a stir within the church. And he tried to do
Right.
some mental gymnastics over that Genesis thing because somebody specifically asked,
Right.
well, how was there a day when, you know, they were created in this order?
Exactly. And
Geocentrism.
Got 'em.
just
Hold
as yeah, go ahead, Flatsy.
I do want to say geocentrism is still a globe Earth that doesn't spin in
Yeah, of
space.
course. Of course. So even at that, still the scriptures would explain that the earth is not a globe. So it still would point to that it's a flat and stationary plane. So the scriptures do side with flat earth 100%. Like I said, the Bible is the flat earth book. And even though those people got upset, and if you were describing it to them and you pointed it out to them, damn Blue, like it's up to them to realize that, you know, they made the error in trying to correct you on something that they should be corrected on. So like APOC, I don't know. Do we have any more?
Carmine's raising their hand.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Alpha, if I may refine your methodology, which is spot on. When you said best foot forward, in Latin, that's known as prima facie evidence. It's the evidence that demands a first look because it is sufficient to prove the point. So that euphemism, best foot forward, is literally a prima facie posit. And someone was saying no middle, exclusion of the middle. That Latin principle is tertium non grata. Tertium non grata. Now, yeah. So now, using the Bible to prove it, those who have faith in the scriptures, it's fine. But for those who reject them, it won't suffice. So we got to stick to science. Got to stick to the science. One more thing.
Yeah, the premise of that discussion was somebody who wanted to state their kind of their opinion of their stance, and their stance was more leaning towards a biblical perspective versus just like a physical natural world like demonstration. So
Yes.
for us, and we're just kind of like going over the notes as to what the person we were engaging. And so that's what we're doing. We understand, like, trust me, dude, I've been doing this for 10 years. I know the ins and outs of this, like so well.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
So,
The law of excluded middle is a law or a principle law of logic. So I don't even have to refer to scriptures for that one. It's
exactly.
Yeah, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle is the basis of logic. So
right. And the problem with that is, though, people that are on the side for the globe, they don't reason with logic. And I think that's the error that they commit whenever we're having a conversation with them. Because to them, logic is not, there's such a thing as contradictions or paradox and things that they don't jive with, like how something can and cannot be the same. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
indeed,
it's you could try to say that these are the laws that we abide by in the physical natural world, but what they're going to do is toss that right out the window in a conversation where they say, well, I don't know, I don't even know if I'm a brain in a jar. How do I know that? Like,
here we go.
Classic. One last thing, please. One last thing. I'm not sure if you caught this one, but DeGrasse Tyson, first of all, he's a Freemason. Secondly, he was brought to meet Neil Armstrong in person when he was a youth. So they had groomed him from the get-go. He was groomed. And here's the kicker. At one point, he suddenly pipes up and says, well, the Earth is shaped like a pear. The southern hemisphere is a little wide. It's fatter than the northern.
Chubbier.
Yeah, it's chubbier in the bottom. That's what he said.
Little
yeah,
chubbier.
That's what he said. Chubbier.
Chubby's a good word. It's like
yeah,
big boned. It's big boned.
Oh,
living on a pear. We're living on a prayer.
Yeah,
living
thick.
on a pear.
Yeah, if you're gonna spell thick, it's THICC. thick. You know what I mean? So that's a thick. All right, we brought somebody
Here
up.
we
It's
go.
Make It Don. Make It Don. Welcome to the panel. We're having a different format tonight. We're actually talking with people who think the Earth's a globe, and them to go ahead and tell us how they know it's a globe. Give us your globe evidence, sir, if you have some.
Yeah, bro. I was gonna touch on what we were earlier. You know, like with the what do you call it? The lack of critical thinking that's displayed by these globetards. You know, like
Oh, you're a flat earther. My bad.
what
Go
have you
ahead.
got, what have they got to lose? Just entertain it. You know what I mean? Entertain it. If you don't believe that's fine. But they don't even go there. That's how tunnel visioned they are. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, you ain't heard all of it, man. You wait. I mean, there's so much. Like it fascinates me. I think every time we have conversations with these guys, it just like I can't you can't make this up. Like the kind of stuff that they say when
Right.
they're justifying their belief in the globe. Now, belief is acceptance without evidence. So they have this belief, strong belief in the globe, and they don't know why. It's just like when you ask somebody, well, okay, let's just everything aside, I want you to tell me exactly how you know the Earth is a globe. They're like, dude, come on, man. Data,
Yeah,
all the
yeah, they're
facts,
stumped.
The numbers,
scientists,
the
Yeah,
figures.
duh.
they get stumped.
There
They
are
get
fossil
stumped.
records.
It's like a deer in the headlights when you ask them, when you say, okay, well, let's talk about this rationally. Let's present the evidence, and let's sit down as two
Yep.
rational people and check it out. It's like a deer in the headlights.
It's
Even if you
amazing.
try to address the things that they said, they'll be like, "So you don't believe?" Like,
So now you're questioning all of the science? I mean,
right,
all of the
right.
science? I mean, everything? And you're just like,
This
what science, bro? Like, what?
this literally happened with the guy with the. He's like, just go on a mountain, you'll see it. Like, okay,
So
well, I know for a fact that
ultimately, they
the
contradict
math
themselves.
says
They contradict themselves because
the math exactly.
science says you never stop questioning and you never stop pondering ideas. That's the whole thing. Isn't that the whole
Except
body of
So that's
science?
not science.
except when we talk about the
really.
globe, because that's
The
settled science, sir.
science doesn't say anything. It
Science doesn't
have,
say anything.
yeah, there you go. CB's on my wavelength.
Except for when it's a speak and say, like they did with those kids. You know, you pull the globe says
Science says
curve,
Oh my god.
curve.
No, but it's like, but you're right though. They do contradict themselves, just like this goofball who said you could see it on a mountain. Well, no, you can't see curvature from an airplane, and which is higher, an airplane or a mountain. So if you can't see it from a plane, how are you seeing it lower?
Dude.
Jeez.
So
dude.
I think
Listen, I can take it one step
And then he's
further.
like, "So
I can
you
I
don't
can take it one step
believe?"
further. I've noticed like really intelligent people. Some people are vulnerable to sort of blockages, or no, what do you call it? Like a blinker or something in the brain. You know, not
Syndrome.
you know
My
what I mean?
friend,
It's hard to explain. It's hard to
it's
explain.
it's nothing short. It really is nothing short of mass hypnosis. Nothing short.
Well, you just got you
Facts.
I
guys.
think you're onto something there, bud.
You just wait till I address ether believers because you can
Keeper. What's that?
exactly. You just wait till I do that because I am waiting very patiently.
Oh, don't worry. Somebody will stroll in and say something, but you're gonna have to bite your tongue because we have to hear them all the way through. They're till they're done.
My hands are rated E for everyone.
Nice one. That's a
They're
Alrighty then.
lethal weapons.
Hey,
Hey, Pac,
so
who else is up next on the?
next, Tony came back. But before I go to the list, just real quick, shout out to the 47 listeners. I
Oh,
appreciate
damn.
you guys being here. If you haven't, please give it a like and then maybe even share it on your what do you guys call it on X?
Retweet
Your
it,
wall,
baby. Come on
your
now.
yeah,
Retweet it.
I don't
Shoot
know what
me
you
a
guys call
follow.
your
Shoot a Pac a
profile.
follow. AJ Flatticlank CB. Come on now. You know the
Yeah,
drill.
and if you're new to here, or you just got here, if you have any proof of the globe, this is your opportunity to take the grand stage. We will not interrupt you, and you can share everything you know about it being a globe. Tell us your story, because we are looking for those professional globe storytelling
Tell us about
individuals.
ether too. Tell us about ether too, for sure.
Oh, you're an instigator.
So,
Little bit.
so if anyone, so if everybody listening, if you just want to kick back and listen, as we're right now, we are now going back over everything that's been said already, and we'll bring you up if you cut us off at any time. I don't see no hands raised or requests, so I'll go back to the list. After Shamira talked about her biblical flat earth, Tony came in and he's a one-liner and he was like, question to flat earthers, explain weather. And then that was it. He just explained weather.
L.
Yeah,
do you guys want to
I gave him the
answer that for the
rebuttal.
crowd?
It was pretty easy. It didn't take because he's like, if the
Yeah,
Earth is
temperature.
flat, explain weather. I was like, dude, temperature and pressure. That's it.
And temperature differential and pressure.
Well, but I mean, you know, the
pressure-
way that temperature affects, you know, pressure and pressure exerting its, you know, like lower, higher pressure on the like the so the
It's caused by temperature.
yeah. So you're dealing with weather systems that has no relation to the curved surface of your globe. Come on, guys.
100%.
Come on. Like, I mean, come on. If the Earth is flat or globe, what does weather have to do? What's weather got to do? Got to do with it?
Well, I think it's just an argument from ignorance, and they state that the weather can only occur the way it does on their spinning ball.
Ooh, I got a rebuttal for that. Now, if that was true, then which way is the Earth rotating when I show you about 4 different places? Like, okay, I've looked at one time there was a storm above us, and the clouds on the very bottom layer were going one direction. The ones above that were going a different direction. The ones above that were going a different direction. The ones above that were going even a different direction. 4 different directions, and the way the clouds were moving. That was facts.
Yeah, it's just entropy at work. It's because of the dynamic system. So things are always trying to exist in a low energy state. So if you're going to have some sort of temperature pressure differential in one area, it's going to be a crazy trying to get to an equilibrium, you know, not necessarily like zero. It's the low energy state. So you have high energies and high pressure going on all at once. That is what weather, wind, everything, all those things are entropy.
It's all hydrothermodynamics. It's all hydrothermodynamics. And not all places on the surface of the Earth are at the same temperature. So you're going to have thermals and places where are non-thermals rising. So yeah, that generates all
entropy.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, man. That wasn't. I mean, he just came in there really quickly, so I just answered him, and I was like, so doesn't determine the Earth, the globe, but thanks.
Yeah. Then after Tony, Gnosis came in and said water's level. There's no curvature visible. Sun is not the distance it's said to be. The sun and moon are local in the terra firma, with outer realms in the plasma. And then CB jumped in. He's like, where did we get all the information from? And then he was like, he wanted to shut that down real quick, which he did.
I love how you took that into
I think he's also got part of his claim in the chat. Yeah, the Earth is flat, and the moon is a reflection of the Earth. But most of you aren't ready for that piece of information. So he's got some models he's proposed.
Yeah.
What a joke. That's a joke, man. You've got a baseless assertion and you just want us to believe it? No, thank you. I just left a belief system. I'm not going to enter into another one.
Yeah, you know what the important thing is that we do here with these critiques is that everybody who comes up and wants to speak, they're obviously, if you're thinking something about the Earth that it's going to need some kind of assistance for us to kind of critique through, you're going to figure out maybe that what you thought of wasn't the case. So CB was coming in to kind of interject because this guy was talking some mad stuff, right? Like just about his flat Earth ideas. And now that we're critiquing it, I mean, what do you think that he was saying? The reason why that CB was speaking up. Why do you guys think CB interjected? Like that was important. That was an important part.
He can actually speak for himself. Go ahead, CB. Okay,
He's got to go.
trash. His mic is trash, and he's leaving. So
His mic is trash.
Trashy Mike, plus he's got to go.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right,
So
CB.
Later,
yeah,
bruh.
go ahead and speak for CB. I feel like I can. He'll allow me. The guy that was talking about all these concepts and these things, he was just believing something that he saw on the internet and wanted to convey that message and parrot it. He has no actual like way to substantiate it or verify it. So we're in the same boat with the Globers as we are with these flat earthers that want to
Yep.
propose these weird ideas.
And it's just, I mean, it's on both sides, man, because you got these, they're way out there with their ideas. Well, see, the Earth is the moon's a reflection of the Earth's, like, it's a map of the Earth. Like, really? How do you know that, dude? Like, what do you, I mean, where are you drawing this from? There's nothing in reality that you're looking to make a comparison.
You know that,
except for your idea of like a AE map or something. Like, I don't know. It's just
there's a lot of people online, in social media, and it's almost like I don't know if it's even maybe push disinformation just to make. Go ahead, Pat.
Oh, I was saying I love the ideas, but you can sift through them. You know what's gold and you know what's just trash.
Yeah, it just seems like that there's a lot of like taking people down these roads of, then it's like, oh, you're just like a conspiracy theorist and you believe all this other stuff, and it's just like it's a new form of a glober, though. You can't prove that stuff, so why are you repeating it as if it's fact? Because now you just sound like a flat earth glober. How do you know that the moon's a reflection of lands that you cannot get to, you cannot see, you can't, stuff like that?
Yeah, I worry about you, APOC, because I hear you in the forums, but I think collecting information from all, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, of course, because you speak a lot of truth, and I appreciate you. But you'll go into these other forums and you'll please the other people that are speaking a lot of nonsense. And I get, you want to collect information and maybe like appeal to that side of things. But I've heard Witsit and you talk and other people in that forum and that
Yeah, I get a lot
I'm
of
not
them.
too much. But I won't get into it too much. But I'm just saying, like, I've heard a lot of nonsense come out of that forum. Just
Well, I've always been open minded to that realm, if you will. But again,
you should be.
I
You should.
yeah, but then again, though, it's also like, I feel like, at the same time they're just replacing gravity with something else that's, and I understand there's a lot of information on it. I understand. I get the, like, scientists of then, they were studying it. There was like in books, like the ether was like a real thing.
You don't have to defend yourself
Yeah.
to me. Let's
No, it's okay.
get to
I like
yeah.
I like talking about it, but we'll talk about maybe a sidebar or something. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I do appreciate those the your words, though, no doubt. Going back to the list, Tony came back. Yeah, let me see here. It was Tony, then Knows Us, then Creation Bear, and then Tony came back and he said he's seen a moon through a telescope using a refractor lens. That was his big thing. I'm not sure where you took that after that.
Is refraction. A lens would be refraction.
Yeah. Well, he said a refractor lens instead of and I didn't catch the other one he said.
No, I think he jumped in at that point.
Yeah, he got cut off, but that's why I didn't catch it. But he did say not a. So let me see. There's a refractor lens and not a I don't know. Something with the R though.
All lenses are refractor lenses.
Well,
It has to be more specific.
yeah, I don't know.
He was a bit ambiguous, but I didn't really get anything from him. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, then Keon came in. He was like,
hold on. He said, hold on. What did you say, CB?
You're forgetting the whispering attachment to the telescope.
Oh, the whispering attachment. Oh yeah, the whispering attachment.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna whisper because it's gonna tell him something. What did Jupiter say?
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember
gas
that part.
giant. Like it's not telling you that. There's nothing you're getting from looking through the telescope except for a colorful light in the sky.
Right. Then Keon came back, and he's like, he does a lot of research, professors, scientists, etc. All the people. Then he got cut off again. And then he was like 100% of that, and then he got cut off. And then that went on for a little bit, and then Flatsy jumped in. She was like giving it up for Ballbuster's book, which I want to remind of as well. Again, like that's going to be pretty cool when it comes out. I want to actually read that. It'll be interesting. What did Nathan name it? All roads lead to Flat Earth.
All roads lead to Flat Earth, guys, and it really does because everything requires a horizontal plane of reference. Whether you want to say that something goes down because you apply energy to something when you throw it or lift it up in the air and drop it, that would, like be in reference to a horizontal plane of reference. But there is no downward bias. So your anyone's baseless assertion of a downward bias, I would revert you to gas. Doesn't do that. So there you go.
A quick plug. I know I do this from time to time, but I do it because we're on X. So don't forget to follow everybody that's up here on the panel, guys.
We hit 50.
Yeah, we had 51 in my count. 51 people are watching this. We got people on YouTube and on X. Guys, we're the 24/7 Flat Earth group. So if you guys want to, just check out the other streams that we had. This is episode number 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. So we're up to episode number 9. We're continuing. It's a continuing series for 24/7 Flat Earth, and we're gonna keep to doing this series. We're gonna go as long as we can, right? So for you guys that are just joining us right now, the format is just having anybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe come on up, tell us how it's a globe, and then we're gonna critique it afterwards. But we're not gonna engage them like a debate style. We can do that some other time. But if you guys like this format that we're doing, give us some thumbs up. Let's see if you like it. Go ahead on your icons right now. Do a little thumbs up if you like this format, so we can continue to do this format again. We'll continue to do this format and until I guess you guys get tired of it or something happens. Somebody just wants to start debating or something. But
this will be a Globe Story Hour.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to hear them because sometimes they get kind of wrecked whenever they're in a debate with us. So we got a lot of thumbs up from all the panel and the people listening. I'm looking at all the thumbs up. Appreciate you guys.
I hope that Stray is still with us. Is Stray, are you still with us, or is that just my glitch?
No, he's a listener. He's not a speaker.
Wait, no, I don't even see Stray on my. Oh yeah, no, Stray's a listener. I see him.
Yeah, he's a listener. He's not a speaker.
I hope he's still here. He's still listed as a speaker for me. But
yeah, he just gave a thumbs up.
Saw it. I saw the thumbs up.
Cool. Yeah, this is really glitchy on X. Elon, he's got to get his priorities straight. He's got to focus on things here on Earth, not on.
Elon, they're not with me, man. I think you're doing all right.
Hey, I invited Elon, by the way.
You can cancel those guys. Don't cancel me, brother.
Hey, Elon might be listening, and one of the 8 other listeners that aren't listed.
It red flags it every time our words say Elon. It red flags him, so he gets a little notification.
He gets a notification.
Who's talking about me? What's this 24/7 Flat Earth episode 9? What?
I tagged him. To it. I invited him to it.
They're speaking trash about me, guys. I'll be right back.
He might be one of the 8 other listeners that are listening anonymously.
Yeah, for sure.
So
he's listening inside of his Tesla truck, on his way to the factory.
Mars.
Yeah. All right, so going back to the list, after they talked about the book, Keon came back. Speaking of Elon, he said Elon is the biggest liar if it's flat because he's dedicated his whole life to Mars, showing videos of space. Must be deceptive. Uh, Building spacecraft, not going anywhere. It's hard to believe that he would do this.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he's in favor. No, he was in favor for Elon doing all that. Like he was telling us, how is it possible that Elon is doing all of this and he's just faking it, man? So
Right.
that was his kind of like his argument. He was basically saying, look at all of the what he's done. I mean, Elon is the man. And you mean to tell me that he did all of this and you're just gonna say, nuh-uh, Earth is flat? Like basically what he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, you can refer to the second law of thermodynamics. We don't need some sort of explanation or figure to tell us that there's some vacuum of space because
What do you
we
mean?
have,
We don't have to talk about how rockets don't work in space?
we have laws of nature, thank you. So we don't need other people telling us about the vacuum of space being adjacent
No,
to.
I want to have like a 3-hour debate on why rockets don't work in space. Like, we need a globe. I'm just kidding. That's how usually it goes when you have the conversation of how that medium cannot exist because of the second law of thermodynamics. So, if we're saying that, it negates the conversation to have rockets working in space. So you don't even have to have that conversation. FYI, flat earthers, if you're brand new to this, that's what it's all about. It's about getting concise and sharpen your arguments. Know what needs to be said and what you don't need. You don't need to
Shut
be talking
up.
about rockets that work or don't work in space. That's old and busted. Now you're on the new hotness. The new hotness is you got to know what's going on about your arguments. Don't be talking about things that are derivative to the premise. They have to actually get to the vacuum of space if you want to talk about the vacuum of space working with rockets that may or may not work in that medium. So, anyway.
Exactly. No, you're completely right. Shout out to Quantum Eraser, who gave us this really concise argument that the second law of thermodynamics would dictate that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. You don't have to know the shape of the container, you don't have to know the properties of the container. You just, like, say somebody sits a steak in front of you, you don't have to know the spots of the cow, you don't have to know that the cow
What
had
color the cow was?
you
Did it
it
liked walking
cow
10 miles to eat grass? Like, you don't need to know any of that stuff.
exactly. You know that the steak came from a cow, so you know that it's an antecedent relationship. So the gas pressure itself requires containment.
Yep, that's the argument. Gas pressure requires containment. So if they're saying that you're in an open container, essentially, then the container would have gas expounding into the available space. So there's 3 types of systems. I'll just break it down real quick. I'll try to keep it concise. 3 types of systems: isolated, closed, and open. So with the Earth being a globe, it needs to be an open system because rockets and other things can leave the system, and so can energy. So
Matter.
energy and matter can traverse the open system. On a closed system, only energy can traverse and not matter on a closed system. On an isolated system, neither matter nor energy can traverse the system, which of course that doesn't exist in nature, so we don't have that. The only thing we have is either open or closed, only those 2 options. So the Earth as a globe can either be an open or closed system, which of course it's an open system according to what they say. If rockets and sunlight can pass through the Earth, therefore it's an open system. That means the gas pressure that you have here on Earth would escape into the available space, meaning you would not be breathing the air you are, my good fellows. You would be no gas to breathe. It would just keep expanding until it would fill the available space. So much so, just think about it, right? I mean, just really quickly. High pressure against the low pressure. The high pressure we're breathing right now against the low pressure of the vacuum of space. And if it had enough room to move out into the available volume, it would keep moving out into the available volume. According to kinetic molecular theory, gases have perfect elastic collisions, which means that they keep moving until they bounce off something else, and they keep moving. That means it would keep expounding and never stop. Therefore, no kind of air to breathe. Go ahead.
Which also disproves gravity because there is no downward bias for gas.
All right, we can talk about that because gases move omnidirectional, and they don't adhere to any downward vector. That's the big, hold up for these globers. Anyway, I don't know. We're kind of expounding on this, but APOC is there.
Yeah, after that, Noah's came back, and he's like, "We are in this together." This one, he was like, "No, you shouldn't be putting each other down." And then he said like the distance of the sun and the moon is not it's inaccurate. Then he got cut off because then they started going at it again. Then Keon came back.
CB on that demon time.
Yeah. Keon came back, and he said that he believes we never been there. Hold on, let me try to figure this out. 3 days. Never been there 3 things ago, and Polaris. Oh yeah. Okay, 3 days ago or 3 weeks ago about Polaris mission. How can we know? How do we know they are fake? Not a video expert, he said, but does it know what's fake? And then you came in. You said, "Hey, that's important what you just said." He said, "Experts know, but we don't." And then that's when you came in, Alpha, and you're like, "Hey, that's important that you said. You're saying you're not an expert, but then how do you know that it's fake or not?"
Because he admitted that. He was like, "Well, I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know if it's fake or not." I was like, "Isn't that a concession? Saying that because you're stating you don't know, you just believe. That's acceptance without evidence, my good sir."
Right. Yeah, that was a good point made by himself. He kind of flat smacked himself.
He flat smacked himself, cool. Dude. Sorry. I didn't. Sometimes it's face to foot style, and you guys are doing it.
Yeah. And then after that, Tony came back, and he was like, "The Voyager probe." He's like, "It launched 1977 and left the solar system in deep space. What about planets?" He's like, "What about Jupiter and Uranus?" And then he got cut off again. He's like, hold on.
The best thing to say to that, we should probably rebut that, I guess, for
sure.
The new people in here that don't know what our position is. So the Earth isn't a planet. The things in the sky are stars and the moon and the sun. All those things are in the sky. They have their own properties and whatnot that we can never know their composition, what they're made of, or the shape of them especially. We don't know those things. So you look up into the sky, you see them, and you cannot definitively say what they are. The shape, the composition.
You can take guesses. I mean, what you think they could be, but that's about all you can do, right?
They do have ground positions. That's great because we use celestial navigation for those ground positions, and we use elevation angle measurements to them, which proves a flat Earth because you're measuring the Earth flat with an elevation angle measurement. You're not using an elevation angle like you normally would to figure out the height of like say a mountain or a building or whatever. You would use those same principles to figure out certain parts of the triangle but not the whole triangle. So it's not trigonometry either. So you're using trigonometric principles and certain things about an elevation angle measurement, but you're still using the adjacent as a linear measurement for your position and the ground position of the stars. So you're measuring the Earth flat. Boom.
Good point. And just for reference, when he was talking about the Voyager and saying, I was just really thinking about, because he's like, it's outside of our solar system, and it reminds me of that movie Interstellar, because that's when they said it, measured it in 2012, and it's weird because like the math of it, just the math, right? I'm just gonna stick with that. The math of it, it's traveled 14 billion years. I mean, sorry, 14 billion miles. According to the math of it traveling since 77, so what's that, 46 years. And remember, I don't know if you remember, not one of the voyage probes, it like broke down or whatever, and they lost communication for it, and then like, oh, but we fixed it, we finally responded. But I feel like those fairy tales, those stories, that's what keeps people believing in, oh yeah, we have something 14 billion miles away. And what does it take, like 6 years for them to send a message to it, and for it to come back?
There's a lot of space lore. I call it space
just
mythos.
so much space
mythos.
You go, space mythos. And I just want, I want to just like present this to a Glober, like, how do you believe that shit? Like, what? How are you still stuck
acceptance
on that?
Acceptance without evidence, that's easy. Just it's a cool story. It's nice. Everybody likes to hear cool stories.
Yeah. So I hit enter on my computer, and it sends a signal through my dish on the roof, and for 6 years it's gonna finally get to where it's supposed to be going. It's not gonna get interrupted by a planet traversing it just willy-nilly for 14 billion miles. No problem. Nothing gets in the way. Like, and we can't even get people to talk here on our on our.
I lose cell connection when I go to the next town. Like, come on, man. That don't make any sense.
Yeah. So after the Voyager probe talk and the planet talk, Frankie came in. Frankie was like, "It's all a distraction. What does it matter?" Frankie's a flat earther, by the way.
Oh, I can't wait to answer his questions, because he was really irking me because he was so emotional.
I said, "What does it matter? Doesn't mean shit." And he is a flat earther. He took a plane, looked out the window, doesn't care about Elon, spacewalks, doesn't care. None of it matters. It's all distracted from God and Satan.
He has a certain point there, if I may say. He has a certain point there, and I can expound on that, if I may.
Go ahead.
Because I've said the same thing. You probably realize by now that these people are so utterly clinging to this mythos, and I'm going to explain that one too. You use the word mythos. That's very relevant. The point being, regardless of what the cosmology is, regardless of our belief in NASA and all their whole agenda, it doesn't change what's happening here with us on the surface of the Earth. So that's probably where he's coming from. That's what he means as a distraction, because we have very pressing issues.
What he said. That's exactly what he said. I don't think that you were here when he said it, so.
Yeah, I had stepped out for a while, Flatsy. By the way, Flatsy, I'm very impressed with the sharpness of your intellect. It's very rare. It's rare among women, especially, frankly.
No, well, thank you.
No, thank God that you're here. So now let's look at the mythos thing. Let's look at the mythos. You all know that Mars is the god of war, right? Of course, right? So here's Elon. We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars. We're going to war. And that's what's happening here on the face of the Earth. We are being bombarded by chemtrails, which is another subject matter that I know we can save for another, but suffice to say, there is shit happening on the surface of the Earth that's messing people up big time.
Yeah, you know when people actually are drinking the Kool-Aid, whenever they can't engage you in a kind of reasonable way that you can actually reason with them. So it seems like sometimes there's something that's like preventing them from getting to the next step, so where you can actually have a conversation. So it makes it more difficult for like you, Carmine, to actually just say, hey, let's just kind of question a few things, right? What's so wrong with that? But the moment you do, you get like this visceral reaction.
Yes,
that's just like, where did that come from? Like, why do you gotta be like that? Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
Alpha.
Like,
Alpha, listen, that water cooler analogy is great because, you see, if I'm at the water cooler and I'm drinking, right, and they suddenly balk at what I say and they don't want to confront it, if I stood there by the water cooler the whole day long, they would sooner die of thirst than come and face the issue.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because that's the part of them that is held down to this belief. That's acceptance without evidence. I keep on saying that because it's true.
It's actually a religion. They've made it a religion.
And it's so easy. It's so easy because it turns off your critical thinking. You don't. It's so easy. I mean, I'm talking about you can eat some potato chips and just sit back on your couch and just look at all the cool stuff on TV. Oh, well, there's an exoplanet that's 6.5 light years away. So it's a next habitable place for all humans. And you're just like, dude, this is just crazy nonsense, man. Like we're just all listening to this and accepting it like as if it were gospel truth. You know what I mean? Like,
I'll give you an example. Let's say I'll give you an example right now in the pill section, the comment section. I got some fellow here by the name of Lycurgus. I guess he fancies himself a Greek philosopher. He keeps telling me that the ideal rocket equation, he says, no, it means ideal as in Platonic. I say, I don't care what classification you give the idealism, Platonic, Socratic, I don't give a damn. It's an ideal means ideal, but this guy insists that there's a differentiation to be made. Then he starts telling me that it's a tautology. It's a tautology. And I said, never mind that. I said, what do you have to say about that image, the graphic regarding the orbits of Venus and Mercury? So he says, I'm still looking at the image. It's interesting. It's interesting. But he won't answer to it. So if you're listening like her, just take a flying leap, you dweeb.
All right. Hey, just real quick, I brought up Where's Dave. He had his hand up for a while as well. He requested, I brought him up. He's had his hand up. But before I get to you, Where's Dave? Just a shout out to the 25 listeners on YouTube. We jumped up to like in the 60s in a little bit ago here on X. And please, if you guys could just put a like, share it. And tonight's episode 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. We want to hear your best evidence that is a globe if you feel this way. And you have the floor. Uninterrupted. It's not even going to be a debate. Don't ask questions.
Yep. Don't ask questions and just give us your presentation. Don't forget to follow us, guys. Follow me, Alpha Veritas, Apocryphon, AJ, Flatty Klein. Everybody here up here on the panel. To do us a solid. We're trying to get our numbers up so that we can have huge spaces whenever we go live. We're going to see if we can keep to this format so we can let the Globers explain how they know the Earth's a globe. And then we'll do our critiques afterwards. We won't engage them right away. So if you're a Glober right now, you really want to tell us how the Earth's a globe, come on up. Raise your hand. We'll bring you up here. Tell us what you know. Put your best foot forward while you do it.
It's hard. It's really hard to just let you talk, but we'll let you.
Yeah, we have to. It's a part of the format. All right.
Go ahead. Where's Dave?
What's up, everybody? Fairly new to Ural Space Alpha. I've been in here before. Really appreciate what you're doing, brother.
Hey.
Been a true earther for, I'd say, maybe like 5 years now.
True earther.
I had, back like, I think it was like 2018, I had somebody introduce the idea to me, and we were like really close friends. I mean, everything we talked about in total agreement. And then he brought this idea up to me. I was like, bro, you're messing with me, right? Like you're trolling. He's like, no, man, I'm trying to tell you the truth. I know some stuff. I've been around. I was like, man, if this is really what you believe, I think we need to disconnect from each other because I can't roll with that. And honestly, I think you're kind of losing it. Right. So I defriended this guy, and it was over the flat earth stuff. I thought he was, completely bonkers at this point, even though we were on par, like together on everything else. Right. And then like a year or two later, I had somebody else that I really respected come to me, somebody that's high up in agency, top secret clearance, whatever. And they were kind of like, hey, man, have you checked this out? And I was like, oh, my God, not again. Like, are you playing with me? Because like I'm going to tell you right now, I disconnected from somebody. And he's like, well, listen, hang on a second. He said, you wouldn't entertain it, a couple of years ago, but for entertainment, will you watch this video? I was like, God, man, all right, whatever, dude. I don't want to lose another friend. Let's do it. So I watched the video. Halfway through, I called the guy back and I was like, yo, are you trying to tell me something right now without actually telling me something? Like, am I not privy to something like you are? Like, what's going on? He's like, man, I don't know, buddy. What do you think? And just kind of left it in my court. And that was kind of my journey from the whole true earth, flat earth stuff, right? I need a sip of this coffee. It's super early here. And from then on, man, I really did the deep dive. Got the Dave Weiss. He really helped with the basics and stuff, like kind of getting a grasp on how this could possibly work. Because we were completely indoctrinated from kids. I mean, kindergarten. I've started to look at the curriculum that my kids are being taught. Even in private school, they adopt the public school curriculums, and they've got the globe. They've got the cardinal directions, the longitude, latitude, everything from the base knowledge. So it takes a lot for you to kind of unlearn what you've already learned and kind of get into it. And being a Christian creationist, I would argue with evolution, versus creation a lot. And I would even use the moon landing. I hear this one now. This is kind of wild, but I still use it. That they're like, they sent, probes up there. They got rocks, and then they brought the moon rocks back, and based on the UV decay of the rocks, they were able to determine how much moon dust would be up there. So you see the lunar module. I know, I see you laughing at their flatsy, but this is what I used. This is what people use. There'd be feet on feet of dust based on the rate of decay. If the Earth was millions of years old, that they would need those super long legs on the lunar module. Well, when they got up there, it was only a couple inches. So obviously it's like less than 10,000 years old. Just like those little arguments, stuff like that. It was really tough for me even to let go of, as a glober then. But now, you kind of see past a lot of the bullshit, being in a different perspective, and, you kind of appreciate, people's arguments. You got to give them a chance, guys. I mean, they're not completely dumb. They're just brainwashed. All right. So take it easy on the poor Globers. Some of them are trolling. Some of them really don't care. Some of them are there to burn you down. But some of them are just lost, right? We were all kind of lost at some point. So cut him a break. I was going to mention on Elon. Is it possible that this dude, I like what you were saying, Carmine, about the war. Is it possible that he is, like, even in his most recent, hey, it looks so fake, but it's, is it possibly CGI? He was commenting on SpaceX collaboration with NASA or some shit like that. It's most recent post. Is it possible that he is just trying to wake people up with soft disclosure? No, he's part of it. I mean, I keep flip-flopping on that one, so I kind of like to hear everybody's opinion on Elon, whether or not he is possibly somewhat good. I mean,
Yes,
he's got to be
you're
somewhat
correct,
good,
my
right?
friend. You are correct, my friend, because there's an expression we have, which is the truth is often told in jest. 100%. He's one thing I've noticed with one of his alleged rocket launches, they actually showed the rocket coming back, landing on the launch pad, right side up. It defies all laws of ballistics. It was complete CGI fuckery. Sorry, pardon my French. Foolery. Yeah, that guy. Oh, freedom of speech? Yeah, freedom of speech doesn't guarantee freedom of reach. And he uses soft censorship, including glitching the spaces where these things are being discussed. I've experienced it time and time again for the past 2 to 3 weeks at least, and I'm a relative newbie to this space. I, in fact, was very hesitant for years because I figured that it would be nothing but these kinds of melees of, distraction and bickering on baseless things, as well as all these stories regarding Hollywood and that P. Diddy nonsense. It may be true, it may not. It is a huge distraction from the bigger picture that every one of us is facing. Again, media studies. I'm a McLuhan-esque media analyst. That's my discipline, aside from having literally worked and put my hand to many false stories. So I am an insider, and that makes me a credible witness. I'm not patting myself on the back. I was there. I saw these things being done. I routinely edited NASA feeds, and that's why they're scared to shit when
Yeah,
it comes to
we know that, Carmine, and I think that's the most important thing because
credible witnesses. Amen. Thanks,
most people in here don't realize that, because when this actually went live on the internet, you know, when social media caught fire of flat Earth, it went ballistic, dude. It was like so hot. It was in 2014. Flat Earth was the most talked about subject that there
And
was.
I was there from the get go of it, my friend. And by the way, I'm a fellow Gen Xer, so good to meet you, man.
Oh
But
yeah,
now
good to meet you too. Yeah, because
it's so much money and so much credibility for people that go against it, that those people will, if you are an anti-flat earther, go ahead, make your money, man, because that's where the money is.
And
If
people
you're
don't realize that people, those guys are making hand over fist. Like whenever they do, you know, their live streams against flat Earth and such, people are throwing money at these guys because they desperately don't want this to be the case. Like they abhor it. So most of the guys that are doing
poor
it, you know,
bastards.
yeah, they want somebody, just I need my champion, because like that's what they do. They look for their champion to rally behind, so that therefore they can feel good about believing in the globe. But they don't have somebody that's going to stand up. So these anti-flat Earth types are the only things that they got to leech off of, like Simon Dan or McToon and those guys. You know, and it sucks because that's the best that they got. You know, my thing is like this. Where's academia in all of this? Those guys, they don't want to get in the ring with us. They think it's settled science. Well, we don't want to debate with the flat Earth. That's settled. We have settled science. Like, you know, it's kind of funny that they say that, right?
Yeah.
And the very next breath, they'll say that, well, that's not how science works. We'll live for people to disprove us. We want that. We want people to disprove us.
I want to back.
Go on, Patsy.
I want to go ahead and push back a little bit on what you said, because, you know, QE took the same approach that those guys did already. He's already taking that approach that they have taken, and it's going to last over time. Like, it will be like when you go through history, it's going to last the historicity of time. So I really do appreciate those that react to certain things. I already realized the let me just say this. I realized the goodness in reacting to things instead of going in and talking to the person directly. Does that make sense? Okay. I think it does. So you need to be able to react to their comments, their claims, do a whole reaction to it instead of addressing them directly, because they won't let you directly address them without being argumentative. They don't lean on their own, like, evidence.
Yeah. So check this out. These guys, they say it's their best guess. So they don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to any of these debates that we have in here, these arguments. So when it comes to like the scientific communicators, we spoke to some of them already, right? Like we got Mick West. He came into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord one day, and it was a madhouse. Everybody wanted a pound of flesh as soon as he came in, because we were all chomping at the bit to talk to him. You know, because he's a you know, scientific communicator, and these guys have to speak very different than the regular, you know, intellect that you come across on you know, any of these other platforms. So he has to speak very basic, you know, kind of, because he's speaking to a broader audience, kind of like Neil deGrasse. Like they have to speak to a broader audience, so they kind of have to bring the level of their you know, their language a bit lower to where it just accommodates. So the thing that he was basically saying at the end, because he was talking about the sun and cosmology and a lot of other things, but mainly after all of our discussion with him, he says, well, you know, I could just tell you that this is what science's best guess is. Just like that. I mean, like it just rolled off his tongue. He didn't think about it. That's exactly his way. You have to kind of stay a bit ambiguous when you're in that arena. You know, because when you're somebody who's speaking for science, you can't make those absolutes, because if you do, you're held to them. So because of that, speaking to us, he was just in that mindset of just like, no, this I'm not. But you speak to somebody else, that doesn't have that kind of academic backing. They come in here, just your everyday glober. They speak as if it's the gospel truth that the earth is a globe, and all the facts about what they think the sun is, and a star and all that. So they come in here because they believe with all their might that this is true, but they don't know that if they turn to these scientific communicators and like, right, you backing me up, right? They're like, not really. It's like we just say it's our best guess. And that's because I've spoken to PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, like all these types. I've had debates with them, and they don't ever say that this is true, like definitively. That's not how this works.
Exactly.
So the everyday glober believes that to be true, as if there's no question about this. So we have, kind of the discussions with them to kind of expound on like the reason why the thought process for the everyday glober that comes in here is like, no, I'm gonna get these flat earthers, man. When they come, it's like they have no critical thinking involved. There's nothing back there to back up what they're saying. They're just like, this isn't a real fallacy, mind you, but I call it the honey hold my beer fallacy, because they hear us speaking and they're like, honey hold my beer, I'm going in there. Like, it's like, come on, dude. Like, you come in here, you're gonna have to stand for what you say, and I guarantee you don't know what you're talking about. And I've said, you can ask anybody who knows me, I always preface that if I'm getting into a debate with some of these guys, I guarantee you are not going to know what you're saying. And I'm warning you. As soon as we get into it, I'm gonna expose you. You're gonna see it, and I don't want to do it, but it's what It's how you're the product. You're the product of what the broken system that made you think like this. That's the reason why. Because you're just a byproduct of the broken system. The broken system has you believing it's just like this mindset that you're just accepting everything they say without evidence, bro. And it's so astonishing. Like, anyway, I'm on a soapbox right now, but go ahead.
Back me up, AV. That the same can be said on the flat earth side. So you have to be very careful about the things that you'll accept without evidence.
Yeah, this is it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? So we're talking.
Yes.
If we're talking, yeah, go ahead, Carmen.
May I? This is important. I can rest assured that the moment anyone identifies you as a quote flat earther, right, it isn't very long before they identify you as a Christian. Having said that, I want to dispel something that's very important. They create a false dichotomy and say it's religion versus science. I would like to remind you all how important it is to remember 1 Timothy 6:20, which does not reject science. It says science falsely so called. And that's based on speculation, models, hypotheses. None of these things are science. It's very important because I can tell you right now, it always ends up boiling down to that. As for the honey hold my beer thing, that's hilarious. And it's also very indicative and revelatory of this fact. More people are interested in theatrics than they are in truth.
Absolutely. And they think that coming in here is going to show that the actual earth is a globe. So they're going to come in here and they're going to dispel all the things that we're saying by simply saying, oh, it's so easy. Let me debate you. Okay, go ahead. What is your evidence that the earth is a globe? Well, just Google it, man. Like, dude, seriously. Like, we're having a discussion about things of how you think the earth is a globe. Now, I want you to search your mind if you're listening to me right now. There's about 59 people listening. I want you to search your mind. If you actually apply critical thinking, how do you really know the earth is a globe? Have you really thought about it? Now, if I was to ask you and you were to come in here and have a debate with me, and if I was to question you, can you articulate your point to the exact known understanding that the earth is an actual globe via a demonstration, via some direct evidence of curvature, via something that we can make an observation that the earth is actually in motion, like you're claiming that it's spinning? Like, all these things, right? Gas pressure without a container, like, substantiate the definition. First of all, you got to define what gas pressure is. Once you define it, I need a demonstration of how you're saying it's exactly breaking the laws of physics. And second law of thermodynamics, right? Gas pressure moves from high to low pressure. So I need you to tell me, because you're going to redefine all of the knowledge of what we know to be true in the physical and natural world. After you do all that, it's a monumental task, right, that you have to do. And all of that's resting on your shoulders when you come in here and talk to me. If you say, no, I know the Earth's a globe, you're going to have a lot to answer, because we got questions, and that's the thing. If you don't have those answers, but then you're in the basket of where everybody just accepts and believes, right? You're just accepting it. There's no evidence given to you. And it's a crazy mythos, man. But I mean, nobody's gotten you to think like, wait a minute, hold on a second. This is crazy. Never really thought about it. And I know you might listen to me right now. You'd be like, you know what? I'm going to go in there and tell this guy he's just crazy. He's off his rocker. Doesn't know what he's saying. You can think that. But when you step foot in here and I give you that mic, if you're not able to articulate your point, what does that say about what you think? What does that say about what you think? Anyway.
I do want to address the people that have already spoken, though. That's going to be a long list if we keep going.
Yeah, Steve's had his hand raised for a while, so I don't know if that's a glitch on my end, but Steve, did you talk?
Yeah, I've been glitched out with these guys. Like,
I've seen it.
I see a bunch of hands raised. I see Flatsy's, Steve's, where make everybody.
Yeah. So when Keon was here, I asked him if he could tell the difference, whether these were rockets going in space or whether they were missiles, a weapon being designed. Because the Carmageddon made an excellent point. Many factions throughout history have been based off of those, and so it's always right in front of our faces. So the fact that this is obvious and like an obvious effort of them creating weaponry because of the amount of money behind it, I mean, it's obvious that this is missile technology in some form or other of how, and this is not an ideal way of travel. And one aspect that's very difficult for people to fathom is the timeline to which these people of power can adhere to. When Albert Pike made his testimony about the Third World War, this has been well in plan for a while. And then there's the other faction of a class of people called technocrats. There was a reason that Werner von Braun created a story with a character named Elon. This is all planned out because of their agenda, and this technocratic agenda is a further influential move to curb human evolution into this transhumanist next level bullshit that they're moving forward with in every single other way. And so it's not difficult to fathom this evolution if we can see the whole thing. But people always see this one-sided. And they are, enamored with the all of entertainment of what, rockets, can be versus what missiles will be.
May I?
Yeah. Go. Make Don was next, actually.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Make Don, you've had your hand up for a little bit. Unless I'm glitched, unless my screen's just glitched. But feel free to talk if you can hear me.
No, guys, I've just jumped in and you guys are on a train. I can see there's a train of thought going. Keep on going. Let me catch up. I've been busy with the sun,
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, keep it going. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay. Go ahead, Carmine.
Yes, I would like to read to you. I just typed it into ChatGPT just to give me a good summary. I asked it, who created the first model of globe Earth? It says to me... Sorry, go on?
The globe Earth model doesn't exist.
No, I know. What I'm saying, Flatsy, is according to the wisdom of the adversary, here is the answer.
Copernicus. Yeah, Copernicus, Kepler. Yeah, we got it.
No. It's actually not quite them. Listen, this is interesting. You're going to appreciate this. Here's what it said. The first globe model of Earth is credited to the ancient Greek philosopher Crates of Malice. Malice, right? Mallus versus Malice. I think that's kind of funny. Malice. around 150 BCE, he created a globe to represent the Earth based on the prevailing belief at the time that the Earth was spherical. His globe was likely used for educational purposes, reflecting early Greek geographical understanding. However, the oldest surviving terrestrial globe was made by the German cartographer Martin Behaim, Behaim, in 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean's blue.
Nice.
known as the Erdapfel, German for earth apple, iOS apple. It was constructed in Nuremberg just before the discovery of the Americas, and it provides a fascinating snapshot of how Europeans envisioned the world prior to Christopher Columbus's expeditions. How's that for a package of goods?
Yeah, it's quite something. It's definitely a lot to unpack. I would say that the entire idea of the Earth being a globe was conceived by the Roman Catholic Church to better predict Easter. So if you want to really go back and research instead of using Chat GPT, which or whatever AI that you want to use, that's fine. But if you really want to go back and you want to know why people would consider the Earth a globe, you would go back to the Roman Catholic. All roads lead to Rome. And the Roman Catholic Church like to propagate their gatekeeping of the scriptures, and that they have the knowledge and you have to go to them for the knowledge. It's just...
Well, Flatsy, I beg to differ. I'm going to explain why. Please, if I may for a moment. If you check out the historical record, Ferdinand and Isabella, they didn't believe Columbus's claim that it was a globe. They did not. That's the funny thing. So even kings... Sorry, go on.
I said Copernicus and Kepler.
Yes, but you spoke of the Catholic Church, though. I'm addressing that specifically. It's very, very common for people to frame mischief on the innocent. I'll give you a case in point. There are popes and there are anti-popes. I'm going to tell you, if you don't know this particular pope, probably the most erudite pope of all time was Pope Leo XIII. And he published an encyclical called Arcanum. And if you read that encyclical, he definitely, here's what he said, among other things. He said, fathers should take an active role in ensuring their children are properly educated and not seduced by secularism. And that's what Freemasonry is all about, secularism. Oh, yes. Consider that. It's very important.
And these were passed on from Roman Emperor.
I would definitely consider that. I also consider the origins of all of the things that try to discredit scripture, but I won't get into that.
We don't need to. You're right. Ultimately,
story.
Ultimately, we don't need to. I agree. We don't have to. Like I said, let's look at what's facing us now moving forward. That's why I say all of these conjectures and arguments, they really distract us, both pro and con, this whole cosmological modeling in globe Earth. It faces everybody regardless of what shape we think the Earth is or don't think it is. It's like a bunch of ants arguing with each other over what the shape of the hill is that they live in. That's how I look at this.
Yeah, it seems that way from a third party perspective. But
that's right.
Upon further, I guess I have a little qualm with that, because upon further investigation, you start to realize if truth does really matter to you, and this particular topic that we've been speaking about actually does affect you in some way, it changes your epistemology, changes the way you think about the physical and natural world, changes the way you think about religion. It changes a lot involved with. So the truth of the matter is that it is relevant, and it is important. A lot of people want to make it sound inconsequential, but for the reasons being that they don't want to look into this. They want to shove this under the carpet. They want to put this in the back burner. They don't want to talk about flat Earth because of what it implicates. And that's
indeed.
And that's the position of somebody who believes, which is acceptance without evidence. So that's the reason why they want you to believe that this argument, it doesn't matter. It's a distraction. Why are we doing this? Why are we here? And so I'm getting you guys to realize the reason why we're here. The reason why there's 60 people in here right now is because the burning question on everyone's mind is, how do we know what we know when presented with information? And that means that you have to build up discernment with critical thinking. Now, that doesn't come by just like waking up the next day and going like, oh, okay, I know discernment. I know critical thinking. No, you don't. You've never been really challenged. And that's why we're here. Yeah, it might get a little dirty and nasty sometimes. And some of the more softer Globers might be like, I don't know, that's a little strong. But see, when you're breaking down walls, you don't come throwing marshmallows at it. You need a sledgehammer to break down those walls. And sometimes it isn't pretty. You might want to be like, guys, come on. I mean, really, do we got to debate it this way? Dude, think about it like this, all right? I want you to think. If I'm talking to you across the couch, a nice, easy conversation about, I don't know, cars or whatever, yeah, we can have a smooth conversation. But if I'm about to drop a knowledge bomb on how the earth isn't what you think it is, that is not a typical conversation. That is a very abnormal, very weird conversation. And so if we're going to engage in there, you better fasten your seatbelt, because this is going to be a crazy ride. Now, this is important.
It's quite normal for me and the people that hang around with me.
For most of you guys, right? Because you already have people that they agree with you and all of that stuff. But I'm saying, when you engage a forum such as this, you have to deal with all types. And the reason is like there's no cookie cutter way of saying, okay, we're just only going to be this way. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be on it. No, there's no real way to do it. Every individual is different, right? And you have to approach it differently. So you have to use tact. And so when you talk to somebody, you have to make sure that you address them in that same energy that that they can relate to. And therefore you can get at least past the part where they don't want to hear it and they can like understand the challenge. Because I guarantee you one thing, my friends, I'm not here to convince you, none of the panel. We're here to challenge you. And at the end of the day, when you contemplate this information, you're going to come back and you're going to be like, oh, I thought about it. You might have a point. Or you're going to come back flaming this forum. You guys are idiots, and I'm here to tell you, whatever, So anyway, I'm just putting that out to you guys. So that's the truth.
I'm so ready to address so many things. I'm like fired up. I really do want to address Ether at some point. So
yeah, I don't know.
Get to that.
We might get an absentee landlord. He's probably sleeping. Hey, Parker, are you still with us?
AV. I'm here. I've just been listening to you guys.
Please. I know this is a fine point. I don't disagree with anything you said, but I believe that first of all, most people, they don't particularly like being challenged. They don't entertain the idea of being. They don't readily accept it. They don't seek that. So I feel the best thing to do is to find whatever common ground there is, and then by gradual induction, gentle persuasion, then they'll be more open to receiving the things that are more. You got to give them the milk before you give them the straw.
Yeah, that's a very I want to say it's a very specific approach. That specific approach only is effective to some types, not all types.
Yes.
So what I was mentioning was that you have to be adjusting the tone that you take to somebody with the person you're speaking to. So everybody, it's like a bag of tools, right? On one, you need a hammer. On the other, you need a soft kid's glove. On the other one, you're going to need like sandpaper, like whatever it is. Like you need different tools for the different people you speak to. So you have to adapt and overcome. So everybody you speak to is very differently. You can't take a cookie cutter approach, because an aggressive approach all the time is not going to work.
Exactly.
A soft kid's glove approach all the time is not going to work.
Correct.
You have to adjust to what they need and give them the dose of reality. Either way, because if you're speaking to them softly, you're still going to give them a dose of reality. If you're speaking to them roughly, it better be with a dose of reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's...
Also, sorry to interrupt you. Also, it comes with trust. If you carry yourself with respect, and if somebody respects you, well, then they're more inclined to listen to you. Sure. So you got to carry yourself with respect and honorability. It's one thing that I noticed. Like, I've been to many parties, man, where, I'm telling you, man, we used to get loose, and if you can maintain your respectability, your sense of caring, all that,
Integrity, yeah.
integrity and
Honor,
stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah, people are more inclined to sort of listen up. If you're fucking getting wild and that, then you're like, fuck, this guy's off his head, sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's truly received,
Hey,
man.
you can get off your head and still maintain integrity.
Yeah, the thing about it is too. I think with optics, right? What it looks like to somebody on the third person, perspective, it looks like sometimes it's too aggressive. Oh man, I walked into what is this? Like if these two guys are going at it or whatever, like, and it seems kind of nerve wracking. But if you know the person, like
that's where like self-awareness comes in. There's no point in fucking beating something that's not you. Look, you choose your times, all right? You choose your somebody's like into you, for example, with me. You sort of where you are, where you stand, and how much and also observation. Like if people are getting irritated, you got to lay off. You know what I mean? Like not everyone's ready.
That's right. I don't know if we want to get back to the forum or we're just kind of keeping it loose.
I would definitely want to get back to it. I want to address things.
Well,
we're like 5 degrees away from APOC telling us.
Well, here's the thing. We have only been through 3 of the pages. We still have 4 more pages of everything that was talked about.
I don't even think. Okay, so people don't know, but like I know you guys are coming in a little late. What we're doing is we're like let the Globers kind of and there was some flat earthers, but we let the Globers tell us their story about how they think the Earth's a globe. We gave them the floor. You could say whatever you want. Just tell us whatever you want. And so afterwards, we're critiquing them, which is why APOC took all these notes that he said he has. So we have notes on all these people.
Alpha. One more question, and then, bro, we can get back to it. Okay. Listen, tell me who that person was. I remember when I first got into this flat Earth stuff. Okay, there's a person that took I think it was a hot air balloon up, and it was ages ago. Like this person took a hot air balloon up, and he reckons that he's
Oh, Picard.
Yeah, I think it was, bro.
August Picard.
So how far? Do you know what the altitude was?
Yeah, it was like 13 miles up, something like that.
30 miles. 30 miles. What does that translate in kilometers? Fucking hell, 13 miles.
I want to say it was 13 miles. Don't quote me on it, but I think it was.
It was way
I think
up
it must be around.
He called it flat, right?
He said it was flat with upturned edges. That it was on. I think it was in one of the Science America's magazine, or it wasn't one of the magazines, but long ago. It was in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah.
I don't quote me on that, man.
It was over the 20. No, I'm not calling it, but I remember that it was intriguing to me. So it was over the 20s or the 30s, right?
I think it was the 30s, though.
I think it would have been the 30s, bro. Yeah. And I remember seeing an image, heaps of gas tanks. So what? The gas tanks were for the oxygen, right?
Yeah. So he went the highest in the sky, right? Atmosphere. So, and his son was the Submariner that went as far as what was
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
20,000 leagues. No. How far did he go?
Jacques. Fuck. We'll have to wait. Look, we'll work it out. But hey, what about? Have you heard of those submersibles? Have you heard about those submersibles?
The submersibles.
The submersibles, bro. Like the ones that go deep sea diving, like in the sea.
Yeah, the little robots that go down there.
They're like now these days, bro. These days you can have mini submarines. They're called submersibles, right? So, what about if you were like if this guy went up there with a fucking hot air balloon? What about if you're in an enclosed environment? Like they're affordable, man. Like these submersibles. You get where I'm going, bro?
You want to go take a trip under the ocean?
Let's take a trip.
That's a really good rebuttal to globe earthers. Thank you, by the way, because I use it in Discord if somebody does give me some sort of. So if you're trying to tell me that gas pressure doesn't require containment, you're also by default saying that I could claim that the oceans have no depth, that they're boundless and endless, because
She's getting my train of thought.
Yeah, of
yeah,
course. And so there's a limit, right? Either way. We've had this discussion before. I think Megadon was like, "Man, we can make this work," but we already, yeah, that's an
We
argument.
can. It's something that, like, hey, let's find out for ourselves.
Yeah,
We'll start a fucking GoFundMe and we'll fucking buy one of those submersibles. We'll fucking
send it down.
put a
Yeah, I
put a
think
hot air balloon on it, put parachutes on it. Plenty of oxygen.
but you
yeah,
know,
Plenty of oxygen in those things.
The
there's
problem
a
is
limit.
that you're not going to get
no,
high enough, yeah, to see
Yeah,
what you want to
that's
see.
the problem. That's the
Well,
problem.
that's otherwise it's pointless. If we're not going to get high enough, there's no point in fucking Naka blowing out. We need to get high enough, right?
Yeah, there's a
well, any
limitation to those
glober
things. Go ahead.
wouldn't. Yeah, but any given glober wouldn't say that just because you can't reach the depths of the ocean, that means that there's no bottom.
Yeah, that would be absurd. But in essence, that's what they are saying with the vacuum of space. So anyway, I guess APOC, back to you.
I was going to say, APOC, you should just skim through maybe some of the most relevant
Skim through,
and best, and
skip
yeah,
all the flat earthers and just go to the juicy.
Oh,
go to the juicy
skip all the
stuff.
globers, go to the flat earthers. What are you talking about, AV?
We got to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say we got to get Fluncy's teeth into it.
Yeah. Okay, so let me see here. Tony, he talked about the Truman Show. He found the edge, and why haven't we? Maybe yet. That was his point. He was trying to say that since the Truman Show, they had this movie that, how did he say it? That maybe they were trying to tell us something, and then because he found an edge, and then said, "Why haven't we maybe then found the edge? Maybe we will." Ken, I'm gonna bring you up at a speaker. Go ahead, Ken. Ken, you there?
And can you hear some of us?
Talking to me.
Yeah, we brought you up, but can you hear the co-host and the host?
Well, I've been hearing everybody talking. I just came up though.
But Apocryphon
Hey.
said something to you. Did you hear him?
Yeah, did you want to?
I thought I heard my name, but it was when I connected, it's like all sound went away until the
Yeah.
mic.
Oh, yeah.
There's a transition. There's a transition from listener to speaker. You get like a mute. You get deafened for a moment while you're transitioning.
Yeah, so I didn't hear what was said completely. I thought I heard my name, but I thought surely they didn't pop me up and just say my name right away.
Yeah, did you want to add something to the conversation?
No, in the purple pill. I'll throw it up in the nest. We were talking about Copernicus before, and I have some quotes from him that I thought really kind of funny. That the we follow the Copernican principle, so to speak, and he didn't even really give it a lot of credit. What he talked about with astronomy was that you could leave a bigger pool than you came in, because you can't test anything. A hypothesis is just a hypothesis, right? I put it up top. There's 3 quotes that I think are kind of relevant, to be honest.
Well, I would say that a hypothesis would need to have the constituent parts of a hypothesis for scientific purposes. So if it doesn't actually contain the constituent parts of a hypothesis for scientific purposes, then you don't actually have a hypothesis.
Well, I think that's kind of what he's saying in those quotes. I mean, he's basically saying that all you have is a hypothesis. I mean, you can
Or an observation.
hypothesize about something, but it's not testable, right?
I
I
would
mean,
say an observation, because a hypothesis is testable. That's what a hypothesis test is, which is an experiment. So the constituent parts of a hypothesis would be an independent variable and a dependent variable. And the constituent parts of an experiment for a hypothesis test would be an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control.
So it would
well, I
be
mean,
philosophy, yeah? It wouldn't be a hypothesis as such. It would be their belief on what they think is occurring. However, their belief is untestable.
right. I mean, basically, you can hypothesize that like Newton did, that the Earth goes around the moon because it has this mass attracting mass. So you're basically giving it a cause for the effect, but it's untestable. I mean,
Right.
you know,
So
so I
it
think
wouldn't
he's
be a
speaking of a
viable.
hypothesis in that sense. They
Yeah, it
have
wouldn't be viable.
hypotheses, but they can't practice it.
Right. It wouldn't be a viable hypothesis. So it wouldn't be something that you could test. And when you're dealing with the scientific method, you want to be able to observe a natural phenomenon, because what else are you going to be testing or hypothesizing about if you don't observe it? It's kind of ridiculous. It means that somebody is open to interpretation, and that wouldn't be science, that would be religion. So we need to be able to pinpoint it down to something empirical, so something you can observe, you can test, you can repeat, and you can what's the last step? Okay, so it's observable,
Validate
testable,
or falsify. You're talking about
falsify.
falsify.
Yeah, you need it to be falsifiable. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to
Sorry.
be able to repeat it. That's it. You got to be able to repeat it. You have to get the same results.
Yeah, so it needs to also be falsifiable, because you can go back and you can review the observation, you can review the hypothesis, and you can review the hypothesis test. And then you can come to your own conclusion because you get the same results.
Yeah,
So
basically there's a methodology that's put in
yeah,
place, so you can follow the method and see if you can come up with the same result for getting a reaction, for manipulating that independent variable. So it's important that you understand the method so that you could test that that scientific theory. So, and that's why it's important, right, for you guys to understand that there needs to be some actual empirical evidence to this. So when we talk about it, if there's not a method that you can reproduce, then it's just pseudoscience, right?
right.
Observational science. It's bogus, dude. It's all
Yeah,
bogus.
you get to observational uh, uh, science, which is a pseudoscience, by the way, because it's a fallacy of composition. So you have a fallacy of composition if you say observational science. You need to be able to equate the whole instead of a part of the whole.
Right, right.
Yeah. So, and when we're dealing with something that would be considered as empirical, if you're going to say that there is some sort of cause and effect in nature, then you need to be able to validate it through the scientific method. If you don't validate it through the scientific method and you still give us a cause and effect, that is literally considered pseudoscience.
And let me give a quick little pro tip for any of the flat Earth friends in here. If you ever have an engagement with somebody who thinks that the Earth is a globe, ask them one simple question: is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Ask them that exact question that I just said. I'll say it again. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? And if they say yes, then you can stop them right away. If there's any way that you have any muting powers, I would say stop them right away, because you're going to have to explain to them how, if they didn't recognize that question to them is malformed, then they would engage you in the idea that they think there actually is science to a shape. Because what is question is what you're asking, not a how why question. which is what would be required if you're asking if there's any science involved. A how why question would be the thing that would be applicable to the question, but it's not, so it's malformed. So if you give them the malformed question and they answer it and say, yes, there's scientific evidence, then we're not asking about a how why the earth is. We're asking a what is the earth. A what is question is not how why, so it's not science. So it's malformed.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's something to give to you guys. Ask them that question. So
You should take all this through the ringer. So anything that's proposed to you as some sort of cause and effect or whatever, take that through the ringer. If it doesn't comport to what you would give through that ringer, it's not something that it would be a well-formed question. So it would be, I guess I have something in mind. I'm being pretty vague. So I would say ether. So ether. There is claims out there that there's some sort of cause and effect relationship in nature, but there is no scientific method applied to it. So you would need to be able to differentiate what is a belief and what is scientifically proven. If it's not considered to be science, also look into what is maybe double spoke about. So, oh, ether is some sort of medium. Medium would require a substance, but a lot of the times, like ether is defined as a substanceless medium. So that is a contradiction. So, using your laws of logic, you need the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. So don't buy into these people who act like pseudo intellectuals that want to teach you about this kind of stuff. You need to have better discernment, which you already pretty much do if you're a flat earther. So don't feel too discouraged. I want you to feel encouraged to be able to combat these kind of belief systems that are being thrown at you.
and also don't forget to follow people on the 24/7 Flat Earth. Yeah, boy. All right, so APOC, if you're here.
Yeah, we have a few hands up. Well, I guess we'll start with Patrick.
Oh, snap, you got me. Grand Rising, top of the morning to everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, you're good. Good morning.
Nice. Let me shut off this valve. Whew. Yeah, things got busy there for a while. I had to like drop out and come back in and stuff. So I won't say much. I just got on the horn here to say thank you to everybody. And, you know, I'm pretty sure we all realize the impact we have. But yeah, I'm just blessed to have you all in my lives. I know, as silly as that sounds, you know, just a bunch of folks on the internet, but you know, I resonate just about daily, and throughout the day, I'm constantly checking in. You know, you could always see at least one of my devices up and running and logged into somebody I support, which isn't many, but yeah, the community, it's amazing. Not too long ago, I wasn't, wise to the flat earth and all of like the just blatant in your face. Yeah, it's hard to remain mindful and keep your ego in check and stuff. And at the other side of that, I feel like without perfection, I feel like, you know, I'm finally starting to get it nailed now that it's just pretty much everything's backwards, upside down. You know, inside out. Like, yeah, I was laughing with a friend the other day, real quick, and then I'll stop it here. He's 83 years old, I think. He's a bit older than my dad, but he's one of my dad's best friends, and he's an ex New York Times mill guy, the machine guy. You know, he ran the the printing press, so he was a mechanic of some sort, millwright. Anyway, he's clueless to health and clueless to everything that's going on. Like, guys, yesterday I just found out that my dad thinks there's a plane that hit the Pentagon. He thinks that there was terrorists that hijacked planes and stuff. So it's and he hears it from me. I mean, I try to be mindful, but it's like, yeah. I mean, we can't help everybody, and we could try, and I keep my network tight, and I think that's what it is moving forward. And I just feel blessed to have you guys in my life,
Hey,
even though you might
I
be
think that
far away.
I think that rooster's keeping everything tight as well, man. That was beautiful to hear, man. That rooster in the background, man, he's keeping everything tight.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing how those little guys can get it rocking here. Good old Brick Tucky. Little inside joke.
Sorry,
Yeah,
guys. Didn't mean to
the
interrupt
Earth's a
you.
globe. That's what the rooster's telling us. The Earth's a globe. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, go for it, man.
No, it was just lovely to hear that, man. Hey, keep it up. Look, here we go, man. Get man.
Yeah, that's red.
Hey, people are waking up, man. We got to keep the fight going, keep it real, keep it honest, and then
Yeah, and I just want to say real quick, like, and that's what it's about for me. Like, sure, I grew up and I wasn't really good hitting the books, but man, did I love the sciences and the planets, and I had a telescope for the longest time, and things just it's crazy just to try to keep up, with the mental gymnastics you need to do on a daily and weekly basis just to keep up with all the shenanigans they got going on over there. So that's about it. Yeah, rocking and rolling here on the Jersey Shore. Love all you guys, and yeah, 24/7 is good in my book.
Yeah, but bro, I was thinking,
Cool. Thank you.
maybe it was
Appreciate
a
that.
good idea that you didn't engage too much in the books, because that might have, kind of indoctrinated you and fucked your critical
Yeah, I know.
thinking up,
Hey, what are you going to do? So, yeah, I mean, of course, I got to think like that now and I stay positive. But at the same time, I'm turning 50 this year. And, boy, just last year, I used to enjoy being around somebody that you could, you know, uh, like talk, planetary, dynamics and just things, with
Yeah, all
solar
those things are,
forcing and
all those things, that are
how
fathomable.
right, all of these things that I don't even want to get into any detail, but over the years I've acquired so much knowledge on something that I'm passionate about, and that was looking at the stars and kind of knowing where I stood no matter what I was going through. I knew what was up and what was down, and yeah, last year that pretty much got flipped up on top of its head. So I kind of feel like I'm starting off at square one. So it kind of sucks that way, but at the same time, I'm very eager to learn everything that needs to be learned.
And then I bet you feel liberated in some form. I guarantee you feel liberated. Like fucking, it means that, hey, the possibilities before, now they're bigger. And
It was it's still a budding gift. It's still like a budding gift in my life that just keeps growing into different, I got back online to save my dad's life and to heal myself from another major surgery, and in that research, cancer, Parkinson's, diabetes, I got freaking hook, line, and sinker back into the conspiracy crew. At 9/11 coming right around the corner, and then bam, it wasn't like a day or
it's
two
actually
before
funny, bro.
9/11.
It's actually funny because my dad was the first person to open me up to the possibilities of the dimensions of the earth, like questioning the dimensions of the earth. I lost my father to cancer, bro, and I didn't get enough information out of him, like I didn't get
Sorry
enough.
to hear that.
He was like, he was trying to give me a few clues on that, but when you're a teenager, like you don't really listen much, and like you go to school and
I know.
you know that jazz. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I paid attention. My dad, he's still here, but I tell you what, I do a little bit less mechanic work these days because I know
Yeah,
that
sorry
the
to
real
interject,
mechanic.
guys. Yeah, sorry to interject. We have a format that we're trying to keep to, so we're
Oh yeah, no doubt.
we're almost nearing the
All
end.
right, go ahead, go ahead,
So
go ahead, go ahead.
No
we got
doubt. Right
go
on, right on.
go ahead,
Thanks,
Apoc.
guys.
Hey, well, we had where's Day? He was holding his hand up the whole time, so let's just let him go real quick. You want to get in what you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'll make it fairly quick. I think it was kind of building off of talking about the experiments versus like observation. I think the mainstream Globers are trying to push this final experiment, quote unquote, and it can, and correct me if I'm wrong, there may be some other aspect to it that I'm not completely understanding. Going to Antarctica to observe the 24-hour sun would, basically, they're saying that we'll crush the flat Earth in general. But I mean, if it's just observing, what other aspect of it that I'm missing would make it an experiment? Don't you have to manipulate? And you were saying there has to be independent, dependent, and
Remember?
controlled, all the good stuff. There's nothing there that I'm
No,
seeing. So
there
why
is
are they
no
Yeah,
calling
there is no
it
experiment.
complete gaslighting?
Yeah.
right. There is an experiment, just like AJ said. So also you need to learn like the principles of logic too with this one because they're not actually doing an experiment. So you need to know the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. So these people are going there, both sides. So we're going to go ahead and examine both sides of the argument. Both sides of the argument are an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So you've got a problem with just logically with both sides of the argument. So anyone that's giving you uh, some sort of
It's a framework,
yeah, a framework or whatever they would be proposing to you from both sides of the argument would be a logically fallacious argument, and you need to recognize that before they even go. And I don't know about a lot of flat earthers. Surely I know that there's plenty that have argued that the 24-hour sun this and Antarctica that and blah 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 whatever. I don't care about those claims. I've never really even entertained any of those claims. The only thing I've ever entertained about something beyond where the sun shines, I've definitely entertained some thoughts and speculations about that because if there is no sun shining down, there is no life. That's why we all occupy the area of Earth that the sun shines down on. So wherever you're going where it doesn't shine, it's only going to
Mm-hmm.
dissipate and not be somewhere that you can actually occupy.
All right.
So anybody's idea of whatever that is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. They're begging the question on the globe side of an antipodal position, anyways. So you've got a lot of fallacious arguments for that, and it's not an experiment. It's already a fraud on its face because it's labeled an experiment, and that's just not the case.
Right. So we got Bill Capri. Bill Capri, welcome to the forum.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, so we're asking people that are joining us, do you think that the Earth is a globe? And if you do, could you tell us how it is a globe?
I don't know if the Earth is flat or if it's a globe. I don't know. The Jews control it either way. But
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Did you want to contribute to the discussion in any way?
Well, yeah, no, I can hop in and talk about it a bit. If I had to guess, I'd probably say it's flat. I mean, I don't believe most of what they say, especially if they come from like Jewish media or textbooks. So.
Okay. Is there any thing that you can add to why you think that way now? Is there something that you've noticed about that? Like, were you full on with the idea that the Earth is a globe always, or?
I mean, I think there's a reason there's a globe in every American classroom. I think they want to subconsciously try to put the idea in our brains that the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, and that we shouldn't question it.
Okay.
21st
I'm gonna
century.
go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm bringing somebody else up because we're getting near the end already. So I'm just gonna go ahead and
Oh, you're
see if I
good.
can.
Hell Hitler, white power.
Yeah, come on, dude. I don't know why that was. You always get these like trolls and stuff that they.
It's funny, I
they say
guess.
stuff. That's
Yeah,
funny.
they're trying to co-opt. They're trying to co-opt the issue here. That's a disgusting tactic, eh? They chime
True.
up and say, "Yeah, I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement." All of a sudden, they utter this nonsense that tries to associate us with these psychopathic people that judge by the flesh. I'm sick of that tactic. Whoever that was, don't dare come in this space again. And if I may, AV, I posted in the comment section, the pill, I posted what's known as the Bivens Declaration. It was a legal precedent in U.S. law, but I posted it not so much for its legal force, but for the House rules and the necessity of decorum, because the way we conduct this space is absolutely mandatory that we maintain proper decorum, and UAV as a host are exemplifying it. That's why this is a fact-checked space, the right kind of fact-checked space. On that note, I want you to consider just how powerful neuro-linguistic programming is in what we're up against. I'll give you a case in point.
Absolutely.
Case in point. I'm quite certain that we have anonymous listeners in this space. Can you see the anonymous listeners, AV?
Let's see. I don't think I can. Let me go to the bottom. No, doesn't
Yeah,
allow.
there's 12 of them.
13. Yeah, I know there's the number. I can't see them far beyond that.
Okay. Here's what I have to say about that. Let's look at this word, this term, anonymous listener. That is nothing less than a euphemism for a 3-letter word that begins with an S and ends with a Y.
Yeah, let's not forget that Netanyahu, in his address to UN, out of nowhere, by the way, mentioned that the Flat Earth Society, which that's not what we are anti-Semitic, by the way. So out of nowhere, he said that, and he had no he had no.
Yes. That's a weird left field kind of comment though from him. Let's
calculated. It's calculated.
Yeah.
No, but
I'm gonna see if we can get.
It speaks volumes.
I'm gonna see if we can get to everybody that's joining us. Dad Boss, thank you so much for joining us in the speaker panel. Are you there? And then we'll get to somebody else.
Eyes to see first, no, or either way.
I brought Dad Boss up, and then I thought, well, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. Well,
yeah, no worries.
Dad Boss, are you there? Then we'll go to Eyes to see. Maybe Dad Boss is not there.
Might be a delay.
How about Eyes to see?
Patience. It could be a delay.
Yeah, I do want to expound on what I just said.
Hold on, Flatty. Hold on. We got Eyes to see up right now. Hold on.
He's a flat earther, but yeah, go ahead. Eyes to see.
No, I don't know. I don't know him from Adam. So
it's all good. It's funny how Netanyahu brought that up. I mean, when you're an enemy of the truth, it's funny how they poison the well using other truth. But a conversation I found myself engaged with is pictures, pointing out that there's no real pictures. And somebody made the argument, okay, well, there's no real pictures of flat Earth. And it's like, if you can't recognize that one is hidden and mocked, and one is openly promoted, like somebody just brought up the globe in every classroom, then you're not being honest with yourself.
I do want to do a little bit.
I can tell you it ain't a flat Earth if you want to know why. I can tell you who God is as well if you want to know why. I can tell you who God is if you want to know why. I can tell you what Danny California is all about as well, the song.
Well, at the moment, I think we should go back to our Glober statements or stories. Apocryphon, have we got another one we can move to?
We'll go back to the Glober stories real quick, guys.
I'm so sorry. I just want to always engage when somebody says
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, but
Wanna
it's
say
important that
it.
we can't lose format because of the fact that APOC's he's taking the time to take these notes. So we got to give him at least that much.
Well, well, I'll tell you what. Out of all the, I was reading through it and I was like, okay, because AJ said let's skim through it, and actually the last 4 pages, believe it or not, it was mainly flat earthers, anyways. So we'll stick to the Glober stuff. Stray, he said that he always wondered how flat Earth can explain if flat Earth can explain time zones and day and night, and he's claimed the Earth revolves around the sun on an axis. And he said that there's different tides in the hemispheres, and we can observe other planets. And he never spoke with a flat earther. So those were his points. What do you guys say?
What's underneath the flat Earth? So what's up below us if we're on a flat Earth?
I'm worried that Stray is long gone and that his questions are being addressed long after he's gone.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what I'm concerned about. That's what I'm
But
concerned
I think
about.
I'm not sure. I think I just heard Dad Boss speak about what's under the flat Earth. Are you?
Yeah.
Are you of the mind?
What's underneath us?
Yeah. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Dad Boss? Hello.
I know it's a globe. 100% is a globe.
Oh, excellent. So we're gonna all stay silent. Meanwhile, you tell us how you know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead.
Central sun. Central sun is consciousness. That's what connects your whole universe. That's what you refer to as God. Gaia herself is a conscious being. She's a light being. And that's Gaia herself is the Earth, which is a god, and they find it very insulting when you call them flat.
You're a pagan.
Pagan? No, I'm not a pagan.
Yeah, we're not gonna engage. Sorry.
Hey,
the format
what
is
you
the
are,
format.
what you believe has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
hold on, guys. Hold
That's
on.
fine.
All right.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Remember, we have a format, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I ask, respect the format. We're gonna allow him to say what he wants, and then later we critique. That's how we work in it. All right. Go ahead, Dad Boss. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not very. Yeah. So basically, that's how it all works. And the news is going to break because there's all been communicated through music, and it's called the Great Awakening. And obviously, flat Earth side of it annoys the gods.
Okay. Well, was that it?
Well, I can tell you who Gaia is if you want, and you can go and research it.
We just basically sticking.
It's Britney Spears. It's Britney Spears. It's not a problem. That's who your god is. But it's in the music, guys. Go and look at the comments. You can laugh all you like.
Okay.
Laugh all you like.
All right. About enough of that. I don't think APOC has to write that down.
I didn't catch that last part.
But yeah,
something about Britney Spears.
Britney Spears is involved, man. Britney Spears.
Britney Spears is your god, guys. By the way.
So let me tell you, guys. Hold on a second. Before we engage, I just gotta let you guys remind you that with this format, you're gonna get the full unfiltered Glober experience, okay? And it's hard because I know you're used to debating them. So if you allow them, if you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile because it sounds like they're all off their meds. Like all these Globers that come up here, I'm telling you, every single one of them.
We're the crazy ones.
Yeah, exactly. And listen to each one. Now, granted, has one of them come up here and actually coherently, with enough like energy to speak, back and forth and able to engage? No, they're all over the place. This is what I wanted to show you guys. This is the reason why I'm saying don't engage them. This format right now is just let them speak. Let them until they get to the end, then we critique. So anyway, it's crazy though. The craziness.
It's painful, but I also understand it. But also, I have to say, I gotta go, guys. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
I really do wish that I could just go ahead and go off. But I
Have a good
understand.
night.
You
Thanks,
guys.
darling. It
Good
was
night.
wonderful. Hey, you always provide amazing information. Hey, we'll see you again.
Thank you guys. Yeah, you'll see me again. I'm on here now. X is a whole thing that I'm getting used to. So if you have a space, I would love to join it.
Thanks, Flatsy. Thank you, man. Thank you, madam. Say you're a font of wisdom.
Yeah, thank you so much for your wisdom also, and your so you guys have a good one.
Good
Yeah.
night,
And
Flatsy.
Good night. And don't forget to drop her a follow. So if you're in here right now,
I
Oh,
have done that.
you
I've
haven't
even
followed
reposted.
me, Flatsy. Follow me, so I can
So
take you on a
she could
whirlwind.
follow. She'll follow everybody at the edge. You just gotta. That's crazy when you leave the space, and then you see they have this long list of everybody that followed you. So that's cool. That's fun. So have fun following everybody back, Flatsy. She dipped out though. Okay, so
We got a lot of hands up.
we have Brian was first with the hand up, I believe. Hey, welcome again. Good night. I mean, good night. Good morning, Brian. Jeez, what time is it? I'm tired. That's okay. Go ahead,
Morning.
Brian. The floor is yours.
How you doing, man? Good morning or good night to you. I don't know which yours clock. I was just was coming up. Heard that. I think it was Big Boss Daddy or something like. Did he go or something? Was he the one talking about the globe there?
Yeah, his dad boss.
Dad boss. There you go. Did he leave or something? Do we have a globey up here or anything?
No, we're
He
doing a different format tonight.
He might come back. He was really drunk. That's all.
Well, you know, that
yeah,
happens.
we have a different format, as AJ was saying, Brian. This format is just basically we allow the Glober to come up here. It's called because I titled the space "Globe Storytelling Professionals." So if they're gonna tell us their story, we're just gonna sit back with our mics muted, and they're gonna tell us the story. And as you heard the previous one, they're pretty crazy. First of all. But there's no real coherent Globers that come up here, and so we're allowing to do that, and then afterwards we critique them. So it's not a full-on debate with whoever's speaking. So we're not encouraging them to do that. So
And we're just
that's the
helping.
format.
We're just helping train the flat earthers in patience.
Yeah.
God, it's hard. It's so hard. That is so hard to get the flat earther not to engage them while they're speaking nonsense because everybody wants to jump on top of them, like when they say stuff like that. It's crazy.
You know, I think that's true, man. If we want to tell these globies to have impulse control, we have to set the example because they can't. Well, I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying
have to tackle my own team sometimes, man. Jesus.
dude. I feel you. I do. I feel you. But it is a hard thing because you just hear so much nonsense that you know is crazy and you just want to stop it. But we got to let them get out their little stories of the way they feel like they didn't get an opportunity to express themselves.
Yeah, and we get to critique them afterwards. That's the most fun part, I think. So.
But he was saying something about God or something like I didn't. That's why I was kind of.
I have the playback right here. He said, "There's a central sun, and it's the consciousness, and it's connected to the universe, which connects to God, and God is a girl." And then I lost him after that.
Well,
yeah, APOC was kind of tracking a little bit because he's taking notes, but
I mean, I didn't really get how that's making us a ball or whatever, but you know, I like the connection to God.
he's off his meds, dude. Like, there's no other way to say that. All right, so we got Alex Witt that just joined us back in the panel. Alex, what's going on? Listen, if you're a Glober and it's your first time into space, I want you to get everything out of how you can tell us that the Earth is a globe. Put your best foot forward, all right? Because we're recording everything, and then we're gonna critique it afterwards. So I hope you're doing the best to tell us that the Earth is a globe. It's my hope, but I think you're gonna fail on that. Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, thanks for welcoming me into the space. The Earth is a globe. We know it is. The seasons, the weather, everything's dictated by the fact that we're spinning, and we rotate around the sun. It's science, and the misinformation that's spread on platforms like this, that the Earth is flat and one thing or another, it used to frustrate.
All right. So what I'm asking for is your best foot forward on how you know that the Earth is a globe, and not a color commentary about what this forum's about. So as a host, I'm gonna ask you to please just respect the format. Just tell us how the Earth is a globe, and we'll move along forward. That's pretty easy, right? I think it should be easy. I mean, the instructions aren't that hard. Not unless you have trouble with instructions, which maybe it sounds like you might. But please, sir, once again, I'll give you the mic. Just tell us how the Earth's a globe from start to finish. And once you're done, then we'll go ahead and let somebody else speak. All right, go ahead. But please proceed.
Yeah, I think you muted me then. So sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So was it Eratosthenes? You might have to just correct me on that one. He did
Aristophanes.
Yeah, thank you. Did an experiment and measured the angle of the sun casting shadows from what would be structures in one part of Egypt to another. So at different times of day, he actually calculated the circumference of the Earth way before Jesus Christ. So, to me, science that goes back to 2,500 years, 3,000 years. People were talking about the fact that the Earth was a globe even before we had the technology to even overthink these things. All you have to do is look at the constellations and the way we rotate, and things were happening way before our modern existence. So that's me. Thank you.
All right, Alex, appreciate you coming up here and telling us how you think the Earth's a globe. And if that's all, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, man. Appreciate you so much. APOC got the info on that.
Yeah, I got all of it.
All right, Alex, thank you again.
AV, can we speak to that claim? Can we?
Yeah, we. I'm telling you, man, we got a queue of like a lot that APOC's taking down. We're trying to like bounce back and forth from like having conversations with us in between that, then going back to the list that APOC's taking down. So it's really difficult because we get long-winded. So who else do we have that's come up? Anybody else? Or is it just Alex?
Hey,
Axel, I'm sorry.
But Alex, by the way, that was a good. I'm glad you brought that up because it's amazing that you brought that up. So you've done your research. So yeah, we're flowing.
All right, Axel, if you're there,
I'm here. I'm going to complain a bit about my fellow Glover's presentation.
Okay. Oh shit! All right. Well, I mean. So if you're able to articulate first, I mean, are you on the side of the Earth? It's a globe, or
I'm a globe, but I don't really want to argue. I don't want to argue about it.
No, you're good luck, man. We're not here to argue either. We just want to know your perspective of how you can tell us that the Earth is a globe. I know you want to complain about the other guys, and I'll give you that space. But first, I want you to tell us how the Earth is a globe and solidify that so that we can know from your perspective, you know what you're talking about. So I'm going to give you the mic. Just as long as you don't complain about the form or anything else, and you just stick to giving us the facts. That's all I really care about. Floor is yours.
I mean, the problem is I feel it's a bit of a dialectic in the sense that the reason why I believe the Earth is a globe is because everything speaks for it and nothing speaks against it. And so, that's sort of the main problem. Like I'm not going to give you a detailed scientific proof. If you've gotten yourself into a situation that you really believe the Earth is flat, then
all right. Once again, I have to remind the person speaking that we only need globe evidence. I don't care about color commentaries about why you think what we're doing is wrong or right or what. Just tell me how the Earth's a sweet globe. That's all. And then we can move forward. But so long as you're able to stick to the format, just tell us how it's a globe. Guarantee you can make it through the end, but just tell us how it's a globe. Sorry to interrupt, but I have to. Going back on mute.
Yeah.
All right, please continue, Axel.
So maybe I can give an example for these guys, Alpha. Yeah. So I believe the Earth is a globe because I see boats sailing over the horizon, disappearing bottom up. Very easy, guys.
Yeah, it's painful when you're listening on our end. I'm just saying, guys. Come on.
Yeah, well, what about the color? What about the shapes of the earth? Like, what about the shape of our iron? What about the shapes of
Okay.
rocks?
All right. All right. Let's not ask us questions. All I care from you guys. AJ gave you an example. Basically, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Just roll out with your presentation, and then once you're done with your presentation, you can roll back down to the listener section. But for now, we just want to hear how you know the Earth's a globe. Don't ask us questions. All right. Please continue, Axel. Just give him time. I think there's a double mute or something going on.
Yeah, somehow I got remuted. What I was going to say is that I just don't think we'd agree on what evidence counts as.
That's okay.
But
Just tell us. That's all we care about.
But
go ahead.
There's it fits in with our larger understanding of how the universe works. I mean, there's plenty of pictures from space that you guys. Well, there are plenty of pictures from space. It's true that you get higher, you can see things that are further away, but suspicious. If the Earth was flat, the sun and moon appear to be.
Now, I don't know if you guys are getting tired of it as well as I am, but I know it's kind of frustrating, but bear with me because I do have a pause button. So, once again, redirection is the word of the day. We have to remind ourselves that the thing we're doing as a guest speaker is telling people how you know the Earth is a globe. Do it as a presentation style. That way you won't get lost. Well, you guys don't think that. No, don't think about what flat earthers are thinking or what we're doing or what we're saying. Just tell us how you know it's a globe, and then we can go to the next glober. That's all we're doing. That's it. Sorry, that's a double mute. It wasn't me.
I think I laid out the basic position. As I said, I mostly just wanted to come up here to critique the other guy's view on Aristophanes, and can I be allowed to do that for about a minute?
No, well, because you didn't give us any globe evidence, and we're waiting on that. We didn't get anything. I didn't get anything, but because I had to redirect you like 5 times.
Okay, I mean, obviously, I can't. I can't live up to your high standards. I had a reason to come up. If you don't want me to say it, I'll go somewhere else.
Do you have any evidence?
I think I provided what I consider evidence. As I said, I don't think you're going to agree about that.
Did you guys hear it? I didn't hear anything.
I didn't really get it, because you had to keep being interrupted and talking about what flat earthers believed, So maybe you can just give us a concise rundown on how you know the Earth is a globe, for yourself. Don't worry about us. And we're not going to rebut you here right now, This isn't a debate. We're just asking people the question on how they know that it's a globe or flat, either,
Well, if you're higher up in the sky, you can see further away, and if you travel in one direction long enough, you end up back where you came from.
Right, and that's about it, Or have you got anything else?
Was that it?
I mean, I think that's enough. I don't know. I don't know how much you want.
Well, as much as you think you can. I don't know what you can handle, man. Like, I gotta know your mind.
I'm not sure how either of those things work on a flat Earth. You keep throwing out examples.
God.
I guess you're not gonna let me say what I actually want to come up here and say, which is fine. It's your space, but
no, I'm just saying,
just be patient, bro. Just be patient with hey, Alpha runs these spaces. Look, we have to first and foremost, like you said, it's about give us your proof. It's about proof.
That's it.
Yes, it's not about stories.
Your belief.
It's not storytelling.
Well, but listen, if you think that you're telling us something that's true or a fact, then I want you to present it as such. And I mean, it sounds like you were going somewhere with what you were saying, but I mean, do you really think that's all you need to say to convince somebody that what you're saying is a fact? That's all I'm asking you. Because if you feel that way, then go ahead and say that's it, and you step down and we'll get somebody else up. I'm just saying.
All right, so you're not going to let me say the thing I wanted to say. All right, fair enough.
You wanted to critique other globers?
Well,
Yes,
we could have critiqued
I want
him.
to explain.
We could have
I wanted to
critiqued what he
explain
said as
after.
well, yeah. But the thing
The
is
floor's
we
yours.
wanted
The
to give him
floor's yours. Let him get it. Let him get it out. Let him get it off his chest. The floor's yours, bro. Go ahead.
I want.
Oh, I mean,
wanted to-
yeah, we're
I wanted to
doing the
give-
hosting. Sorry, Macedon, we're doing the hosting, brother. Like I know
Sorry,
you
bro.
mean well.
Sorry, bro.
I know you mean well, but we're doing the hosting. So,
Axel, this is about everybody's own individual beliefs, yeah. So he's put forward what he believes. We also could have rebutted him on what he stated about Eratosthenes, yeah. But
he was just being. He was being inaccurate about what the experiment was, and I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, look, that's okay. You want to put it forward as your own evidence and maybe correct it that way, if you believe that that's some type of evidence for your belief of the globe.
Aristophanes was not trying to prove that the Earth was a globe. He already thought that was true. He was trying to discover how big the globe was. And so if you do believe the Earth is flat, then his experiment is not very good proof that it's a globe, because it doesn't really prove it's a globe. He already was assuming that was true. And it does assume that the sun is far enough away that we can assume its rays are parallel. And, in theory, he put like some stakes up to measure shadows quite a distance away from each other in Egypt. But the other problem about this is that we don't actually know what the experiment was, the exact details of what he did, although he came to a relatively accurate answer by modern standards. The exact details of what he did is unknown. There were just later Greek mathematicians that were like, we think he did it in this kind of style, but they weren't actually sure what the exact experiment he did that gave him the results that he had. And so that was the critique I was going to make. It's not really proof the Earth's a globe, because he was already assuming it was a globe before he started doing the experiment.
Cool. So as a globe, we don't use it as globe evidence as such.
well, that's what his critique was. Though I think that's
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all I got.
Okay. All right.
Goodbye.
See ya, Axel. Thank you. That happened. All right, so we do have
there was
does anybody else is anybody else in here that wants to come up here real quick, because we're about almost closing to the end of the space. So
Alex Whittaker.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, go, Brian.
I like what you guys are doing, giving these guys an opportunity to come up here and state their case and stuff. But even with giving them all the opportunity to do everything, the only thing they can do is say that we're stupid as their proof. Try to critique others instead of following the format or just appealing to authority and popularity.
Yeah, bro, I don't know what's going on. Like, I it's weird because they always, like, when they come into our spaces and we're full on with the debate format, they're like, you guys never let me speak. If I could only speak, I could tell you that if you just let me speak. And so now it's like, okay, we're going to give you the whole floor. Let me dust that off for you real quick. Go ahead, come up here to the stage. You have all the time in the world to say whatever you want, so long as it's sticking to the format and telling us how the Earth is a globe. And then as soon as they do that, the one job that you give them to do, what do, Brian? They fail. Let me critique the other guy. Like, dude.
Well, you guys think this, and you guys think that, and you guys think this, and you guys... We don't care what we think. We're asking you to prove your state. Give your side of it. Tell us why.
Perfect. Can I offer some bit of evidence? Is that
you got more?
Yeah.
I thought you were done the last time.
Well, kind of, but do you know what? Things like this frustrate the hell out of me because you just got to keep. Sometimes I think you guys do this for fun, just to try and rile people up. And
once again, like, I don't know, Brian. Like, I think we do the best we can, bud, but I don't know. Let's see. Alex. Oh, Alex. Come on. All right, so let me unmute the space. I see who's requesting to speak. I'm gonna bring some. Sorry, I had to unmute. I had to mute. So, Alex, you're denied. And Barrington, I'm approving you.
Dude, it's crazy, man. Just speak your mind, man. Get it out. Tell us how it's a globe.
We just want to speak about the flat earthers.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Interesting bunch we are.
Globers, all you got is one job, man. One job. To come up here and tell us that the earth is a globe by any way that you know how. And you come in here to complain and whine and tell us that we're not doing this and I'm doing that. And like, dudes, what is so hard with you just telling us how you know the earth's a globe and then just lay it all out for us? If it's really a globe, should be easy, concise, to the point. My God. Wow.
Trust the smart people. They know what is going on.
Dude, you can't make this stuff up, though. You cannot make this stuff up.
I will say it's not really much different to the actual debates that we have, yeah? This is the evidence we get as well. Them speaking about flat earthers. Never
No matter what you
really
do
hear.
for them, no matter what you do for them, they just complain about it. It's like, there's nothing we can do to prove it. We're all stupid. And we're saying, well, then go ahead and convince us. And it's just back to, we're just stupid. We got to listen to the scientists because they all figured it out, man. It's like, if that's you need to look at yourself and what you believe in is, I got to trust everybody else. And you literally have no defense on this, man. You got to look at your own argument weak. You got to come up with something better, man. You should be concerned with your only arguments is trust the science and we're stupid.
May I interject? I think the foundation here is that you cannot prove a negative. So if they negate the fact that it's a flat earth, they can't prove that. So they have to posit. They must posit their prima facie evidence. And it's amazing. AV, I equally with you. I can't believe it's like they can't follow a simple instruction. And then they accuse you falsely. They accuse you as if you're not giving them the opportunity to posit, to table their compelling evidence. It's astonishing, man. This is a cognitive disconnect and dissonance beyond belief. It's amazing to see. It's supernatural, actually. It's supernatural. I consider it like demonic possession even. That's the level we're operating at here. It's astonishing.
Isn't it crazy? And I think the reason the format today was just to kind of expose that a little bit because it's hard for us because we know truth is on our side and we like to have a lot of rebuttals to what they say. But the problem when they have all the option to take it any direction they want to, so long as they lay it out, how they know the earth is a globe, and they can't even do that. Now, what does that tell you, the confidence for people who think the earth's a globe, that they have to talk about everything else but the evidence that they should bring when it's time for them to talk about it? That speaks volumes, doesn't it? I mean, don't you guys think?
Just saying, it says everything, Alf. It says everything, if I may. And here's the thing. The true scientific method relies on one very, very important premise. That's repeatability of the experiment. But what do they do at best? They cite other people. It's like, no, other people do their own scientific research independently, and then they have others participate and see if they can reproduce the result. That's the foundation of the true scientific method. These people act as if they don't know it. It's like, what is your own evidence? Never mind citing the evidence. What kind of experiment can be performed that we can also perform? And they just can't do it because they are operating from a point which is complete, utter possession. It is demonic possession from other intelligences. That's what it is. That's how I see it. That's why it seems so astonishing that they can't even acknowledge your very simple words. All we're saying is, here's your chance, put something on the table that will persuade us. And they just can't do it.
Good morning, James.
If I may, real quick, I just want to kind of add to what y'all were saying there. Some of this, and this is for the listeners so they can kind of see and kind of observe as they start to come into spaces more and see what's going on. There are agents that work for government that try to help not only suppress this but disrupt. You kind of see with this guy Bill that came in earlier. He had the exact same, talking about the Jews, white supremacy and stuff like that. They come in here to associate, just like what Netanyahu is saying with the Flat Earth Society, which is completely bunk. None of us, are associated or even believe some of the stuff the crap they come out with, but they associate flat Earth, anti-Semitism, and other things like that. These people come up here just to disrupt, just to, do exactly what they're doing, 100%. Make things annoying. So the people that are listening completely don't want to listen anymore because they're getting bored, they're getting offended, they're, It's what these agents are meant to do. Some of them do have some knowledge. Some of them aren't just disruptors. Some of them try to infiltrate. Some of them actually try to be part of the Flat Earth group, and then eventually you kind of see
Yeah,
through
but
that too.
but bro,
Just a little heads up,
with due
everybody.
respect, bro, who gives a fuck what they're doing? Who gives a fuck? How does that affect us? How does that affect what we're talking about? It doesn't affect us. Don't worry about that. Nothing was proven tonight. Like we opened, the lads, they opened a platform up, and we're asking a serious question. Who cares? Look, you might be one of those people. Who cares? It
See, in
doesn't
my
affect
opinion,
us.
they've just made themselves out to be fools, yeah, because we've opened up the space to them. Alpha's given them a chance very clearly to come out and stake their claim. And all they've done is speak about flat Earth. They're that upset, and so like someone said, the cognitive dissonance, that they can't even produce any evidence for themselves. All they can do is talk about others.
I agree with that. There are other ones that do have straight up cognitive dissonance and then just will not take any facts put in their face whatsoever.
But these guys
I'm pointing out mainly the
tonight,
disruptors.
everyone snatched their own wigs, yeah. They've, yeah.
No,
I mean,
there's a lot of
should
what
be able
I've
to clearly
noticed is
see
there's
this.
a lot of paranoia going on in these spaces. There's a lot of paranoia with like you're a secret agent, you're a
An agent
Fed,
and all that shit.
you're a Fed, you're this that. Don't worry about that
Yep.
shit. It
Hey,
doesn't.
we got. Sorry, make it on. We got J.E. Barrington. I know he's pressed for time because he's on his way to work probably. J.E. Barrington, if you're there, say what's up, brother.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I was just going to add in real quick that what we're coming across here is just like any kind of leader of a new religious movement where they hear the dictate of the prophet and then they go with it, and they're not going to have other evidence. That's what we're hearing over and over again. We're kind of barking up the wrong tree. I mean, it is the right tree because we do need to expose them. Don't get me wrong. But my point is for valid discourse, that's what they're always going to go back to, is that appeal to authority, because that's what they have. And the other thing I want to add in is that recently I've been doing a lot of reading of an online journal called Retraction Watch, where they're going through and showing just how much quote unquote science is bunk. It's and how much of it ends up being retracted. And I come across one guy saying 1 out of every 7 scientific studies is fake and fraudulent. So when you come from that world, all you have is that appeal to authority. And I don't know that I pronounce his name right, Peter Boghossian, who he literally made up like 4 papers. He just literally made them up, and they knew how to write to the interest of the quote unquote peer reviewers, to the words that they wanted, and they got this published in several different journals, and eventually the Wall Street Journal exposed them, but that was the point. And what I'm getting at is when you come from that world, fellas, that's all you have is appeal to authority. And thanks a lot for the platform, real quick there, AV. I appreciate it.
I got you, brother. We also have Jedi coming up here. He's a listener right now, but I just like to send a shout out to everybody listening right now. We got 73 people in the space at the moment. Some are listening. We have YouTube audience as well. We got YouTube going. Thank you very much, Helioskeptic. 24/7 Flat Earth in the continuing series on X. We got episode number 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. And as you heard, we're giving them the floor, guys. This is the format for tonight or today. We've been on for like at least 7 or 8 hours, I think. Me and APOC and AJ and all the panel in here. So we have a list that we've comprised from all the people that come up here thinking that the Earth is a globe, and they've given us their quote-unquote evidence. And let me tell you, as you were privy to, some of you in here already listening, they don't have any, because we keep asking them, and guess what? They like to have the arguments of like how we're being unfair and we don't give them the opportunity and we're just misinformation and on, right? So we're allowing them the floor. Go ahead, tell us how the earth is a globe. That's the only thing you got to do. And then when you're done, you can go back down as a listener and let some other glober come up and tell us the story of what they think of how the earth is a globe. Real easy, right? So the format is simple. So if you guys want to, then we're going to continue for a little bit more. I think we brought Alex up again, which I took him down like twice. So whoever brought him up, I'm going to talk to you later. I'm just kidding. Now he's back up. So Alex, go ahead. If you have evidence that the earth is a globe,
I brought him up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want, thank you for inviting me back.
Sure.
Kind of you to do that. Please don't shut me off because it's really frustrating when you're trying to.
You're welcome.
You know, we were going so good until you said that, because like I said before, all you had to do was just tell us about the globe evidence. That's it.
Dude, I run these.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, conspiracy.
I run these rooms all day, and they can't answer one simple question.
That's a double me. It's not me. It's a stupid. The space does it sometimes. We got to talk to Elon about that.
Oh yeah, I know, dude. But yeah, these guys cannot. All they can do is complain about you muting and taking their. They can never get to the point, dude. It's crazy. Yeah. So there's no surprise you probably dropped down 3 times. But real quick, when do you guys go, man? Because you guys just said you're on episode 9. I've been telling people you have these episodes, and every time I'm tuning in, it's like in the morning, right when you guys are trying to shut down, and it's getting good.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, we got like 70. We had like 80 people in here earlier.
We've been going since I guess now 7 hours ago we started.
We're gonna do some more this week for sure. My days off of work, we usually hammer down.
I think we started at 11 or 12. I forgot.
But you don't have a set.
Oh,
real late, man.
Let's give Alex one more chance, guys. And Alex, listen. Last time you were shut down. Hang on, Alex, you were shut down last time because you want to talk about flat earthers. Yeah, we don't want to hear about flat earthers. What flat earthers do, what we do. You having to be muted in the room. Just give us what you have for your globe evidence. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for that. I think colonization was the major thing. If you look at the British Navy and the way they circumnavigated the globe in the 1700s, and it's not a great history, it's not a great past, and it's not something as a English person I'm proud of. But what I would say is that navigation via sea and air, and also, let's not forget, we had to fight 2 world wars, and these are intricate subjects where you have to look at what you're dealing with in terms of political planes, and Japan joined in. Obviously, there was 2 dates where World War II ended, and it was on either sides of the globe. And even if you look at SpaceX, which is the platform that we're on, which is SpaceX, when you look at the experimental rockets trying to get to Mars, everything you look at in the sky is round. And even when you look at the videotape of the rockets coming back down, which I absolutely have to find that is just the most amazing thing, because the space shuttle program was the most amazing thing as a child to me, to have something that could go out into space and video or bring back pictures of the Earth as it is, as beautiful it is, and then come back down and land with a parachute at the back. I found that amazing. And what I was going to say to you before I got shut down the second time was that my dad was an architect in Toronto, and he was working on an IMAX program. So when the IMAX cinema things were coming out at that time in the late 80s, early 90s, he got gifted some 70mm cinematographic film reel, and it was from the Canada Space Arm. So I don't know if anybody knows about this space shuttle kind of program, but the arm that came out to put the satellites out was actually Canadian, and we had a still of that. And the curvature of the Earth is absolutely beautiful, and I've had it blown up to a 3x4 foot photograph. It cost me 540 quid. So you know. That is my evidence. So take it what you will. Interesting space. Thank you for letting me back. And it's interesting because education is. I think education is king. Thank you.
All right, man. Is that everything, Alex?
Listen, if anybody wants to ask me any questions, sorry. If anybody wants to ask any questions,
yeah, we're not doing that. So just relax. We got a format going, brother. All right, so yeah, we'll just drop him back down. Where is he at? All right, go back down to the listener. All right, so that was a bit discombobulated, if I do say so myself. It was all over the place, man. I mean, all over the place.
I'm convinced.
All over the place.
I'm convinced. I think we're on a ball now.
Well,
back it up, boys and girls. Go home. It's a ball.
May I make a suggestion, Alpha? If you're going to run another one of these, maybe have it so that they do get the free time to speak in full, give their full explanation, their belief, you know, etc. But then maybe someone yourself to answer them directly after, but they have to give you again that time to speak. That way, we're answering while they're still in here, and secondly, you don't have to continually, like Apocryphon, man, he's done so well. But
yeah, he's done in already.
You may not have someone to write that next time. You know what I mean? It might be easy if you just hit them each time straight after.
Yeah,
but they need to be muted though, of course, and give you the respect. And if it,
actually,
and then after that, there is no debate.
You know, this format it's simple. We just drop them back down as a listener, so we don't even need to have them on the panel. You know what I mean? Like, because basically they said their piece, so we remove them as a speaker and put them as a listener, and then just continue to critique them. So the critique for this guy, it's real easy, because when you ask somebody about a geometric shape because they think you're standing on a giant ball, right? You really want to get down to the numbers, how they know it. You know, the surface is measured to be, you know, a curved surface. So that the problem is he spoke of none of that. He spoke of how he had the good feels from an arm that was placed by Canada on the space shuttle. The brother was all over the place, right?
No.
To say, you guys heard him.
No. What he said, like, now that's it, man. Like, I believe him, man. That's it.
Yeah, bro, obviously. It's so convincing. It's so convincing that all of the information that was so discombobulated when he spoke it was like, you know, that part in I don't know what was that Happy Gilmore or something, when he was speaking on a contest and that guy was like, "That's the most incoherent thing that I heard anybody ever say. You made the whole room dumber for having listened to it. And may God have mercy on your soul." You know that one? That whole speech? Yeah. That's kind of how I felt. I was like, dude, we're going nowhere in this conversation about geometry, brother. Like, there's nothing we're learning about it.
I actually felt like, and I could be wrong, but I really felt like he put an emphasis on the price that he paid for the photo to be blown up, as if that sort of meant just was some sort of evidence.
Well,
yeah. I really felt
AJ, money makes it legit.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
540 quid is quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can't put a price on happiness, right?
You guys are killing me, man. Yeah, because you put an emphasis on it. So, there's a big emphasis on it. Like, it's so beautiful when you see it.
We're going to go to this list, guys. We're going to go through this. What say you?
Oh,
who's up next?
Yeah, we got some, I don't know, there's another guy coming up.
He said colonization. He said colonization was exclusive to Globe Earth.
Yes.
Well, he was colonization. Evidence of the Earth being a globe is colonization. I mean, come on, man.
In airplanes.
We are like
I will say
100 degrees away from the premise.
His airplanes, bro. His airplanes.
His reasoning behind it was
we're kind
traveling.
of falling away.
Oh, sorry, Pop.
Hold on. We're falling away because now we're discussing what just happened. We have stuff. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 pages ago that happened that we haven't talked about. So, but you guys let me know what you guys want to do though, because there's a lot of stuff we still haven't covered yet.
I just want to address one important point, yeah, because his main point there, the last guy, just so we can round him out, was that one of his evidence was the way that they navigated across the ocean to form these colonies, yeah, with celestial navigation. So he's not realizing he's giving evidence of a flat Earth.
Yeah,
that claim.
and sorry, let me just jump in here because I know APOC's doing due diligence. What's going to happen? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go.
All right. Yeah. What I was going to say. So what's going to happen is that we're going to have to save all of that information that he took down and probably put it to another episode of probably episode 10. You know, but we're gonna. It seems like everybody likes this format. We're gonna keep to this format because all we're getting from these guys is just like this discombobulated information. They don't even know what to say when the mic is given to them, and that's what I think is important. But all the work that APOC has done to record all of the information, we'll just save it for the next because it's too much. I mean, I don't think we can get to all of that.
We also have to keep the entertainment, the entertaining element to it. Okay, it's entertaining.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's entertaining. You can't make this shit up, dude. Like people that say the things that they do, it's off the wire, man. It's like so far out. We got Amish that did something here. Amish, if you're
hey, Alpha.
I don't. Oh,
yeah. Good morning to you, sir. Just want to chime in real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So here's a question for the audience, directed mainly at our Globy friends out there, and that is: do you think truth is determined by the force of an explanation? You know, we get this all the time that there's a lack of education on the internet. There's a lack of knowledge. And when we get into it and ask them, well, what does that mean to you? Well, you guys don't have any good explanations. You can't explain anything. And it's like, yeah, we are not here to provide stories. This isn't story time for a flat Earth. This is your chance to provide globe evidence, to provide irrefutable proof of a globe. And when you come in and give us stories and you think that the force of your truth is reinforced by the number of facts that you can regurgitate from school, and you think we can't do that, then you're really not using your mind. You're not thinking critically about those facts. You're not thinking critically about your own stories either.
Also, just the way you present something. It's like fucking that dude, you know, what's his name? Attenborough. The way he goes and puts you in a kind of a trance about they're going to do this and this is what they do. It's all hypnotic.
Yeah. So I think what Amish is getting, because like, let me just point out real quick, appreciate everybody who's joining us today. We got like at least 80 people in here, more or less. I'm just going to tell you real quick, the 24/7 group, right? Myself, Apocryphon, AJ, we got Jedi in here, Amish who's in here at the moment. And so the rest of the people that come in here, like Flatsy was a part of J.E. Barrington down there. But all of us are part of the 24/7, and we've been doing this for such a long time, guys, that it feels like I don't think that we've exposed these kind of guys to everybody. Like we usually get into these debate style, formats. So you guys never hear them just unfiltered and raw, just going at like their side. And it's hard for them because, like, as you know, Alex was really trying to get in a debate with us, and it's not what it's about. We want him to just, when it was time for him to present, listen to how he sounded. This is how they all sound. If you actually just let him go, all right, just go ahead. Let me back away. I'm gonna mute my mic. Just tell me everything you know about the globe. And if they deviate, you gotta redirect them back. No. I just want you to tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. And once you do, it's gonna sound like something it's weird. Like, how is colonization? Like, you know what I mean? Speaking of that, and how he was ashamed about his ancestors, and you're like, dude, this is nuts, bro. Like, what do we have to
I think where he was headed with the colonization factor. I think where he was headed with the colonization was how far we've come. You know? So that's where his mind was set. I think it was more on the fact that, civilization as such. How far.
Yeah, but you're trying to think like him, and you're gonna get lost in his thoughts, dude. If you start,
I'm not gonna get lost.
Well, Well, the way he worded it was the colonization. The British Navy circumnavigated the globe, kind of colonizing the place, and then he jumped into navigation via sea and air. Then he talked about fighting 2 world wars. He said, "Look
Yeah.
at the political planes." He said Japan jumped in. I was like, "Where are
Man,
we?
we're all,
Wait, what happened to the shape of
no,
the
we're
Earth?" I didn't know it was a history class,
all
bro. Like I thought we are just in a history class, just going
all over the
through
place. Yeah.
America.
You want props in history? Let me know, man.
Right, SpaceX rockets, they come back. But hey, but see, we're covering what just happened. We have stuff that happened a couple hours
Yeah,
ago.
I don't think Jedi and
But
Amish were a part of it, but yeah, Apoc's been taking notes of all the Globers that have been coming here, guys. So he's got like a lot, dude, like pages of information of like all the stuff that they said.
7 pages,
7
bro.
pages, dude. And I don't think we're gonna get through it
Full.
this space. I'm being honest, man.
Well, here's the thing. I was circling what was like, because then a lot of flat earthers started coming in at the end, and I even recorded what they said too. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different Globers at the end here, which is a lot though, because they
And
said
it's
a lot.
wild. It is so wild, guys. And you know, because partly APOC, I think, is because they think that they can just troll and it's all cool, but they fail to remember that what we're doing right now is being recorded. We have like 80 people in here right now. We got YouTube going on, so it's all recorded. So even if they had their best moment to shine, it sounds like garbage, dude. Like, okay, let me speak some coherent information about the Earth as a globe, and they come in here and they're talking about us and you know, colonizing and you know, freaking satellite space arms. Like it's just like there's no geometry, bro. No geometry. No telling us how the Earth is curving. Nothing. I don't know.
Right. We heard multiple times seasons, weather. I don't know what a tornado has to do with the shape of the Earth, but apparently it does.
Freaking hell. All right.
They'll say we don't get
Well,
it.
claims are not evidence.
Have I missed out?
I mean, that's what it comes down to. Claims are not evidence. We're looking for measurements, observations, and verifiable data. We're not looking for a good story, another claim.
Exactly. All right, so let's look to see if there's anybody in here that believes that the Earth is a globe. They can, guys. Listen, we're not in here to debate you guys today. We're just gonna listen to you. We might critique you afterwards, but we want to know exactly how you know that the Earth is a globe. We're gonna mute up, and then you can tell us how the Earth is a globe, how you think it is, and that's the way it's gonna be. But of course, if you've already been up, we'll ask if you can just please refrain from trying to keep coming back up here, because we gotta let everybody else, you know, speak. So.
Yo, Alpha, I gotta go to work. I just wanted to give you props. I appreciate the format because it gets rid of the whole circling runaround and down to the brass tacks. I really appreciate that.
Yes,
Everybody
sir.
be easy.
Have a good day at work, sir. Later, man.
I'm gonna say the same thing. AV, bro, appreciate you.
All right, where's man? Take it easy. Have a good one. Appreciate you for stopping by.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It was fun tonight. We had a lot of fun.
We got another Glober in here. His name's Jedi. Might want to talk to him.
Oh, hey, let's talk to this Glober.
Did I hear that right earlier? Colonization proved the Earth was a globe. Was that what
He's asking to speak again, Alpha. Do we let Alex jump up?
Maybe he wants to clarify.
No. Don't allow him back up.
Well, nope. I could read the last of the few ones we have here. Actually, there was some pretty good stuff in here. And nothing new, but it was pretty good. The Royal Navy, another Navy guy. In the Royal Navy, he was trained how to use radars, and they can go so far, only so far, because of curvature of the Earth. That's what he said.
There you go. That's for Jedi. Jedi likes that one.
I love that one.
That's what he said. Then he said, they don't work if they can't bounce. Ooh, I circled that, by the way. They don't work if they
Jedi's
can't bounce.
coming in, he better bring his lightsaber. All right? He's going to need his lightsaber.
Dude, you don't want to get him going, man. It's going to be bad for the Globers.
And then he's also the same guy that said that when you get into the Royal Navy, that they take you up on a certain mountain in Wales, and it's because it's the only place where you can see the curvature.
Yep. That's what he said.
Welsh supremacist.
That's what he said. That's what he said. And then him and CB went at it. Like, what? What's higher, a plane or a mountain?
Oh, and by the
He
way,
didn't
he
want to
asked
answer that.
CB asked him what mountain it was, and he didn't have the information to that. So
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Mount, that's Mount Snowdon, by the way. It's not a mountain; it's a fucking big hill.
Biggest hill in Wales.
Yeah. So he. I wish you were here. You could have corrected him. That was who was that? Who said that? I have it right here. Who was that? That was Arc Studios. So remember that name, Arc Studios. Next we had Stray. Wait, hold on. I take that back. Mountain turn not. Okay, never mind. Stray. He said that he wasn't sure. He's kind of been racking his brain, globe Earth, flat Earth. But this was his point, though. This is what had his brain racked. He said that you could take a compass, north, south, east, west, and direct line around and come back to your position. Take a direct line around and come back to your position around the globe. And if you go up in altitude, again, go with your compass to choose a direction, and you'll come back. That was what he was stumped on. That's what wrecked his brain. Anybody want to take that? I mean, what's that?
Jedi, if you want to take that one, or conspiracy, it's up
Really?
to you.
Well, I would say can't we circumnavigate east to west? That's not a problem on a flat Earth. It's just north to south, which hasn't been done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, east or west is just a circle around north. You can draw that on a flat piece of paper with a compass that draws circles around the central point, and use a compass that's a navigating device to circle around that north if you put a magnet at that point. It's not hard.
It's funny how you said that.
Right.
He's racking his brain about that. We had another guy come in and he's like, well, how come pilots can't see the edge of the Earth, right? They're just not allowed. It's pretty simple.
Just gonna make a quick plug. Also, guys, don't forget to click on the link on my profile to our Discord, discord.gg/flat Earth. That's where we're all hanging out. That's where the group is, and from there we go to the politics server. From there we come here. From there we go like on YouTube. So we've been doing this a while. We're hanging out with kind of like really smart individuals. So yeah, we'd like for you guys to be a part of that as well. So just letting you guys know that.
I have both links. I have both links in my profile too, politics server and the 24/7 server. If you guys want to join the Discord, after these shows, we end up over there sometimes, depending on how awake we are.
Yeah,
because it's 5 o'clock here. We've been going since yesterday.
And don't forget to follow everybody on the panel. Me, APOC, AJ, Brian Sweet, Jedi, Amish, Carmine, The Conspiracy, like Mechadon, everybody, Kembo, Barrington. So whenever we go live again, you guys will be right there with us. We're probably going to keep to the same format again because I find it hilarious. Whenever you give them the mic, they're so used to debating us that they think that that's what it's all about. And when we give them the floor to actually tell us, no, just tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. And they have so much trouble with it. Like they want the debate. It's weird.
Don't
make it weird.
I want to say 98% of them drop the ball.
Man, their whole argument is calling
pun intended.
Yeah, their whole argument is calling us stupid and telling us to trust the science. They literally can't prove anything. That's why they need the debate, because when they actually put on their own morals to say, "Hey, here's what we got here, and here's why you should believe me," they literally, you guys should understand what you sounded like when you came in there and tried to just explain to us why it's a globe. You can't even tell us why you believe in what you believe in. You don't understand your diameter, the radius, the curvature, nothing. You don't understand any of this. You're literally in a religion. You're in a cult. Get out of it.
This is a scientific discussion to begin with, which is a category error. We're here trying to answer a what, not a how or a why question.
Oh yeah,
very true.
Make it on. Do you want to say
100%. I was saying, like, I like the new approach because what I've found 99% 99.9% of the time is like a debate turns into it's just incoherent. It becomes incoherent because they're already. It's hard to. It's a cult, like the fellow was saying. Like it's once they get caught they're in a belief system, whether they like it or not. So then stepping out of that zone and saying, fuck it, I'm going to be neutral and I'm not going to be swayed as such, is just too hard for them. Yeah. It becomes like, hang on, what's the actual conversation? It's more like, fuck, it's more a social kind of status thing. What are people gonna think of me, and it's kind of like they're in a fucking hell, I've lost words now. But it's kind of like they're programmed sort of thing. You know, like they can't step out of
definitely
out of that zone. Like, and a lot of times I've heard debates where we've said, okay, let's not assume, and they can't.
Mhm. Yeah, there's definitely this one world type religion. You know, this heliocentrism has become a one world religion of sorts, and everybody's born into it. No matter what country you're from, it's going to be in your face as a baby, all throughout your, all up until your adulthood. And it's, I don't know. It's interesting when you really looked into it, but I don't want to take away the time from other people that want to talk.
Just real quick, APOC. I'm already kind of gonna end the space. So the after party, you guys can take it to any place you want. You can either go to our Discord or you can go to the politics server. But we're gonna. Most of the guys in here are gonna hang out over there. So the after party will be over there. But I gotta get going.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be in the politics. I'll jump over there.
Bring yourself up.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. You guys gonna be around for episode 10? That's what I want to know.
When's episode 10? That's what I want to know.
Just let me know when it's on, or I'll try and if you put out an alert or whatever on X, I'll set my alerts.
Yeah. You know what you should. You know what you should do, Alpha, is maybe like make a post the day before, like the show will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a post,
or maybe the same
for
day.
episode 10.
Set a reminder. Hey, if you send a link for a space you're going to open, we can tag it for a reminder. It's an option when you send it.
Yeah, you can
good.
schedule spaces, so that's a good way to do it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's schedule the space.
So we'll do that. We'll schedule it, and then we want to see everybody back here again because we're gonna do this again. Sounds like everybody had a lot of fun.
I'm there. Rock on, man.
Carmine's like, we're gonna do it again. Let's go.
Hey, you know what's crazy though? Like when we first start, there's only such a few people, but like not till like 3 a.m, people start filling in.
That's perfect.
Like
anytime
we go all the way.
We do want to get the same type of group again. So guys, don't forget to follow me in APOC because we're really putting effort and getting this space rocking and rolling for you guys. So you guys take all the bit. Listen, I only want you guys to come in here with some popcorn. Like just sit back and listen. This is for you guys. We're doing it for you guys.
We're doing it for ourselves and one another.
Yeah, but mainly for you guys because you're gonna hear a bunch of crazy mess, dude. Like,
AV, just remember, I'm a former insider. Never forget that. That's why I'm sticking around more for support.
Yeah, you trust me. You'll really like what you hear.
About me. He's a former insider. Don't even ask about me, right? So he's a
former outsider.
He's lucky to have me aboard, man. I'm telling you now. Hey, but yes, like give us some heads up. You know what I mean? Like put some things there. Like even. You know, I mean, if they're following you, can you not? Is there not a way where you can jog the people like bang in messaging?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think most of the people that I follow should be able to do that. So, if you guys want to, I'm gonna go ahead and post this space anyway, as a reminder. Episode 10 will be either in a couple of days, is what I'm looking at right now.
Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, it'll be
Thursday,
Wednesday.
Thursday.
No. Take it back.
Wednesday.
Thursday. You're right. Thursday.
I think Thursday.
AV.
Yep.
The Bivens may be a good idea to keep a copy of that and post the Bivens just to be clear about decorum and all that?
Oh yeah. And for you guys that missed it, you can rewind today's stream and check out what we talked about earlier. And don't forget, man, check out the other episodes as well. They're all enjoyable.
Oh
all of
wait,
them.
I want to share
Go ahead.
this. I want to share this because they all missed it. All the ones that came later just barely here. The funniest thing, I know you already know it. The funniest thing we heard all night or morning, well, morning and night, was page 1 says, and I quote, "White hoes suck it and black hoes pull it." Just remember that, folks.
Yeah, that was his evidence for black holes and white holes, and he was
proof
space
of
mythos, of
the
course.
globe.
But I don't know where your guys'
Yes.
minds are.
Posteriors.
Yeah.
That's
anyway,
a glober said
that was his evidence for the Earth as a globe. But anyways, appreciate you guys. Don't forget. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, I was just going to say thanks, mate. Hopefully, I'll be around more for the next show, episode 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a reminder for everybody. And
Yeah.
everybody show up again.
Bro,
Turn up for that.
Alpha, you got to put it out there. You got to put it out there. That way I can fucking spread it. You know what I mean? There's a few based dudes that I listen to, man. They're pretty popular, man. Like I'd like them, and they believe me. You know how much they make fun of us. Look, I don't get into. There's a lot of spaces I get into, and they just have no idea about. I mean, like they're more concerned with more geopolitical things, which I am as well. You know what I mean? Like fucking the world's a mess. You know what I mean? Like the world. See, I said the world's a mess. The fucking whole plane, whatever it is, it's a big mess at the moment. And these people, they more focus on, fucking, like this children being murdered, man. And I get it. That's why I'm in those spaces. We got to stop this shit, man. There's a lot of shit going on in the world. Here I go again. Wherever we are, right? The plane, if you will, it's not acceptable, bro. And so I could provide a little bit of a gravitas. Gravitas, gravity.
They took it from the Bible.
Yeah,
they took it from the Bible.
attract. You know what I mean? Because gravity is so amazing, man. Not
Right, so, yeah,
density
we're
and
gonna go ahead-
buoyancy. Not density and
We're gonna go ahead
buoyancy.
and end it. Yeah, thanks, brothers. We're gonna go ahead and end it with APOC and AJ giving their last.
Hey, love yous. I gotta
words.
go. Love yous. Hey, like I said, inbox
Later.
us. You know what I mean? Like, get it going. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah.
Love you,
Hell
bro.
yeah, man.
Thank you, Alpha.
Later, man.
Bye.
Yeah, appreciate
night.
you, man. All right, go ahead, AJ and APOC, if you want to say your last words before we end. Appreciate
No,
you guys too.
No, all good, man. Thanks for inviting me along. Yeah, it was really interesting. I like the format. Like I said, my suggestion would be just to maybe let them speak and then kick them off and give an answer. So then we're pretty concise and right on it. And everything ends up being answered for the audience. But that would be my only suggestion. But yeah, I'm happy to help out anytime. Thanks. Great job, APOC.
All right, APOC, do you have any more? You might be lagging. That's all right. All right, guys. Talk to.
Oh, sorry, my
Go ahead.
bad, dude. I was talking. I was on mute. That's how tired I am. No, I just wanted to say I really like this format, man. Out of all the other things that we've done, I really liked it because it gave them that seat that they sat in, and then they realized everyone's looking at me, and I'm not just making fun at someone else. They're now going to judge me by my own words, and I think when you put someone in that position, you might get the true person, which is why they all fumbled the ball. Most of them, 98% of them fumbled the ball, and they couldn't think of anything other than to try to bash on a flat earther, which was their proof. And I think it's gonna open up more people to realize, like, wow, these guys don't have the evidence, they don't have the proof, the globers, that is. And I think that will help those realize, like, yeah, there isn't proof, there isn't evidence other than what we've been told this is what is, and these pictures and these photos from space that we can't verify. But anyways, it's a long story to what my closing is. But nonetheless, I want to say thank you again, man, for doing it. I really enjoy the shows, doing them with you. I like taking notes too because we're able to circle back and go back to what they said. That was fun. So I just really appreciate you guys, and everybody else listening and tuned in. Thank you guys. It was good times.
All right, guys, we'll be out. Catch you on episode 10.
Thank you. Later.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.